Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 214 and that is Oddworld Abe's Odyssey. Now, the story behind how I found out about this game is through my friend Matthew. He did introduce me to quite a few games, but the story behind this one is quite interesting because what would usually happen is he'd come over, he'd bring a game and he'd show me it and I'd be interested and I'd want to get the game after he showed me it. And what happened this time was I was playing a different game and he brought it over and he showed me it and then he left and he forgot to take it with him, so he had to later come back to pick it up. Now he left, now this is me being rather insidious I suppose, but he forgot to take it home, and so what I ended up doing was just not saying anything. I just pretended that I didn't notice. He left, I pretended that he didn't notice, and I was thinking, I'll wait a few minutes. I'll wait a while so that he's got a chance to come back to see if he remembers, and if he didn't, I'd play it throughout the night. He did remember eventually and he came back to pick it up within about 10 minutes or so. So I was there sort of disappointed that he remembered to take it home. That is probably the most insidious I've ever been when it comes to games and stuff. Like I've never like stolen anything from anyone. I couldn't have it in me to do that. I'd feel too guilty. But I did kind of think to myself, you know, let's just sit here and pretend I haven't noticed anything and let's just hope that he doesn't remember. So yeah, but he showed me this game and I wanted it of course. But basically what stood out to me about this game, and I think stands out to a lot of people, is just how creepy this is. The idea is that you are Abe, you are one of these particular type of species, and this species that they are they Mudokons? I think that's the word, I'm not entirely sure. I know there's the good guys, these characters who are the slaves, who I think are the Mudokons. You are one of them and you have to escape from this factory because not only are you being treated as slaves, but you found out that the bad guys, these executive businessmen who have no arms, they want to use these Mudokons. I'm going to look like a fool if I'm getting my terminology mixed up here, but they want to take these Mudokons and use them to make food out of them. And so Abe saw this in one of their meetings and he was terrified. So his goal is to escape and to free all of the other Mudokons. And so it's kind of like this 2D, I'm not going to say platform game because even though there is running and jumping and all that sort of stuff, it's very stiff controls. It's mostly about using the environment as a sort of puzzle element. You have to find a way to be sneaky. You have to sneak around and you can tell the other Mudokons to go and follow you so that you can save them. And you've also got these bad guys who run around and they can shoot you. You can also take control over the bad guys by chanting, and when you do chant you'll make this yo 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 sound and you'll be able to take control of them, which is pretty interesting. That really stuck with me. That was something that I really noticed. But also I didn't actually realize that you could do that the first time I played it. I just took control of them and then kept the button held down and they just exploded, and I just thought that was how you defeated them. I didn't know you could control them, but it was very interesting when I found out that you could control them. And so when you do control them, you can, you know, just make them walk back and forth, disguise yourself as one of them because you are controlling them, and you can shoot the other bad guys controlling this bad guy. Sometimes you'd have these machineries that would zap you if you tried chanting, and you'd always have these bits of machinery around. Some of them were deadly and you had to try to find a way to get past them or to turn them off. It was very environmental and very puzzle based. I remember I did manage to escape from the vicinity of this factory, and I remember trying to escape from the outer area, and along that path you'd also get these laser beams that would kill you if it detected movement, so you had to sort of stand still as you were travelling through these. And I did get a bit further than that, but I also remember I did get stuck at one point inside the factory. This was one time where I was playing it at my dad's house. This was, well, my dad has had another 2 houses since between this event and me recording this. So it wasn't the previous house, but the house before that. I was over there and they had a PlayStation there and I played this game and I got stuck at one point where there was just this weird laser. And I remember one of my dad's friends was round because he was trying to work on something, and I asked him because apparently he knew a lot about games and he said he didn't know. That memory sticks in my mind for some reason. But I also got to one point where you've got a choice between two different levels to go to, two different areas. So there's sort of like the one that's based off one type of creature and it's all like jungly, and there's this other one that's based on this other type of creature which it's all red and stuff. And I remember I got stuck in both of them. I tried both of them. One of them just led me to a point where I got to a Madokan that would just stand on the edge and he'd just say stuff and I didn't know what to do. I think I had to copy him, but at the time I didn't know what to do. And the other way, just the enemies were just too hard. I just died all the time. So there's a nice interesting story there. Oh, and yes, I did eventually get this game for myself. I got it copied from my granddad because my granddad always copied games for me for my PlayStation. Number 213 is Pinball FX. I'm not going to have much to say about this game because it's a pinball game and I've spoken about a few pinball games already. All I'm going to say is that the main thing that stuck out to me about this game in particular was that it was online. You could compete with friends on your Xbox Live account, which is what I did. And so you'd have these 4 different tables, as they always come with 4 tables. Why is it always 4 tables for each of these pinball games? Is there some sort of common wisdom going on there with pinball games as to why it's always 4? I really don't know. But yeah, I did have fun with this game. None of them really stand out to me, but I remember there was one particular table which was set in this really small area at the bottom. It was like this sports themed one where it was all about skateboard ramps and stuff, and the main area for the level was really, really small. Because usually on pinball tables you've got all these ramps everywhere, but on this one you had a little area at the bottom which was the main bit, and then you had a top separate area which is something that you went to if you like went up a ramp and then round into this extra area. But it took up so much of the table itself. Really though, I don't think I have much to say about this, so I'm just going to quickly move on. Number 212 is Sports Champions. Now, this is a PS3 game that uses the PS Move. Now, I actually got a PS Move because my original PS3 was one of the original European 60GB ones with the backwards compatibility. It didn't have the hardware compatibility like the American ones did. It had the software compatibility, but it was on its way out. It made lots of loud noises. It would always take ages to load, and so I ended up getting a new PS3, and the PS3 that I got, and this would have been, I believe, 2013, because it was about the summer of 2013, and with it I got the PlayStation Move bundle. Now, Sports Champions didn't come bundled with the system itself, but I did get Sports Champions because I thought, hey, I've got a PS Move, I'm going to try and get one of these PS Move games, and so I got Sports Champions. This was a game that was very heavily marketed for when the PS Move was a big thing. You know, back in like 2010 when E3 was all about motion controls and stuff, everyone trying to catch up with Nintendo. But I actually do think that the PS Move was a good piece of hardware. I honestly do. And Sports Champions, which was basically the idea, was that it was an upgraded version of Wii Sports, the Sony version, and let me tell you, it absolutely is. Because while Wii Sports has that very casual appeal, and don't get me wrong, this game also has a very casual appeal, but it also does have very precise controls, and it's very nice. It's very smooth, and I know motion controls kind of went into this crazy direction where the Xbox One, and you know, the Kinect thing, like everyone knows how badly that went, but at the same time, this particular game was good. You had all these different sporting events that you could take part in, and you worked your way through the different cups. So you'd have the Bronze Cup, and then the Silver Cup, and then the Gold Cup, and then you have the Championship Cup, where you go through progressively more difficult stages. Now, in the case of, for example, table tennis, it just meant that your opponent got better at the game. So I did actually get to the final stages of table tennis, but it just got too hard. It just got very hard. Sometimes you get to the point where you have someone who knocks the ball so very slightly, so you have to like really like lean forward, you know, to like tap the ball over to the other side. And other times they'd do this massive spin attack, so they would spin round and bounce off at really strange angles. I did get good at it, but those particular stages are just really hard. I think there's a few that I still have left to do that I just can't do because they're just so hard and they just take ages. And also, when you get to like the end stages of those as well, you end up having to reach so many different like high goals. So it would be something like, in order to win a round, it's best of 9 or first to 9, and then it's the first person to win 5 rounds. So you couldn't just keep like starting, restarting, starting, restarting over and over again, because you had to win this huge game that just took ages. And each stage, each individual game rather, had a particular character that was good at that game. So you had to kind of work out who it was and select that character to help you out. And you also unlocked different characters the more that you went on and the more that you got to these later stages. So for example, with the table tennis, which was one of my favourites, you unlocked this robot. But also for the archery, which I think is my other favourite, you unlocked this Grim Reaper character. It's very strange how they go from, you know, people around the world trying to compete in these sporting events to robots and Grim Reapers and all that type of stuff. I think it's interesting. I like it when games do that, I really do. But the archery, for example, the challenges would change up. So you would have ones where like fruit is popping up and you have to get as much point as you can, and of course the smaller fruits will give you more points, and on the earlier difficulties you'll be able to see like this guiding line as to where gravity will take its effect on the arrow, but it won't always show that in the later stages, so it does get really difficult. And on the championship stage, one of the stages that you have to beat, and I remember this because I could never do this, you have one game where you have no guiding line of sight, you have something like 6 arrows total in order to score as many points as possible, and all of the targets were on this windmill that was spinning around with these small targets that was behind a separate windmill that was spinning in the opposite direction, and it would take me so long to be able to like try to aim and time my shots that my opponent had already finished smashing all of his targets. He'd start smashing all of mine and he'd be stealing my points from my windmill thing. I think that's really funny, that, you know, the whole idea of, you know, your enemy here is so good that once they're finished completing their challenge, they're completing your challenge after that. I think that's quite funny, but it was so hard. Number 211 is Toe Jam and Earl. I don't have too much to say about this game, but I will say what it is. It's basically kind of like, although not necessarily, it depends how you look at it, it's kind of like a roguelike on the Mega Drive, apart from you don't have a leveling system, you don't have food or anything like that. You just got to progress from all these different randomly generated floors, although there are different modes, so you can play as one where the floors aren't randomly generated if you so desire. But the way that it works is that you are trying to travel along this map because you are Toe Jam or Earl and you've crashed on planet Earth, and you have to find all of your funky parts for your ship so that you can go back to the planet Funkatron. It's very 90s. But what I find very interesting about this game is the things that you find, such as you'll of course have different things to stop you. You'll have different enemies that take on a variety of different forms, and for example you might come across a wizard, or you might come across like this horde of people just rampaging through the desert or whatever. But you also find these presents scattered around which are kind of like your items, and they will do different things. But what's interesting is that each present shape that you find has the same item as any other present that is that same present icon, but what it actually is randomized. So it might be something in one playthrough, it'll be something different in another playthrough, so you have to play the game and use them to find out. But sometimes you'll use them, not know what it is, and then it could be something bad. It could be like you've caused a thunderstorm above your head. It's a rather wacky game, but to be honest, I'd never played this game back on the Mega Drive. I never played it on any Mega Drive collections or anything like that. I first heard about this game through James and Mike Plays, you know, the angry video game nerd thing, where it's James Rolfe and Mike Ritter, and on Mondays they'll play through a game. And I saw the video of Toe Jam and Earl, and I thought, I want to play that game. And so I did, and I'm glad I did, because it's interesting. Number 210 is Bejeweled 3. You may be noticing that I put this game leaps and bounds ahead Bejeweled 2, and the main reason is because they've added so much stuff since Bejeweled 2. It's the same core concept behind it. You're still matching gems to be able to make them disappear and stuff, but you still have these extra modes, and I really like the extra modes. I think it's interesting, especially the quest mode. And you know, I always like the single player campaigns where you progress through a set of levels and get unlocks or level up stats and stuff. That's the stuff that I like the most, and so that's what this game had. You didn't just have the action mode where you had to be fast, or the free mode where you had to just keep playing forever, and then the classic mode where you just had to make sure that there was always something for you to match. Those were still there, but the quest mode had a variety of different games in it, and I loved it. I loved the different variety that you could get within these games. I'll give you some examples. I'll give you an example of one of the boring ones, I suppose. One of the ones is buried treasure, so you have to match gems and they will uncover the treasure behind it, and so once you've done that on enough spaces, you'll uncover all the treasures and win the round. There's also the digging one, which I didn't really like so much, which is where you have to match them next to these rocks in order to knock the rocks so that you can crumble through them and get to the gold layer at the bottom. That was pretty difficult. You had the alchemy one, where if you matched gems, then the line that those gems were on was filled out, and you have to fill out the whole grid. And there was also ones where you had to balance between the amount of red gems and the amount of blue gems, because every time you matched either reds or blues, they would turn into a liquid and they would fall into this weight, and so the weights were on other sides and they would kind of counterbalance each other, so you had to get as much red and blue as you can, but also try to balance it out so that you wouldn't cause the weight to fall too far down one side. I just liked all these extra challenges and stuff, and I think that's what these types of games really need, is you've got a core concept, you match gems, that's fine. But if you can add all of these layers where you've got different ideas and different modes behind it all, and so that you can unlock different things, I think that is when these games truly shine the most. Number 209 is Lemmings Touch. This is a PS Vita game and it uses the touchscreen. Now, you might be thinking, hey, that makes sense that, you're pressing the buttons with your finger on a touchscreen. It's traditionally a mouse game that you would use with a mouse. Not as easy with a controller given the nature of the game, so it would work with a touchpad, and that's absolutely right. It is nice, but there's a problem, and the problem is that it's not always incredibly responsive. Thankfully, you can press one of the shoulder buttons to pause the game, and if it wasn't for this, I'd have to rank this game a lot lower, because let me tell you, that pause button, very nice. It really, really helps. You could say it works against the real-time nature of it, in that you have to sort of keep checking and acting fast and stuff, but given the nature of a touchscreen, it's just a lot better that you can pause the game and select things individually through that. Of course, the problem is when lemmings are all huddled together, it's very hard to tap on the screen at the very specific correct lemming, and also it can be very difficult to make sure that your taps register correctly. But also what this game does, which I think you should be able to change because this has caused me problems, is that instead of doing what Lemmings usually does, where you have the roll option selected at the bottom of the screen and then you click on the lemming and then the lemming will do their thing, you have to click on the lemming first and then choose from a list of options from that, and I think that makes it harder. I think it would make sense if you could switch between those two different modes. I really think that would help it. I've already explained what Lemmings is, but I'll just quickly go over the core concepts of Lemmings again. You have a bunch of lemmings that will fall out of the starting area and they'll just continuously walk forward, and you have to get as many as you can to the end zone, the home zone, and the way that you do that is by assigning them different roles. So you might make one a digger, or you might make one build a bridge over the certain chasm or something, and you have to save as many as you can. Also, with this game having a touch screen, you do have other things that you have to operate with a touch screen. Like you might have platforms that you can manually move around, and you might have trampolines that you can aim and stuff, which is kind of silly, but it's okay, and I like this game. And I'm actually going to end this part right here. So I thank you all for listening and watching. I will see you next time. We'll continue on with number 208. So I will see you all then. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 208, and it is Battle Arena Toshinden 3. Now, you may remember that I talked about the first Battle Arena Toshinden way back at the start. It was in the high 400s, around that area, and so this one is a lot higher. The main reason for that is that I really feel that this game improved a lot when it comes to the campaigns, and I say campaign because the word campaign is sort of become ingrained in our gaming culture, I suppose, but not that I particularly would have otherwise used that word, but you do have a lot of characters to unlock. You have one character for each original playable character, and then you have extra characters on top of that which you unlock by playing on harder difficulties. But what I found interesting about this game is that, well, first of all, the original Battle Arena Tarzan was based in arenas that took place in secluded areas that you could fall out of. And so I do find it interesting how different fighting games have these different areas set up. So like, you know, the original Battle Arena Tarzan and many others, you'll have like a particular arena and you can fall out of the arena and that would cause you to lose the match. You also have the Tekken style where it's just an infinite plane and there are no walls. But what's interesting about Battle Arena Tarzan 3 is that there are walls. You are always inside some sort of cage or some sort of building where there's like 4 sets of walls, which is usual for a 2D fighting game, but it's rather strange. I don't think I've really seen it in any other 3D fighting games. But what's also interesting is the way that you unlock characters and the way that you fight the characters. If you look at it this way, you could say that there are 2 categories of characters. You have what I would call the old characters, which are the characters that you start with, and the new characters, which are the characters that you unlock. And the differences between the two are very slight. Usually, if you have a character that you would unlock based on the completion of arcade mode with a particular character, there would be some differences, and there are still some differences, but there aren't that many. But also what's rather unique about this particular game is that whenever you play through arcade mode, depending on what type of character you select, whether it's one of the old characters or the new characters, you will only fight other characters in the other type. So if you start the game for the first time and then you pick, say, Rungo, then you will not fight any of those characters that you have unlocked at the start. You will only fight characters that you haven't unlocked yet, which is very strange. And you will fight them in a random order until you get to the character that you would unlock with the character you have selected. So for example with Rungo, you would unlock Adam, and then you fight Adam, and then I think after that you fight Vermilion, who is the character that you would unlock by playing through as Nagisa. But it's weird how they do that order in there. And then they have a few extra characters like Shaw and Abel. And so you complete it with Rungo, you unlock Adam. You complete it with Cayenne, you unlock 10 count. Complete it with EG, you get Leon. And yes, it still has EG's theme in it, and it still is amazing, although it's sort of like a remix, so it has different parts to it, but it's still really good music. Also, each character has this sort of special attack where, I forget what it is, I mean, it might be select or something, like you press select, and the amount that you have is indicated by this little blue orb, and that character will unleash this giant attack. Now, like I said, each character of the old type is pretty much exactly the same as the characters of the new types, but with maybe some minor differences. So, for example, Rungo has all of his attacks and stuff, and his special attack, the animation that it uses are these different rocks will pop up, but if you unlock Adam and you play as Adam and use that same ability, then it will do the same thing, apart from it will show you like this engine of sorts, because Adam is a robot. Similar for Ellis and the character you get with her, I forget his name, but Ellis's special attack will shoot out all these little hearts, and the character that you unlock will shoot out all these little skulls. The main one that I remember in regards to this is Mondo will, for his special attack, will make all of these like Chinese symbols shoot up out of the ground. But if you get the character you unlock with him, who I also forget his name, he's the guy with the giant nose, he'll do the same, but with these devil faces. And I remember that used to be quite creepy to me, how it would pop up with all these devil faces. But also there are some differences between the different tiers. So for example, like I said with Rungo, he won't have any bullets because he uses a club, but then the character you unlock with him, Adam, will have some bullets. And characters do have like a bullet count as well, which is also interesting, that you have like a limited amount of ammo. I also remember that you can change the graphics in this game. You can change them to different modes. I remember there's like a high-res mode and then there's a high-speed mode, whereas in the high-speed mode, what would happen is the graphics would, and I use quotation marks here, downgrade so that the game could run more smoothly. But to be honest, I just chose those ones because I thought it looked better. Like the original graphics, I suppose everything was smoother, but everything also looked like grainier, and I didn't like that. Whereas with the downgraded graphics, everything wasn't as smooth, everything was more blocky, but I thought it looked better, so I just went with that one. And then if you want to unlock the secret characters, like I think Naru is her name, you have to do something stupid like complete it on the hardest difficulty without dying once. I did that. Number 207 is Roll Cage. This is a racing game that was on the original PlayStation, and again, it's one of those games that my granddad got me. Just assume that for all PlayStation games, really. It was one that my granddad got me copied. Very few games I actually got legitimately, but whatever. Roll Cage is basically a racing game. I think I might have had a demo of this before, which is probably why I was after it. But yeah, it's a racing game, and you collect these different icons that give you different weapons, and you can travel across different planets, and each different planet will have its own race. But the main thing that stood out to me about this game, and I think the main thing about this game that made it rather epic, that I've not really seen in other games, is that this game has reversible cars. Basically, the wheels on these cars are so big that if you flip upside down, it doesn't matter, you can just still keep on going. And there are races where you'll want to drive up onto the roof, like you want to curve onto the roof, because you do have the speed to be able to do that, and then you can use the speed boost on the roof, and then as you end the tunnel you will fall, and that's perfectly fine because your wheels are big enough. I also remember there was one race that you could unlock which was just like this circle, like this oval shape, like a, you know, like a racetrack would usually be. If you sort of imagine like an oval shape but with flat edges on two of the sides, and then like a circle but where it's sort of separated and the ends are connected. You know what I'm talking about. Not exactly an oval, but that type of racetrack shape, apart from the walls curved round, so you could do the entire race on the roof of this racetrack. That was so interesting. And I do remember my uncle playing this, my uncle Darren, because as I've mentioned before, he was into racing games, so it was fun playing it with him as well. Number 206 is Rayman 2 The Great Escape. Now, I played the PlayStation version, and from what I've heard since then is that the PlayStation version actually cuts out content, which I had no idea about at the time, obviously. So I just played this version with the cut out content, with the voice acting. But it takes place after the first Rayman game, apart from this time it's 3D. I've actually got a bit of a funny story here, because my friend Matthew, he once designed a Rayman 2. He drew out an entire game for Rayman 2. Now, I used to do this when I was really young, with, you know, when I was like 5 or so, and I would draw ideas for like different levels for different games. But he designed an entire game for Rayman 2, but you made it like a 2D platformer. But that was just fantastic. But that's not what Rayman 2 is. Rayman 2 is a 3D platformer, and they changed all of the different settings. So now you've got Glowbox, now you have Lums, basically the stuff that we now know Rayman to have, that Rayman didn't have before, but that is what was on Rayman 2. And you collected different lumps, so like the yellow ones were the main collectible of the game, and you also could get the red ones which would upgrade your health. I remember you had to collect all of the masks in order to be able to face the final boss, but I also remember that when you got to the final boss, your health would then just max out anyway, so it didn't matter how much of the red lumps you had got before. I could be wrong in regards to that, I may be a bit off, but that's what I remember. Number 205 is Child of Light. This is a very recent game, well, very depending on what standard you're going to use. It was released in the 2010s, and I played this game on PS3. I've also played it somewhat on PS4. This is a Ubisoft game, and the basic idea is that it's like an RPG. It's like a platformer game also, where you can encounter enemies and then fight against enemies, but you get this ability to fly really early, so you kind of have this air exploration element to it, and you still do have to like dodge obstacles and stuff as you fly around, but you also encounter enemies and go into a sort of turn-based battle screen thing. The way that that works is that you have your little fairy character, and you can use this fairy in order to slow down the enemy or heal your main character or your ally character that you have out, and it operates on this time bar thing. So there'll be this bar, and each of your characters will have a position on the bar, and as time passes they will travel up the bar based on their speed, and you will have different abilities to like defend attacks, and if you attack an enemy before they're about to unleash their attack, you'll knock them back further on the bar. So there's this element of timing, that to be able to like defend your attacks and being able to see when different enemies are going to get their attacks through, and slowing down enemies just enough so that you can hit them at the right time, things like that. It's a pretty decent game. You also have these different skill trees that you can progress through as you level up, but the thing is with those is that it's like 3 branches for a character, so it's really not very deep at all. And you can also collect these different gems, and you can combine the gems together and they will form more powerful gems with the same effect but better, or different effects altogether, and its effects will vary based on where exactly you equip it. So I always really like the ones that boost experience, because that's just the way I like things. But I have a bit of a rant actually, because this is the type of game where people will look at it and say, wow, this is like a classic JRPG, and then they'll praise it for that, but then they'll look at actual Japanese RPGs and say like, oh, it's so old-fashioned, which is stupid. Number 204 is Disney's Hercules. Now, this is like Disney's Tarzan. It's the same concept of a game. It's a 2D platformer, but you do have a variety of different levels where you've got these levels where you'll be running from this sort of space harrier perspective, and you've got to run left and right in order to dodge the different obstacles and stuff. But really, there's not too much to say about this game, I don't think. I remember the Hydra boss where you have to chop off its heads and the heads will go into more parts. And graphically it was pretty interesting as well, and it generally had that cartoony feeling. I mean, it's a Disney cartoon, so obviously it's going to be cartoony, but I think it's one of those games everyone has fond memories of in some way or other. Everyone remembers picking up the little drink things and it going, Hercules! Yeah, this was a nice game. I'm going to just move on. Number 203 is Streets of Rage. Now, I've mentioned Streets of Rage 2 before because I had that game. Well, no, I didn't have that game. I eventually got that game on the PS3, but I originally played it at the childcare centre on the Mega Drive that they had there, which was a classic, and everyone loves Streets of Rage 2. But for me, Streets of Rage 1 was better. I liked it more. Although, saying that, I did actually own this game. I had it on the Mega Games Collection number 2, I think it was, where it came with Golden Axe and the Revenge of Shinobi, yeah. And this is a game where I can really get behind the soundtrack. I really like the soundtrack to this game. I like the level 1 theme, I really like the level 3 theme, they're my favourites. But I also just like the general tone and feeling of the game. I like the whole Dark City theme. It's something that I'm really into when it comes to games. I really like Dark Cities. I don't necessarily, strange that, I don't like it in games where I'm in a city and I have to navigate a city. I find that annoying, but if you've got like a city landscape, I really like that. But in this game, you have 3 characters. You have Adam, Axel and Blaze, and what's also interesting is that each character is defined more by their weakness rather than their strength, and that's a rather interesting take on things. For example, Adam is slow, Axel, his air attack is very weak, and Blaze just generally attack pattern wise isn't as reliable and doesn't do as much damage. But my favourite character was always Adam, because I never really cared for speed that much. That is until I realised the really good technique of approaching an enemy from underneath so that you could grab them and then attack them that way. My least favourite character was Axel, because I always use the jump attack and I hate his jump attack. All he does is, like, he releases his knee in the air. Like, he doesn't kick out with his foot, he just attacks with his knee. It's so weak and so short range. I never liked that. But I never liked using Axel, but I always really liked the difference between the 3 characters. I really like that. It's something that just stood out to me. And also, if you play this game 2 players, everything is doubled. I like how you don't benefit necessarily from playing multiplayer, rather it's just a different experience. So for example, any item that you would find is doubled. You find 2 of them instead of just the 1 of them, so that's good. However, saying that, if there's a boss that you would fight 2 of them anyway, you don't fight 4 of them, you still fight 2 of them, so it is actually easier to play 2 players in that regard, especially in the boat level where you fight those 2 women that look like Blaze but in black rather than red. Everyone hates that boss, I think. I know I did. But also, when you get to the final boss, he'll ask you a question, and depending on how you answer it, you will either get sent back to a previous level or you'll have to fight him, or in multiplayer, you will have to fight each other. I don't remember exactly the details of what you're meant to say. I just remember that there is that variance there. I do remember that first time I got to him, I answered the question incorrectly, and I got sent back to stage 5, I think it was. You also have different weapons you can pick up. There's the bottle that you can hit and it would smash, and you could also find a bat, as in a baseball bat, not a bat the animal, that would be strange, and the crowbar, which is the longest weapon of the lot. And also if you press the A button, you will unleash your super attack, which is where the police will drive up and they'll shoot a rocket and hit everything on the screen. It's like a panic button sort of thing, which is also limited based on your levels and each life as well. And the animation between player 1 doing it and player 2 doing it is different, in that when player 1 does it, it will form this ring of fire, and then when player 2 does it, it will just shoot down like this fire rain thing. But as far as old school beat 'em ups go, this is one that I feel I can get behind. Number 202 is Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX. Now, I'm talking about the PlayStation version. I believe there may have been an N64 version, is there? I'm not so sure. But yeah, the PlayStation version of Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX. This is kind of like the Tony Hawk series, apart from Tony Hawk's kind of developed into its own thing, and there were these other side projects such as like Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX, and there was like Kelly Slater's surfing and Sean Palmer's snowboarding, I think, and this was kind of one of those that didn't really take off, but I liked the first game. If you just imagine like an early Tony Hawk game, that's what this was. It was just another one of those, apart from on bikes. You still had the different arenas and you had to complete a list of separate goals so that you could progress through each character's career mode so that you could eventually complete the game and unlock their movie at the end. It is fundamentally different to skateboarding though. For example, you can't just land a bike either way. If you land a bike backwards, then it will require you to then turn around to continue. You can't just continue on either which way. And also with the different grinding techniques, sometimes you can just stall on a rail rather than grind along it, which isn't really feasible in the Tony Hawk games. This game does have the Creator Park editor, which I was all over. I loved that feature. I specifically remember I made one stage where it was like this square arena, but it kind of had this outer square, which is where you started, and you basically just went round in circles, or rather like this square shape, and in the middle of it, which was the majority, there was like this ball, like a half pipe, but where it like curves round, like this ball, and there was a specific way to get into that ball, but you had to do a series of tricky maneuvers in order to be able to gain the hack to get in. That's what I really liked about the level editors on these games, where I always made like little areas that were hard to get into, you had to figure out how to get into, but once you got in there, it was like you've got access to a half pipe. I really like that. Also, I have this game to thank for introducing me to Agent Orange. The song Everything Turns Grey is in this game, and since then I have listened to the album Living in Darkness by Agent Orange, where it has Everything Turns Grey on it, and I really like that album now, and thanks to this game I have that album that I like a lot. Okay, that is going to be it for this part. Next time we'll continue on with number 201. Nearly in the top 200. I've got to say, this is good. Right. Okay, thank you all for listening. I will see you all next time. Goodbye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are at number 201, which is Street Fighter EX plus Alpha. Yeah, this is a game which I believe is not generally seen as very good by many people, because it's a Street Fighter game that's 3D, and I do understand that there are a particular brand of die-hard fighting games that are really not into this game in particular, and it's generally not as put in as high a regard as, say, something like Street Fighter 2, which is seen as amazing. But speaking just from personal experience and just from my memories, and bearing in mind that I am not a big fighting game enthusiast, but I put this game at number 201. I do like the alpha characters, the EX alpha characters. Is that what they are? The alpha characters? Like Sakura and Skullomania, especially Skullomania. Skullomania is my favourite. Pull 'em and all that lot. The core concept is just as it would be in any fighting game where you can play through arcade mode, and if you complete it you will unlock the ending for that character. I did like how in this particular game, once you saw a character's ending, you unlocked it in this movie theatre, so you could actually go back and save on your memory card and then watch it again. Not that the endings in this game were very good, but it was something, I guess, and I like that. I also remember that M. Bison was the final boss, but if you did something, or you played on a high difficulty, or something like that, then you would end up fighting Akuma as the final boss. But I don't remember exactly what the criteria were. But I think what makes this game stand out, and what I did like about this game, was the practice mode. Because practice mode is, in most fighting games, it's just a thing that's there so that you can test out your different skills, so that you can see the buttons on screen as you press them to make sure that you're doing the combos right. You can set the enemy up to fight back or just stand there, so you can try out different skills. But practice mode in this game was used to actually unlock things. What happened was you had this big grid where each character was represented by a different row, and each square on that row indicated a different challenge that you had to do, and the further along the square was, the harder it was to do. So you'd have the first one, which might be something like do an air kick, or do this punch high punch thing, or do this uppercut and then kick them in the air, and you had to fulfill specific criteria as to complete this goal. And so what you ended up with was this grid of all these characters and different like checkboxes for each skill that you had managed to accomplish. And every time you completed one, you get a little firework and it would say success. And I remember the later ones were ones that I just could not do. I just couldn't do them. They were far out of my skill range. But I did actually manage to do one of Zangief's, because for one of Zangief's you have to do this double full circle thing, which is kind of like his, I think it's like a pile driver, where he grabs you upside down and then he spins around in the air and slams you against the floor. But it was sort of like a souped up, more powerful version of that. You had to use that on an enemy that kept jumping, and it was hard, but I did manage to do it, and I remember being so proud of myself. And then when you do it, there's a big firework explosion and it says success, and that is something that I would not see in any other skill because I couldn't do them, but I could do that one. And the more that you did this, you had this little bar that would fill up along the side, and you would unlock new characters. So for example, you'd have the evil Ryu, and then you'd have the evil Hokoto, I think she was called, and then you also had the two Cycloid, like Cycloid Beta, Cycloid Gamma. Is Cycloid the right word? I think they were Cycloids. But basically, one of them was like this bubble man, and then this other one was like this wireframe man. I remember there was one time where I actually designed my own Cycloid characters. Like I remember making like a Cycloid F, which was like this machine thing. It's strange, I know, but it was fun. And that is the first 300 games done. We are now on the top 200, and I know I say this after every 100, but seriously, like, that's 300 games done. I have talked about 300 games so far, and I still have 200 to go, but just 200. After the next 100, we'll be in the final stretch where I'll finally get to talk about my top 100 games. I'm just blown away by the whole thing. So let's get on with it. Let's get to that top 100. At number 200 is Shatter. This is a game I played on the PS3, and it's like one of those bat and ball game type things, apart from it's very advanced for one of those, because everything is so fluid. You actually have different abilities so that you can pull or push, and you want to be able to pull towards you because you want to attract all these little gems which kind of add up to your points, and that's what you want. But also by doing that, you also pull the blocks towards you and the little ball thing away as well. But if you blow away, then everything will travel in the opposite direction. And there is a lot of variety with the different types of blocks that you can have, and what is interesting is the way that they're connected, because sometimes you'll have blocks that are connected and sometimes you'll have different ways that they are connected to other blocks. And you can see it by the way that if you push or pull them, you can see them all flailing about in these different directions. Also, there's power-ups, as you probably would expect. There is extra lives, there's ones that make the ball more powerful, there's ones that make them more flexible on whether you're push or pulling them away, all sorts. But also you can spend your lives in order to release another ball into the field, and you can also spend your lives to shoot out a horde of bullets. So you've got that element of resource management as well. Now there is a trophy in this game for completing the whole game in one go, which I could never do, and I've never done it. There was one, I believe, for completing the bonus stages, which is where you just have the 3 separate ball things. Not really balls, they're like just things that you are meant to like knock away and stuff. And the idea is that the further you go, the more attracted towards you they get, and you have to make them last as long as possible. That was hard, but I did get a good score on that. And you also have different bosses as well. I remember the first boss is like this weird snake thing, but you can get the ball sort of trapped in between his parts, which makes it a lot easier. And I also remember there was a boss which was like this clock machine that I did get stuck on for quite a bit. But it's an interesting game. Number 199 is Dragon Quest, the original Dragon Quest. I played this in 2009 because I was interested to see what it was like, and I have to say this game was a big influence on Level Up Land. When I made Level Up Land, there are certain parts of it that I really took strong influence from Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is such a strange game to talk about because in some respects it's so good, but in other respects it's pretty dull. It's really hard to describe. It's kind of like one of those things of, oh, it was good at the time, but I really don't like those types of arguments because I think it's kind of silly to say that something was good but isn't good anymore. You know, if something's good, it's just good, and I'm not going to really get into the whole argument. But I will say that Dragon Quest was the first JRPG, so to speak. It was originally made to simplify games such as Wizardry and Akalabeth, I think they were called. But the best way I can describe it is that you have one goal in mind, which is to defeat the Dragon Lord. And the place that you start is just at the other side of this river of where the Dragon Lord resides. But the way that you get there is you have to complete different quests around the world map. Now, so many games these days boast about having a big open world, being about exploration. But man, Dragon Quest is seriously about that, because yet there is a lot of grinding, I will give you that, and you do have to kill a lot of enemies. It's the way that it works is that you go through and you have turn-based battles. It's just one character, your character, and one enemy at a time, and you're just fighting one-on-one. And you start with just the ability to use attacks, and you can collect items to be able to heal. But as you level up, you will acquire more abilities. So for example, there is the heal spell, which will heal you, and the hurt spell, which will hurt the enemy. Some very basic spells. There aren't many spells, but each spell in the game does have a very specific purpose to it. And you do learn the abilities in a very strict linear order, and it is completely level based, so there's no customization in that regard. There is customization in terms of equipment and stuff, but you will get spells such as Radiant, which will allow you to extend your view in dungeons, because there's a limited field of view in dungeons. Outside, which will allow you to teleport outside of a dungeon, and Return, which will send you back to the original castle where the save point is. And the core concept is that you start in this one area and almost the entire world is available to you straight up. It's just a case of being able to get there, having the levels, having the strength, having the confidence, having the will, and just being able to do it, and having the correct frame of judgment, being able to judge the difficulty of areas, being able to make decent preparations, and knowing where your limits are. A thing that games don't do so much these days. A lot of games these days are about just continuously go ahead, do it. Like you might have an open world game today where there's like 2,000 of a collectible scattered around this map, and you'll just do it. You'll just walk out and you'll just be like, right, there's a bunch of them, and you'll just do it. Not saying that those games don't have qualities to them, they absolutely do, but this is a game where you do have to really be careful with what you do. And for that, I think it's great. Also, what's interesting about this game, and this is a byproduct of it being long before the internet was a thing, was that important information was not obvious, and sometimes you'd have to talk to NPCs so that they could tell you things. But what was also interesting is that sometimes those NPCs would be across dangerous terrain, so you actually had to take damage in order to be able to learn information. That's also very interesting. So when it comes to open world and exploration and stuff, Dragon Quest, man. Dragon Quest has it. The only real downside I can give to this game is that the battles themselves are pretty simple, and in fact they're very simple, and you do have to do a lot of grinding. I'm sure there's techniques and stuff where you can find specific techniques that means that you won't have to grind so much, but there is a lot of grinding in this game. Number 198 is Crash Bash! This is basically the next stage up from the original Crash trilogy, apart from instead of it being a platform game, it was sort of like a party game. So you still had the same setup where you had all these different levels where they would give you crystals and relics and different items based on how well you performed, but it was set in such a way that it wasn't a platform game, you had to compete in these challenges. So for example, you might have this one which is kind of like this four-way Pong game, and you might have this one where you've got a pogo stick and you have to like jump across different squares and claim so many squares in order to win the game, and you had ones where you had to fight each other by picking different boxes and TNT boxes and throwing them at each other. It's an interesting game. Not really too much to say about it, but again, it does have that like original Crash Bandicoot 3 type system where you do go through like different warp rooms and you do have, you know, the bosses at the end of each part of the warp room, and you have the crystals and all that sort of stuff. It's really nice and a really fun game to play as well, and it's a pretty decent multiplayer game as well. I'm not a big fan of multiplayer, but you know, it's still, you kind of get the feeling that it was centered around multiplayer, but you don't have to play it multiplayer. You can still progress through all these levels without playing it multiplayer. But the story behind this game is quite strange because Aku Aku and Uka Uka are basically having an argument, and they have to decide whose friends are stronger through this series of tournaments, and you have these two different teams competing. It's strange, but it doesn't matter. It's a decent game. Number 197 is Croc Legend of the Gobbos. This is a game that Matthew showed me, and when he showed me it, I wanted it straight away. Such is the case when Matthew showed me games most of the time, I just wanted it. That's just how it was. Almost all the time that happened. But Croc is a 3D platform game. It uses tank controls, which I know people generally have issues with, but I don't. And in each world, you will have so many of these gobbos to save, these little orange creatures, and you don't have to save them. They're optional. But if you save enough of them in a set of levels, if you save all of them in a set of levels, you'll be getting this extra level, and there's 2 of these extra levels per world if memory serves me correctly, just like there's 2 bosses per world, and in those levels you'll be able to find a jigsaw piece. And there's 4 worlds overall, so you've got the regular foresty world, you've got the ice world, the desert world, and then the castle world, and if you collect all of the jigsaw pieces you'll get the 5th world, and I'll talk about the 5th world in a moment, but I'll just talk about the ways that you progress and you find the different gobbos and such. The health system kind of works on a Sonic style system where you'll collect these gems, and when you get hit you'll lose all of the gems and you have to like pick them back up, so it's like Sonic with rings. You'll also have these different boxes that you can smash by doing your air smash thing, and sometimes you don't want to do that because what's interesting is that the way that the gobbos are laid out in the level is that sometimes within the single playthrough of a level you might make one unobtainable, so you have to restart the level. Thankfully not the entire game for just smashing a box or something that's stupid like that, but you will have to restart a level. And you've also got some of them inside cages where you need to find the key to open the cage, and you've also got these pushy blocks and stuff. And also in these different stages you'll have secret doors where if you collect all of the coloured gems you'll be able to get into the secret door, and there might be like a gobbo there or something. So each world has 2 bosses, like a mid-world boss rather, and then an end-world boss, and then you'll move on to the next world. The final boss of the game is, well, the boss of World 4 is not necessarily the true final boss, so to speak, because if you collect all the jigsaw pieces, you'll go to the 5th world, and in the 5th world, what you have there is you have 5 levels. You have the first 4 levels, each of which is a rendition of each of the 4 worlds. So you'll have the grass level on world 5, the ice one, the desert one, and the castle one, and then you'll get to the final one, which is like this palace. And I believe I discovered this world before Matthew did, and I think I was quite proud of that because he had the game before me, but I think I discovered this world before he did. I'm not too sure about that, but I think that's what happened. But the final boss in the 5th world is something that caused me so much trouble because I had no idea what to do, and neither did he. And I know it's not normal for me to talk about final bosses, but I think this is such an important story in terms of this game that I just have to talk about it, because the final boss in this game is sort of like what I thought was meant to be like a ghost of the main villain, apart from instead of having like this mohawk, he has these spikes. It's like the ghost of Baron Dante, or it's like an alternate form of Baron Dante, I'm not so sure. And you have these platforms that are floating around over this big pit, and he's floating in the middle of this pit. And you have these 4 gongs around, and every time you hit a gong, he would scream. He'd go like, "Oh!" like in pain, and I didn't know what to do. Like I hit it, and he'd like scream in pain, and then it would just continue on forever. I think what you have to do is hit all of the gongs in a certain succession, like within a certain time limit. I think that's what you're meant to do, but I would just be on this level for ages, just hitting the gongs, gongs, it's a strange word, I know, but I would hit all the gongs, and he would just constantly scream, and nothing would happen. Number 196 is Penny Racers. Now, I'm going to do a bit of a throwback here, because do you remember back when I was talking about Battle of Washington, the first one, I was saying that I would eventually talk about another game where Takara had really good music. And this is it. This Penny Racers, it's Takara, it's the same company that made the original Battle Arena Toshinden, and they still have that same style of music, that same da-da-da-da-da-da style of music, and the music is really good, especially the Tunnel Under the Bridge theme, which is probably my favourite. Also, First Turnaround is another one of my favourite tracks being music tracks in this case. But let's talk about Penny Racers. Penny Racers is obviously a racing game. It's based on the Choro Q models, like the Japanese brand of little toy cars, and what's interesting about this game is that it's physics-wise not all that there. You start off very weak, you can barely turn. Crashing is so unrealistic and so unimpactful, it's kind of like you will vibrate when you hit a wall. It's very strange, but I just have to say that this game gave me a lot of entertainment at the time because it has a really nice single player mode where you do go through all these different stages and you do have to win at races in order to be able to get more money and upgrade your car to get more parts. And that is what I really liked about this game. And I think this is one of the very first games that brought that concept to me, the idea of repeating races and stuff. And something that I make quite a big deal of these days that I've noticed is that a lot of modern games, what they'll do is, because people have sort of accepted this mantra that it's bad to backtrack or it's bad to repeat stuff, so what modern games will do is they'll just have loads of something. Regardless of the actual variation there, they'll have loads of races. Like, you might have all these races scattered around the map, or all these collectibles scattered around the map, and they'll all be very similar, and they might go along the separate race tracks, which may be the same race tracks many times, but they'll always like tweak it a little bit. So like this time you don't have speed boost or something, but where you could look at Penny Racers and you can see it is just grinding. It's the same thing over and over again, but the differences come in the fact that you gain your money and you gain extra parts and you can upgrade your car, and that is what makes it stand out. And the more that you play, the more racetracks you unlock, and you actually cannot reach first place at the beginning of the game with your starting car. It's just not possible. But also as you play, you'll unlock the Grand Prix and like the World Tour, and you will come across faster cars, and the main one that always sticks out to me is the Black Mary, who would always win if you weren't upgraded enough. Black Mary would always come first, or second if you were good enough. Also, there's a secret shop that you also unlock by playing more, and it plays this music which it's quite a creepy, slow music. It's hard to describe. It's like da 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 da, and the menu is listed as a question mark. And my brother used to do this strange action with like his finger and his mouth. Like, it's so hard to I can't describe it in words, but it was just so funny seeing him do that, and it's sort of like become like a meme between us, kind of like how Merlin from Bugs Bunny Lost in Time was sort of like a meme between us. That was pretty funny. But Penny Racers is a game that my brother likes a lot. He ranks it higher than I do, but even still, this whole thing of unlocking new races and unlocking more dangerous races as well, because you unlock like a mountain stage where you can fall off and have to repeat part of the race because you've fallen behind, because you've fallen off the edge of this mountain. It's something that I really got into, and like I say, the music is excellent. So that wraps it up for this episode. Thank you all for listening. I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are currently at number 195, and that is Sengoku Basara. Samurai Heroes. Now, this is a game in the Musou style. I would say like the warrior style, like Dynasty Warriors and Samurai Warriors and all that, but apparently it's called Musou, the category of game that it belongs in. Now, this game in particular is a Capcom game, and it takes place in Japan, like as you would expect with Samurai Warriors. After all, the phrase Samurai Heroes is in the title, but it's not exactly Samurai Warriors. It does have that basic formula that you'd expect from these types of games, and that is that you are one character and you have an arena of many different enemies, and you hack and slash them away and they die really quickly. And of course you'll have enemy officers which take a bit more in order to be able to kill them. Now, in this game, each character does have their own specific story mode that you take them through, and through that you'll be gathering different resources that you will find along the way. One of the things I remember about this game is that sometimes you'll have enemies that are sort of inside this contraption, so you have to attack the contraption and it will explode or something strange like that. And something that actually rather annoyed me about this game is that, and I suppose this is only a small thing, is that when you pause the game, you have to press start to unpause the game. You can't just press circle to get out of the menu, because you press start to get into the menu, and usually in these games I'll just press circle to exit out, but you can't do that. You have to press start, and that caught me off guard so many times. I know it sounds like such a small thing, but it's something that over and over again I kept trying to press circle, and I was like, oh, you've got to press start to get out. Number 194 is Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. This is a GameCube game, and I actually got this game in the big box rather than the regular box, because this was one of those games where you could attach your Game Boy Advance to the console and use your Game Boy Advance as a controller. And I know this was a very GameCube type thing, and they did this quite a lot with the GameCube, but the best way that I can describe this game is that it's a series of levels. It takes place in this sort of hack and slash type format, I suppose, although you do have the magic spells that you would expect in a Final Fantasy game, and you do have all the different monsters that you would expect in Final Fantasy games, like you've got the Tomberries and the Malboros and all that. But the gimmick of this game is that the world is taken over by all this miasma, and you have to carry this crystal thing around with you in order to be able to walk through the different areas. Now, depending on how many people you're playing with, sometimes it will be that one character will have to carry this thing around with you and everyone else can then go and fight, or possibly you can have a Moogle carry it for you, and the Game Boy Advance controller is used as a map thing, and I did use it. Now, the way that I remember this game works in terms of leveling, which you would expect from a Final Fantasy game, it's more so that when you complete a level, you will have a list of options of upgrades that you can choose. So it might be a boost to your strength or a boost to some other stat, and that pool of buffs, or boosts rather, you will have access to that same select pool every time that you replay and recomplete the stage, apart from when you select one, that will be gone from the next time you play through. So say if it's like 8 or something, it means you can play the level 8 times to get all of the rewards for it. I may be mistaken there, it's been a long time since I've played or even seen this game, so I may be making an error there, I don't know. Number 193 is Spyro 2 Gateway to Glimmer, or as it's known in America as Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. And this is the second game in the Spyro the Dragon series. If you couldn't tell by the number 2, I don't know why I had to explain that. But the basics of how Spyro works is that you play as Spyro, who's a dragon, and you can't fly as this dragon, only in select stages, but you can glide, and your main forms of attacks are charging and breathing fire, and you'll have different enemies that require different attacks to be able to destroy. So you might have large enemies which you can't charge into, or they might have this protective armor, which fire wouldn't work against that. But you've always got these things to collect, like you've got gems, which is a staple of the Spyro series. But this game introduced a few characters, and it also introduced Moneybags, who everyone knows. And Moneybags, basically what he does is, at several points in the game, he will stop you and say, give me some money and I will give you this ability, or I will open this bridge for you, or whatever. And so that's how you progress through the different stages. You need to get enough gems in order to be able to pay Moneybags. Now, the aim of Spyro 2 is to get as many orbs as you can and as many of the talismans as you can, and each of the worlds in this game are based on different seasons, and the first 2 worlds each level will have orbs and each level will have talismans. So you collect the talisman for completing the level properly, and then you collect the orbs by fulfilling different tasks that different NPCs will ask you to do. And then when you get to the third world, which is the winter world, there aren't any more talismans, so suddenly each level just has orbs to it. And this is a very strange game to talk about because, for one, this is a game that I had, but I think my disc broke, so I wasn't eventually able to play it anymore. Not so much that it physically broke, but it just stopped working for some reason. And also, I have some sort of vague memory of playing this game in black and white. It may have been an NTSC copy that I had copied, so I don't know why that was. I do believe I did play this game in colour at some point, but I have this vague memory of playing it in black and white. I think I had it in black and white and then I eventually got it in colour. It's a strange thing, and it's a strange game to talk about because it's strange how little I remember of it when thinking back to it. Number 192 is Clonor 2, Lunatia's Veil. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but is it Lunaties or Lunatias? I don't know. But the story is that I got this game on PS2 shortly after I got my PS3, or maybe about the same time, or maybe a little bit before. But I remember I played this game late 2008, about November, which was shortly after I got my PS3. And I played this game probably on my PS3 because I had a 60GB backwards compatible PS3 at the time. And the best way that I can describe this game, I suppose, is that it's a 2.5D platformer. And by 2.5D, what I mean is that it plays as if it's a 2D game, but graphically things will swerve around and go in and out, but it still plays like a 2D game, although there are parts where you'll have to like aim a shot at something towards you or away from you, like in and out of the screen rather than just side to side, which is also interesting. Generally, you have this ability to make a little zap which will allow you to grab these enemies, and you can use that to make a sort of extra high double jump. And so the enemies were kind of used in this puzzle sort of way, where they weren't just an obstacle that you had to get past or you just had to get rid of them. You had to use them as well in order to be able to reach certain areas. And that was quite interesting. The one thing that I thought was quite funny about this game, and it's not something that's a big deal or anything, or something that people would really notice, but at the time it was just something that I noticed, and I just thought, isn't that weird? I thought, isn't it weird how you've got this one level where it's like a factory and there's like a countdown to an explosion and you have to escape from the area before the countdown reaches 0 and before it explodes. But if you get caught in the explosion, what will happen is Clonor will sort of spin around on the spot and then get dizzy and then fall over. And I'm thinking, that wouldn't happen in an explosion. That's silly. But, you know, it's a silly PS2 platformer game, I suppose. Actually, one story I should mention about this that I completely forgot about, that I've just remembered right now, is that when I got my PS2, it came with a demo disc, and I found a few games on that demo disc. And one of those games was Clonor 2, and it was the first level of Clonor 2, where it's all rainy and you are around this castle, or maybe a lighthouse or something. Memory's a bit vague there. I remember it's rainy, it's all got loads of bricks everywhere, and it's like you're surrounded by water. And so this was one of the few games that introduced me to the PS2, for, you know, when I got my PS2, and one of the early games that made me see what PS2 graphics was like. But I can't believe I forgot about that story until just now. Number 191 is Riptide GP2, and I recognise this is the third game in a row that is the second in the series. That's strange, but purely coincidental. This game is a racing game, it's a jet ski game basically, and you've got this series of races, and it's basically like a mobile game. It very much fits the mobile game setup, you know, where you've got a series of levels, and each level has 3 stars that you can earn, so you have to earn stars, and you can use those stars to unlock new levels and stuff, and you can also level up by doing races, and you can win money by doing races. I actually got this bundled with Beach Buggy Racing, which I talked about ages ago, but I played this game on Boxing Day, mostly, of 2015. I didn't get it for Christmas. I don't think I did, at least. I maybe bought it on Christmas or bought it around that time, but I remember playing this game. I remember just staying in my room, and I had the big box of jelly beans that I'd been given for Christmas the day before. If you come from a country that doesn't celebrate Boxing Day, Boxing Day is basically the day after Christmas. So I played this game, and I did do quite a bit of grinding because you do need money and levels in order to be able to upgrade your jet ski. And I quite like the format in how it works, and I think this is becoming a more common thing in that you have a series of different vehicles that you can buy in set order, and there's an obvious tiering system from the bottom to the top, but also each of those vehicles also has their own stats that you have to level up, and whether that be through leveling up just by doing races and stuff, or by spending money, the concept is that you have to either spend money in order to be able to get something better so that you can then earn more money, or save up your money so that then you can afford something better than that. But of course you're going to be earning money slower because you haven't upgraded to a faster jet ski. Also, what this game did was a lot of tricks. You also had to upgrade tricks as you leveled up as well, and you spent points to learn different tricks. And there were certain tiers of tricks, and the way that you activated them was by using the 2 analog sticks on the PS4. It's a PS4 game, by the way. I'm sure it's like all over the consoles and Steam and all that as well, but I played it on PS4, and you have to use both those analog sticks to push them into different directions. So it may be that you push them both up, or it may be that you push one up and one down, or like inwards or outwards, and that will do some sort of trick. And the higher tier tricks, you would have various different stages to your tricks. It would take more analog movement in order to get them completely done, and I didn't have a problem with this. Like I always say, I always generally have a problem when it comes to button combination, when it comes to that style of input, but with this I kind of just got used to it. And it also worked on a sort of degrading system where if you used one trick more than once in a race, the effectiveness of that trick would go down over time, so you'd get less and less points for doing it. And the reason you'd want to do tricks is so that you can get this turbo bar so that you could zoom forward. And so I would play through the level, and I would just sort of get into this flow where I was going around and I would think to myself, right, da da da, and I would think of like the different tricks in my mind, and I could do the button combinations. I didn't really have a problem with it. I remember there's an episode of The Final Bosman where he talks about Riptide GP2. He talks about how bad it is, and I think Total Biscuit also once ripped on this game, no pun intended there, but he also ripped on this game as well, saying, oh, it's very basic. But to be honest, for the one day and the bit that I played this, because I did play it pretty much entirely on Boxing Day, it was how I spent my Boxing Day, I enjoyed it over that time. Number 190 is Lemmings. This was one of the very first games I got. In fact, I believe this was technically the very first game I ever got. I don't think it was the first game I played, but in 1992, I believe it was, when I got my Amiga for Christmas. Amazing how we jumped from Christmas 2015 in the previous game to Christmas of 1992 in this game. But yeah, I got my Amiga Christmas 1992, and with the Amiga came bundled with it Lemmings, and I played Lemmings. So this is the original Lemmings, and I've talked about other Lemmings previous to this, but this was where I was introduced to the concept of Lemmings. And although, like I said, not the very first game I played, but on the very first day that I played games, I played this game. And so I've described Lemmings a few times. You've got the different levels where you have the Lemmings pop out and they'll just walk forward. You have to select different roles for them to do, and then you can click on them and they will continue on doing that job that you've assigned to them, whether it's digging through walls, or digging through the ground, or mining, or building, or setting them off to explode, or giving them an umbrella so that they can fall safely from high distances. And so you had different difficulty settings. So the very first difficulty setting was fun mode, and in fun mode you started off with very, very basic levels. For example, the first level of fun mode is called Just Dig, and the only type of lemming that you have is a digger. You can't fail it unless you either explode all your lemmings or just wait around for the time to run out, or if you get them to the bottom part of the level and you just make them dig through the floor so that they fall into the river. But the concept is basically just you dig through the first part of the floor and then all the lemmings will get to the end. And then the second level is something like use floaters for this. So you'll have the lemmings drop out and you basically just have to give them umbrella one by one, so they'll all fall down to safety and they'll all be able to walk into their home all nice and safely. But then the third level would be use blockers here. So you'd have a series of levels which is very designated to using specific types of lemmings. Just it's a sort of teaching tool as to how to use each individual one. And I also remember that this game used a lot of very classical music. Obviously not the original rendition because it's an Amiga. It had to use the Amiga sound fonts and all that to be able to create these music. But of course I didn't recognise that there were pieces of classical music until I think my dad might have pointed out it to me. Like for example, the first level uses the can, and you've also got one which I think uses like the Nutcracker, and you've got Swan Lake, and there's also other tracks like How Much Is That Doggy in the Window. I also remember there was a 2-player mode in this game as well, and the way that 2 players worked is that you each had your own set of lemmings, and I don't remember whether or not if it was competitive, so you had to save your lemmings better than the other person, or you had to save your lemmings with your partner to save a total percentage of lemmings. I don't remember, but I do remember that your opponent's lemmings, or the player 2's lemmings rather, the colours are inverted, so instead of having a blue shirt and green hair, they'd have a green shirt and blue hair. And I don't know where this comes from, but I sort of grew this understanding. Now, this has been long abolished within my mind. I have never thought about this since, but I have this memory of playing 2 players on Lemmings, or at least trying it out, and it being just the first level of 1 player, but with 2 players controlling it. Now, that memory has to be false. I believe it must be a false memory. It must just be me with my very young mind being confused and not understanding, you know, just basic game options and stuff. But that's the memory that I have. And so I sort of gained this understanding, so to speak, that whenever you played a game 2 players for the first time, it would be different from how that game would usually be 2 players. And I sort of got this idea in my head, and then I eventually just stopped and thought, why did I ever think that? It's just one of those things that you sort of like believe as a kid that you've got no real evidence for, but you just sort of believe it. Like, also when I was young, I didn't understand the concept of change when it came to money, but I'm not going to go into that now. But I will talk about some of the different levels apart from just the early ones on fun mode. Because when you go through the different difficulty settings, so you can choose fun, and then there's tricky, and taxing, and then mayhem. And I remember trying tricky and having some problems with it, and I don't remember anything about the start of taxing. But mayhem, the first level of mayhem, I'm going to have to like look up a video or something, because at the start of that level I just remember looking at it and thinking, what? Because you start and it's like you have to save like a really high percentage of lemmings, but you only get like a few lemmings, and maybe you have to save 2 or something, I don't know. But you start with your lemmings falling to their death because their drop is too high from the start, and then you got this kind of like this maze made out of metallic blocks that you can't destroy, and you start at the left, and so you have to kind of go like down and then up and then round, and I'm just thinking, and this is me being as young as I was, this is ridiculous. How you ever meant to do that? Maybe now I could look at it and figure it out, but back then I didn't have a clue. Of course, I was 4 years old. There was no way I would. But even over the years of having an Amiga, and you know, I didn't have the Amiga for that long, but even then I just didn't even bother. There are actually 2 variations of Lemmings, I believe, where the first level of Mayhem is different on both of them. I know there's one variation of Lemmings where the first level on Mayhem, it's kind of like this metallic maze, apart from it's rather symmetrical and everything's like on the inside and you've got to try to get them out. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one where everyone starts at the left and you've got to try to get to the right. But one last thing I want to mention about this game is that the different levels that you went through, sometimes you would come across another level, which is kind of like a reprise, is it called, or a reprieve? I don't know, but something like that, where you have the same level, as in it's set up and it looks the same, everything's structured the same, but you'll have different requirements, you'll have different resources, and so you went through different levels, which were the same level, so to speak, but it was set up differently, so you had to work things out differently. And the one that I always hated the most, not necessarily the hardest, but one that I always found the most annoying, and I think a lot of people might agree with me on this, is that there's one particular brand of level where you've only got diggers, that is the diggers that go downwards, and you've got two platforms, this very long platform at the bottom where the end is, and this very long platform at the top where they all start, and the gap is so small that you have to make a lemming dig, but you can't have more than one lemming fall down the same hole because that small difference is the difference between life and death. So you have to get every lemming to dig through the floor, but you have to get them all to dig their own individual hole. It's really, really tricky when you get to the late stages and you've got like 30 lemmings or however many lemmings, and you have to make sure that you click on each one individually. There's no challenge to it mentally. You have to make sure that you click on them all individually, and you also have to make sure that you make them dig as far to the right as you can so that you can fit them all on. Like there's some of them where you have to really like get to the very edge, like okay, you dig there, and then the next one along you dig right next to them, and the next one you dig right next to them. If any of you know the level or the level structure that I'm talking about and you find it as annoying as I did, please let me know. But I'm going to end this part here. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We will continue on right now from where we left off, and we are at number 189, and this is Sonic Adventure 2. This is a game that in recent times seems as though people have started to love to hate it, and people saying about how terrible this game is. This is a game where, I suppose similar to Sonic Adventure 1, it's a game that I think the people who hate it are making such a big deal over nothing. I mean, it's not that bad. There's plenty of decent things about this game, but equally so, people can treat this game as if it's amazing, and I've got to say to them, it's not that great really. I really do have to take that sort of middle ground position when it comes to the Sonic Adventure games. But what's interesting about Sonic Adventure 2 is that it's actually Sonic Adventure 2 Battle that I played. It was the GameCube version that I played, and I was first introduced to this game from my friend Josh because he had a GameCube and he had Sonic Adventure 2 on it, and he also had some other games on it as well, and those games were part of what made me want to get a GameCube. And so I did get a GameCube, and then I showed my friend Bridge my GameCube and I showed him Sonic Adventure 2, and that made him get a GameCube, and he got Sonic Adventure 2. But as for what makes Sonic Adventure 2 different from the original Sonic Adventure, for one, there's no hub world, which I think most people agree that's a good thing. You just go from one level to the next. Secondly, instead of having 5 or 6 different characters, each with their own abilities and stuff, you instead just have groups that you can choose between. There's the hero side and then there's the dark side, and you go through both of these stories. Each one of them has 3 characters. So on the hero side you've got Sonic, Tails and Knuckles, and then on the dark side you've got Shadow, Robotnik and Rouge. And Shadow is basically a copy of Sonic, and you've got Robotnik, which is the same as Tails, and then Rouge, which is the same as Knuckles. And you basically have these series of levels that you go through one after the other, and then once you've completed that you have the final story, or the last story rather, in which you then go to complete the story. Sonic and Shadow stages are what you'd expect from a 3D Sonic game. Platforming, going really fast, grinding on rails, hitting speed boosts, homing in on enemies with your air attack, which is a very 3D Sonic thing, and all of that stuff. The Tails and Robotnik stages are kind of like the Gamma stage from the first Sonic Adventure, so you have to go through, Tails is in like this machine, this, what's it called? I forget what it's called, the Tornado is it called? In his like little airplane thing, and walks along, and Robotnik is the same in his egg machine, and you have to shoot lasers out to destroy different robots and break off certain locks and all that. And then Knuckles and Rouge's stages are the same as Knuckles' stages in the first one, which is where you have to go around hunting for the different emerald pieces, and you've got the little blinker that like leaps up to say whether you're so close to it or not, or whatever. And so you basically got these series of stages. Now, the Chow Garden in this game, I did play more than I did in the original game. I actually did play it. And the way that the Chow Garden works is that in a level, if you find the Chow Key, you will unlock the Chow Garden, so you can go into the Chow Garden. And also, in these levels, you'll find different animals that you can collect and different little glowy sticks. And you can give these glowy sticks and animals to your Chow, and the animals will transform them in a way and up their stats, and the glowy sticks will just up their stats. And what you want to do with your Chows is you want to be able to get them so strong so that they can compete in different events. The main one being races. So you might have one that can run fast, or you might have one with the high swimming ability, so that if it goes into the water it will be able to travel faster. Or there might be a gliding ability where they can glide across and avoid the water bit so that they can go straight onto the climbing bit. But then of course if they can glide, you don't need them to swim as much in that instance or climb as much, because they'll hit a higher part of the wall. But that's the idea, you have to try to train them up. And also, depending on who you look after them with, they will become either a hero Chow or a dark Chow, and they will go into their corresponding different Chow gardens, so it's like the heaven and the hell one. So if you start patting them on the head with Sonic, they'll become the hero Chow type, and if you do it with Shadow or whatever, they'll become the dark Chow type. Also, each level you can replay and you are given a variety of different tasks to do. So you'll have the basic level, and then you'll have the challenge of get 100 rings, and then you'll get the find the secret Chow. And so each level you'll have these different challenges, and each challenge you'll be given a rating. So it'll be a rating from E to A depending on how well you've done. And if you can get all A's, you can unlock Green Hill Zone, which I never did, but yay, you can do that. Number 188 is Spyro Year of the Dragon. This is the third Spyro the Dragon game, and again, I surprisingly don't remember too much of this. I don't think it differed that much from Spyro 2, but there are a few things that I do remember that do differ. I remember there's a skateboarding part where you have to ride around on a skateboard and do tricks to get points. What's funny is that when I played this game, it was around the same birthday, I believe, that I got the Tony Hawk games that my friend JP was also into. JP is a friend who I knew from the childcare centre that I went to, and so he came over to my house for my birthday. I also remember that you had to go through these other levels where you played as different characters. So for example, there was one that was a kangaroo, and there was one that was a monkey with a gun. And JP, he would, we were kids, and we made like this stupid joke about the character Octo, who was a Kellogg's character. He advertised the different variety packs, and we sort of made like what would today would be called a meme about, you know, Octo's variety packs. And so we'd refer to things as Octo or refer to things as To, and we referred to drinking something as Ock. It's stupid, I know, but that's how we were. And so he would just make me laugh. He would say things like "To kangaroo, come on, To kangaroo," and it would make me laugh. But yeah, that's that. Number 187 is Sorcery Saga Curse of the Great Curry God. Now, this is a game on the Vita. It's a RPG. It's like a roguelike RPG. And let me tell you something. This is something that has applied to a few games, and something that people generally tend to like the option to do this in this game, but when it's like forced upon, like it, and that is Japanese voice acting. And it's nothing to do with Japanese language, right? Nothing to do with that. It's just the fact that I don't like subtitles in general. I don't like hearing things in languages that I can't understand. I'd rather just have something play in a language that I do understand, and, well, the only one being English. I have a very, very limited understanding of German. Haven't learned any of that for ages. I had a school-based level of understanding of German, but I just don't like it when you can't play English voices. It's just, to me, it's just irritating. And I know I would rather that they release the game without the ability to localize the voice acting than to not release it at all, but it's just a thing I feel worth mentioning, I suppose. Although that being said, Battle Royale is one of my favourite films, and it's in Japanese. But anyway, yeah, it's a roguelike, and it's something to do with, there's this curry that's really, really good, and the evil bad guys want the curry to take over this business and stuff. And you have to go through these randomly generated floors, which is generally what you do with a roguelike, but I mostly just wanted to rant about the lack of an English voice option, if I'm honest. Yeah, I haven't played this game too much, but I certainly did enjoy it for the amount that I did play, and I still have quite a bit to learn in regards to it, but yeah, I like the risk nature that comes with these roguelike games. Number 186 is Phantasy Star Online Episode 3, Card Revolution. Now, this is one of the Phantasy Star Online games, obviously, and I know that Phantasy Star Online has a big following, and Phantasy Star, I've noticed, has really taken this online thing seriously. Like, if you look at the old Phantasy Star games, they are just like RPGs, but the more recent ones, they're all like online games, so you got Phantasy Star Online, and this is one that didn't really take off. I know I hear all the time about, Phantasy Star Online 1 and 2, but this is one I never hear anything about. But I got it anyway, and I've got to say, I had some fun with it. Even though playing the game, it's very obvious from the outset that a lot of it is based on the online component, which I never really could do because it was a GameCube game and I didn't have my GameCube connected. So there was obvious features that were centered around that, such as the different chat options and all that sort of stuff. But the way that this game worked is that it was like a strategy game with cards, but it also had this set grid, so you had to do battle with your opponent on this grid, and you collected cards, and it was depending on whether you were on the good side or the evil side, was depended on what type of cards you got. So if you were on the good side, you got weapons, and the weapon cards would allow you to attack in different directions and by different amount of spaces. And the evil side, they got monster cards, so you could put monsters onto the battlefield. And also in between turns, you roll dice to determine different factors such as your attack and defense. And so, even though I couldn't get into the online thing from a technical standpoint, as in I literally couldn't get to it, I still enjoyed the strategic and the turn-based, card-based nature of this game. I just wish that, they would focus less on this online MMO type of gameplay, because I'm really not into that, and I wish that they would focus more on just making deep single-player games, because I feel that they probably could do it. Phantasy Star's a big name, they could do something there, or maybe they have and I'm just not aware of it, but okay. Number 185 is Prinny. Can I really be the hero? Yes, that is the name of the game. Can I really be the hero? This is based on a character that is a Prinny. A Prinny being a Disgaea species. If you don't know anything about the Disgaea universe, the way that it works is that Prinnies are these exploding penguins that are basically reincarnated from other creatures, and it's sort of like a lower form on the karma thing. So it's like the worst life that you led, you will be more likely to be reincarnated as a Prinny. That's the story behind it, and they're like the butt of every joke. But this game doesn't play like a Disgaea game. It's a platform game, and the story behind it is that it's something to do with Etna's cake. I mean, it's not important. It's not something that really stands out. It's something just silly, which is fine, It's something to do with Etna wanting a cake, and then you have to go and kill people for some reason pertaining to the lost cake. And what makes this game stand out is that you have 1,000 lives. I don't know exactly what happens if you run out of lives. I think it's just game over. But yeah, you have 1,000 lives, and you basically have to go through all these series of levels. And you've got, as you'd expect, different bosses and all that. It's what you'd expect from a platform game. Apart from two things to point out. One, you do have this big powerful air attack where you jump in the air and then you can shoot out all these different swords. That's like a Prinny attack. So you throw loads of swords and it causes like this line of explosion, and that's how you defeat many of the enemies. And also if you do that, the camera twists around, so you've got this different view to it. But also, and this is something that people I know have had a lot of trouble with in the past, that to me is just an interesting quirk of the game, is that you can't change your trajectory mid-jump. If you jump on the spot, you will just jump straight up. If you hold right and jump, you will do a rightwards jump. You can't jump and then sort of slow down your jump or turn around in the air. You just have to dedicate yourself towards a particular jump. And sure, it means that you don't have complete control over your actions 100% of the time, every second of the game, but it adds this level of weight to your jumping, and it adds this level of care that you need to take when making such a decision as how you're going to jump. I also remember I got to a boss which was really hard. I ended up losing loads of lives on, and it's like this weird dragon head where he's got this giant horn, and you have to sort of remember the pattern of when he's going to shoot out fire and where the fire is going to go, and when he's going to try to stab the ground, and you have to time it so well. It's hard, but I've got to say, the whole jumping thing and the whole 1,000 lives thing is something that I can totally get behind. The 1,000 lives thing is just amazing in a way. Like, no other game would do that, but this game does, and I really like it for it. Number 184 is Shaun White skateboarding. Now, if I have to give one piece of advice to anyone playing this game for the first time, it would be this. It's not Tony Hawk's. This is something that you really have to try to get used to, because if you're used to playing Tony Hawk games, this is going to cause you some trouble, because you really got to try to adapt to the controls. Now, I played this game, say, 2014, and I got it as a free PS Plus game, and the way that this game works is sort of different to how a Tony Hawk game point-wise, as well as control-wise, but point-wise as well. In a Tony Hawk game, you would have a set amount of time to get so many points, and you would have to do certain tricks and connect them in such a way. But the way that it works in Shaun White skateboarding is it's more to do with just the combos that you build up. You don't have this static number of points that you get so much, is that you do have this thing called flow, and flow as you do tricks builds up, and it is counted by a number, so you do have like this point system, but that number goes down, and so you have to sort of maintain flow, as it's called, and so that you can keep this number up high. And the reason you want to do that is that the story behind the game is really silly, but also kind of interesting as well, because you would expect it to be sort of realistic, wouldn't you? You'd expect something like with the Tony Hawk games, you would expect it to be something like, oh, you got to compete in these different challenges to prove that you're the best skater, or hey, there's a new skater on the block and they want to make it big in the world of skateboarding, so send in your tape. No, it's not like that. Basically, the world is being taken over by this evil government that has, for lack of a better term, outlawed coolness. That's the best way I can describe it. So all of these characters are walking around with suits and briefcases, and everywhere is just flat, and you will have like certain like ledges to grind across and stuff, and if you build up a certain level of floor, you will unleash this wave of floor or something, or the best way I can describe it, coolness. And so you'll have these different characters walking around, and then once you've performed a certain amount of tricks, it will colour in the area, and by doing that, you make the characters cool again. They don't use the word cool in the game, it's just the best word I can describe. So you'll have this one guy who's walking around in this briefcase, and not in a briefcase, with a briefcase, and then your master will say, like, unleash him from this evil anti-cool energy stuff, and so you'll do it, and then he'll be like, whoa, dude, thanks for saving me, man, and you then have to do tricks to unleash this cool wave to make ramps in the roads and stuff. It's so weird, but I love it. I just have to laugh at the weirdness, and I just find it interesting. But you do learn different techniques, aside from just all these different skills, but you do learn different techniques as to be able to form your own ramps. Like there's some parts where you have to control the wave of the ramp, or you have to form this grinding rail in order to be able to get from one place to the other. And the further you go, you'll unlock more stages of floor so that you can get to the different stages, which will allow you to expand different areas and unlock new areas that require certain levels of flow. And it just takes place in this open world setting, like I've already mentioned with Tony Hawk's Project 8, and the problem is still the same in that it's very hard to distinguish each place from each other because everywhere feels the same. Apart from there's a theme park, and to me the theme park stands out as so different from the rest of the game, which is a shame because it would be nice if each place sort of had its own theme going for it, but it doesn't. And if I've got any complaints to make about this game, one of them is that, for me at least, it's really tricky to try to get into the controls. There was one time where I was freeing Shaun White from this prison, and I think I was playing as him for a bit, and you have sort of like this ball, and you have to try to get out of the ball, and I didn't understand the controls enough to be able to escape out of it. I was thinking, can I just like grind out of it? But no, it's really tricky. And also, one thing I would have to criticize this game for is that some of the challenges, not the mandatory ones, but the optional ones, some of them are really stupid. Like there's ones where you have to smash all of these different posts, but in order to be able to smash them, you have to jump on them, directly on them. You can't ollie over them, or near them, or go next to them, or into them. You have to land on top of them, and it's so tedious trying to land exactly on top of these different posts. It's stupid. Number 183 is Critter Crunch, and I believe this was also a game I got on my PS3 through PS Plus, and this one I played around 2010, around the end of 2010, and this is basically a puzzle action game where you have all of these different creatures, like different insects on the top of the screen, and you have to go back and forth and use your tongue to grab the different insects and shoot them back up so that the bigger creatures can eat those ones, and if they do, then the ones above them, if they're bigger, they can eat those ones. And the idea is you want to to build up this chain reaction of different insects eating different other insects, and you have to sort of rearrange them, because sometimes you could grab them and then spit them back out so that you could rearrange them in these different ways so that you could then eventually build up a combo. But it did eventually get to the point for me where it's really hard. And you also have to like feed this child version of the creature that you are by vomiting rainbows into their mouth. That is like the weirdest, most disgusting / beautiful thing ever, but you have to do that in order to progress through certain levels. It's strange, but I had some fun with this game. But I'm going to end this part here. I will continue on next time from number 182. So thank you all for listening and watching and just generally taking part, you lovely, lovely people. If you've stuck this far, you are a lovely person. Thank you all for watching. See you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 182, which is Prince of Persia, and I am referring to the 2008 reboot, not the original game. This is a game which I believe is panned by many, but also praised by some, although it's quite a strange game to talk about really. This was the second Platinum trophy I ever got, was for this game. I played this game around 2009, but I think I played it during the start of 2010. I may have played it a little bit in 2009, I'm not sure, but I definitely played it at the start of 2010, and I had quite a bit of fun with it. The way that this game works fundamentally is that it's sort of like a platform action adventure type game, apart from the combat is terrible, and really the combat only exists for the sake of having combat in it, I believe. The way that it works is that you have the central area, and then from that point you have 4 different branches, each leading to their own individual paths, and on each path is one of the 4 main bosses. So there's the Hunter, the Alchemist, the Concubine, and the big stone thing. Obviously it's not called the big stone thing, but I don't really remember what it's called. Is it the Guardian or something? Maybe? Something like that. But combat is very basic. You can't lose. You really, really can't. You can get knocked down over and over again, but the only thing that you will lose by being knocked out or something is that the boss will recover some of its health. So it's just basically a case of chipping away at its health eventually over time. It is terrible, trust me, it is terrible. The combat is just awful. And you've got these different button combinations to do different attacks, and different bosses will have different abilities, so one of them might grab you a lot, in which you have to do a quick time event in order to escape, or some of them you may not be able to do damage until you do a specific thing. But combat is as basic as it could possibly be, and that even goes for the final boss and all that as well. But the main core of this game is the platforming and the exploration. You have each of these different spots on the map, and like I said at the start, you've got these 4 different directions that you can go, and you will reach one point on each of them where Elika can do this big thing, and all of the flowers will come back, everything will bloom, and then all of the light seeds will appear, and each area has a set amount of light seeds that you can collect. Also what you can do is you can get these different abilities, but the abilities are usually just a case of getting the ability and then finding the panel which activates the ability and then have that thing act out for you. In terms of traversing and actually getting around the different areas, the way that that works is that you have a few simple button commands. So for example, you have the X button to jump, and I'm going to use PS3 controls here because that's what I played it on. You have X button to jump, you have the triangle button to let Elika grab you and push you along a bit extra, so kind of like a double jump thing. And you can also press circle to grab on a thing, and so usually each individual segment will be comprised of these individual little challenges. So you may have a bit where you have to run across the roof and you'll have these hoops that you have to grab, and so basically the way that works is that you go onto the pole that you're near, press X to jump off it, and then press circle about the time you get to all of the loops. And then if there's like an extra large jump at the end, you'll have to press X and then triangle to get Elika to push you across. Everything is designed very, very much around these very basic core concepts of press the button and the thing happens. But each area is set up more than just the one branch, because each of those branches sort of splits off into different areas. So you can have, say for example, the path that leads to where the hunter is can split off into 4 separate areas, but you will need different abilities in order to be able to go around to the different places and all that, so that you can eventually get to the ground in which you get Elika to do her magic thing and then spread all the seeds and everything becomes pretty and colourful again. This game does involve quite a lot of backtracking, so you will need to go to previous areas to get light seeds that you couldn't get before because you didn't have the appropriate power to be able to get to the different areas with the different light seeds. And then once you've done all that, you've got the final area, and that will have a big string of challenges where you have to do all this big series of stuff all in one go. The game is fundamentally very easy, but it's a very, very strange game to talk about because it's a game that I do enjoy and I do like it, but it's so hard for me to describe anything in such a way that describes why I do, because when I describe things it sounds like, in some, not all regards, but in some regards it sounds like the antithesis of things that I find annoying in games, such as you can't lose. But then again, I suppose I just like the whole adventure feel of it anyway. It's so hard to describe, and I don't want to go around in circles just me saying it's really hard to describe, but it absolutely is. But I want to talk about a memory that I have in regards to this game and what I associate it with, because I associate this game with my laptop having a virus, because around this time, early 2010, my laptop had this virus where it would every so often just play music, and it was so strange. My laptop, it would just, out of nowhere, at random intervals, would just start playing music. Not music that I had or anything. It would just play like a little bit of instrumental music on a loop. And the bit of music that it would play every time changed. So I'd just be playing the game, and my laptop would suddenly go like da da ba da ba da da ba da ba da ba da, and then it would just do that for like 2 minutes. And then it'd be silent, and I'd be playing more Prince of Persia, and then later on, my laptop would just go like dun 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 ha dun 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 ha. It was the strangest virus that I've known about. I mean, of course, there's bound to be some really, really wacky stuff out there, but from my experience, that was just so weird. But yeah, that's Prince of Persia 2008 for you. Next up is number 181, which is New Super Mario Bros. For the DS. But this is a clump, because at number 180 is New Super Mario Bros. Wii. It feels like it's been quite some time since I've done a clump. But anyway, here we are. Now, New Super Mario Bros. Was probably the first game I got on my DS, which I think was around 2007. I got the DS Lite originally, my brother normal DS's, the original model, but I got the DS Lite, a black one. And I've never really been a massive fan of Mario overall in general, I suppose, but I did really get into this game. What I did like is I liked the hidden coins that you had scattered throughout all of the levels. So there was like 3 hidden coins per level and you had to find them. And I liked that. I didn't actually complete this game. I think I got to a point where I struggled too much to get through the levels. And I remember there were some limitations on how often you could save the game as well, because it wouldn't just auto-save at the end of every level. If I'm remembering this correctly, you had to reach a certain point and then use that point to then save your game for you. But New Super Mario Bros. Wii is the Wii rendition, and I remember first hearing about this at E3 of whatever year it was. I don't remember what year it was, but they showed this at E3 saying, look, we've got a Wii version of the New Super Mario Bros. Game. And my first reaction to that was, hey, that's a good idea, get one of these 2D Mario games and stick it on the Wii, that sounds great. And I never owned this game, but I played it on a few separate occasions because my brother owned it, and the first time that I played this game was through my friend Alex from university, and I've mentioned him I think once before when I was talking about M+. He also showed me originally Earth Defense Force 2017, but he actually had this game, or well, I use the word had in quotation marks here because it was one of those hacked Wiis where you could, let's just say unofficially, get games on it, and this was before New Super Mario Bros. Wii was out, so we were actually playing it before release. And I remember we played 2 players and we had this level select code or some sort of level selecting. I don't think he played it through the whole way, or I don't think anyone at that house played it through the whole way, but this was at the final year of university. Yeah, I don't think anyone actually did play it through the whole way, but they had access to all the levels, maybe by hacking, I don't know. But we tried out different levels, and one of the levels that we played was one of the later lava stages where you have this sort of snake thing going in and out of the lava. We played one of the first levels and we're like, shall we just try like the second last level or whatever and see how we do? And it was pretty hilarious because we were like shouting at the screen, and he was saying, "Ah, do not want," every time like the snake thing like jumped into the lava, and then we both shot out into the ending flagpole, and we won the round, and we just both started laughing. Oh, that was fun. Number 179 is Duke Nukem 3D Megaton Edition. And I say Megaton Edition because it was the PS3 version of Duke Nukem 3D Megaton Edition I played. Now, I have heard stories about how old first-person shooters are different to new first-person shooters. Although I've never really been into first-person shooters overall. I mean, I've played some, but I've never really been really into them. And especially the old ones, I didn't play first-person shooters back in the old game days. So I really didn't have any experience with those types of games. I know my friend Thomas played Doom. I think he had Doom on the Mega Drive, but I never actually played it. Or, to be honest, I never really had that much interest. But I do remember downloading Duke Nukem 3D onto my PS3, and I think it was because it was on PS Plus. And I'd previously seen Total Biscuit's video about Shadow Warrior, where he talks about how modern FPS have gone backwards. And I like that video, and so I thought, hey, I'll try this game out, and yeah, I like this game. I like the whole thing of having a level where you have this sort of maze-like structure, and you do have to go around and find things, and you collect new weapons that you have to find, and ammo that you have to find, and it's stuff that you have to build upon and work towards over time, and you have to find your way around these different places. And you have stuff like ammo preservation, and just, you know, all that long-term stuff. Whereas you look at, like, you know, the Call of Duties of today, and it's all about you get whatever weapon you're given, and you'll regenerate health, so just keep walking forward and shooting, guys. But I did enjoy the amount of this game that I played. I mean, of course, it's Duke Nukem. It's going to have the whole, you know, the whole character of Duke Nukem, where he's like a big tough manly man, and as part of the game you have like a strip club and all that. But regardless of all that, I still really did like this game from what I did play. Although I've got to say the version I played allowed save states, and this is another rant as well. Stop allowing save states in these newer versions of these older games. Like, if you're going to release an old game onto a new system, release the old game. Just if you give it save states, you're changing the game. I know people will disagree with that, but this is something I feel strongly about. Number 178 is F1 Race Stars. Yes, I put a bit of a pause between the race and stars because I was going to see if I could fool you into thinking I was putting F1 Race from the Game Boy on here a second time. But no, I guess that joke probably didn't work, but whatever. This is yet another game that I got through PS Plus, and again, I didn't really know anything about this game, apart from it was a racing game, and my approach to racing games is always that you're not really going to go wrong with a racing game. You can look at any other genre. I find that any other genre, you can look at it and you can be easily fooled. You can get mechanics that you just do not want there. Like, you know, I love JRPGs, I love RPGs, and so if someone can say, oh, look at this, it's a JRPG, and then I get Last Rebellion, I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't have the things I want. Racing games don't do that. If you have a racing game, it could still be good or bad, but it's still going to be a racing game. Even the worst racing games still have that element of racing in it. I don't find that the games can really be terrible. I find that you can only have a limited range of quality when it comes to racing games. It's a strange thing, and I know that people are going to think I'm talking nonsense, but let's just talk about F1 Race Stars here, which I've stopped myself from rambling on about racing games in general. But F1 Race Stars, it is like a kart racing game, and I have mentioned before that I have a general preference for the non-kart racing games where you are just going round in, I suppose, more realistic terms, where it's more about your ability to position angles and brake at the right time. I generally prefer that, but I have no problem with kart racing games. But what is quite funny is that it's just Formula 1 races. Number 177 is Prince of Persia: The Forgotten Sands. Now, I played this game after I played the reboot, the 2008 reboot of Prince of Persia, and I like this one a bit better, if you can't tell by the numbers. Now, in this game, you can fail. you can fall down a pit or have all of your health drained and lose and then get sent back. In the other one that I mentioned before, you can't. Although, I suppose that is kind of like a tricky subject, because I think when people say that in a game you can't fail, what they really mean is that the punishment for not doing as well is just lower, which, again, it really varies, because even if you can't strictly have a character like fall over and like have a thing up on the screen saying game over, or have the screen fade away and then come back, any slight hindrance to your progress is technically a punishment. But enough about that. So this is, I suppose, a rather generic platform adventure hack and slash type game. What I did like about this game that I preferred over the reboot, though, is that the powers that you gained actually did have some thought put into them, into how you use them. It wasn't just hotspots where you could go up to a spot and then press the button and then have the thing happen, like a key or something. Although saying that, with the other Prince of Persia, your actions do have you control them sometimes, but I'm actually talking more about that game than I am talking about the game that I'm on here, so I'm going to stop with that. But for example, the big example that I can think of is that there's one ability where you can freeze all the water, and so there may be parts in the game where you've got these little things spraying out water. You can freeze water and use that ability to grab onto the icicle and use that as a pole, so that you can then swing from that and swing across to the next pole, and so on and so forth. You can also turn waterfalls into ice as well. So you might have an area where there's two waterfalls on each side, and you have to freeze the water, and within that time that power is active, jump off the waterfalls as the ice, like in their ice form, so that you can get up onto the higher ledges. Also, you had different elemental attacks that you could level up as you played through the game, and there was also these hidden sarcophaguses, or is it sarcophagi? I don't know the plural, but that was like the main collectible for the game, I suppose. So you just have to go around and find all these hidden sarcophagi. I'm going to say sarcophagi. But the game operates on this, I suppose you could say, strictly linear, strict checkpointing format, where you do reach parts where once you've hit that part you can't go back. So you might have a bit where you hit a slope and then you fall down and then you just can't get back, but it will still always have that continuous progression of going forwards. You won't exit a level and then re-enter at a new level. It's like one big level that you will keep hitting all of these individual checkpoints at. And of course, the problem with that is that it makes the sarcophagi missable, so you have to make sure that you do get them all if you want to get 100%. And although puzzle-wise this game doesn't really have that much to it, and it's a short game as well, I do think that they're good enough for me to claim that, you know, I enjoyed this game quite a bit. And I especially liked the final area of the game. Now, one part that at first sort of confused me, I eventually got to grasps with it, was that there's one part where you have like a string of waterfalls all in a row, and you have to get from one side to the other. And so it's like you have to jump through the first one, change them all to ice so that you slide along the second one, jump off back to the first, slide along that, jump off, turn them all back to water, go through that waterfall, turn them all back to ice, land on the third one, jump back onto the second one, jump off the second one, all to water, pass through the third, all to ice, grab onto the fourth. If you can picture it in your mind what I'm talking about here, then you will see what I think is a pretty good challenge, and it really does test your abilities like time and get to grasp with the idea of doing things at particular times, and I really like that. But I am going to end this part here. So thank you all for listening. I will see you next time. We'll talk about game number 176. Oh, this series is going good. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 176. And this is Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. This is basically when Sega wanted in on the whole Mario Kart style game, and so they did it with their own characters. So obviously you've got Sonic, Tails and Knuckles and Dr. Robotnik, and you've got all the other Sega characters, like you've got the Samba de Amigo character, and I think you've got Billy Hatchet as well, and you know, other characters from the Jet Set games and Golden Axe and all that. And it's a decent racing game. You do get different weapons as you would expect from a racing game, or rather a kart racing game. But the one thing that stands out to me about this game the most, and the main thing that I always remember, is that this game has so much rank inflation. And if you don't know what rank inflation is, it's basically where you make it easier and easier to get a particular rank or a particular score, that you're having to start naming things differently. So, for example, an A rank in this game is not very good. It's not very good at all. So usually A would be like the best rank, and then possibly S, which is like better than A. Where does that come from originally, by the way? I don't know. I've seen it in quite a lot of games where it goes like E, D, C, B, A, S. Where does S come from? But in this game in particular, it goes from A to S to SS to SSS. So triple S. Like A is like the 4th rank down. That's just stupid. Just go like A, B, C, D, E, F, G or whatever. That makes more sense. Or S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Seems like quite a strange thing to decide. But again, like with other games, I never had this game. I actually had to borrow it from my brother, and I remember trying a few of the different challenge modes, and on some of those challenge mode levels only getting a measly S or a measly A. Like, I can't even do better than an A. That's ridiculously bad. The stupid rank inflation. Number 175 is Eternal Sonata. Okay, now, as far as JRPGs go, this game isn't that good, really. It isn't. Just trust me, it isn't. The way that this game works is that all of the characters are based on musical concepts. So, the main character is Allegretto, and you'll also get characters like Beat and Jazz and Claves and Polka and Salsa. But the way that this game works battle-wise is that battles take place in a arena, and you take turns between each of your characters and you have to move around the arena, and the moment that you take a step, the counter starts going down, and so you have to go up to an enemy and then you press a button, and each button will have an action assigned to it. It might have attack or it might have a particular ability, and this can vary depending on whether you're in darkness or in light. And so you might have areas that are outside and so they are in light, but if you're under a tree you will start using the dark abilities as opposed to the light abilities. Or you might have a dark area but there's these enemies that illuminate, so when you're next to them you will be in a light area. There's that kind of stuff. And of course you have what you'd expect from an RPG. You have the different dungeons with different layouts and different paths and different treasure chests and stuff scattered all around, and that's nice. What's also interesting is that as you progress through the game, you will gain party levels, although this is something that just happens at specific points in the game where the mechanics will change up a bit. So, for example, you might have one point where suddenly the timer thing starts going down automatically even before you've moved. Or you might get to a point where the abilities on the different button commands are switched around, so you have to keep an eye on which button does what ability. You also have special attacks that you can unlock once you've built up a big combo, and the special attacks are basically big attacks. And so usually what I would do is I would wait until the timer for each character had gone down quite a significant amount, and then when I was in the last fraction of a second or whatever, I would then press the button to do the big animated special attack, because obviously if you do it at the end, the big animation isn't going to take up your time, it's just going to happen. So that's what I tended to do. There's something else that this game did as well, which was pretty stupid. When you gained experience, you gained enough experience to level up, but you never gained more experience than that. At least that's how it was presented. It may have worked around that, but the way that it was presented, it didn't do that. So, for example, say if you need 5,000 experience to level up this character, and then you enter a battle and you defeat all the enemies, and that fight would offer you 7,000 experience. That character will still only get 5,000 experience, and it will still just give them that. And then when they get to the next level, they'll have to re-earn that 2,000 that was from that cut-off point. So say if, in an extreme case, you need one more experience point to level up, and then you defeat this big giant monster or whatever that gives you 20,000, suddenly that's 19,999 experience. you're not getting just because you just so happened to only need one to level up between the level that you're at and the level up that you're next going to be. It's stupid when games do that, and I will be mentioning this more later on when games come up with these stupid rules and stupid restrictions for when it comes to EXP intake or how it distributes and how it shares experience amongst the party and stuff. Just rules that aren't made there for a particular reason, they are just there and it messes up with all the calculations. But yeah, that's Eternal Sonata for you. Number 174 is Astro Tripper. Now, this game was one of the very first games I 100%ed on the PS3, and this is also a game I've heard people speak rather negatively of. The way that this game works is that it's kind of like one of those space shooter type things, apart from instead of having a ship just heading in one direction, you just gotta like move around and shoot. Instead, you'll have this little arena, and you'll have one button to shoot, and you'll have another button to turn around. And when I say turn around, I mean flip the direction of your ship so that you're facing another way, and you'll have to go around and destroy all of these enemies. You have two different weapons that you can switch between. One of them is a weapon that just shoots straight forwards like a normal weapon, and the other weapon that you have these weird two shots in a sort of claw shape, so you won't hit something that's in front of you, but you'll hit something that's like in front of you but to the side a bit. It's really strange, but sometimes you'll come up against targets where they are that relative distance away where you'll want to shoot in that fashion. One thing that always bugged me about this game, and I kind of understand why they did it, but I still find it quite bugging me quite a bit, is that usually with these games you would hold the button down to continuously shooting. Now in this game that still applies, you will continuously shoot, but by doing so your shots will slow down. So you can hold the button down and it'll be like da 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 da, like for every shot it will start slowing down. So if you're just mashing X or whatever button it is over and over again, you will end up shooting faster. It can make the game tricky, but it's also pretty annoying. What I did really like about this game though is this: the challenges that you have to do to get the trophies, well, I'm not going to say really, but they're pretty interesting. For example, the final level, or one of the final levels, you will have all of these giant wheels come in from both sides, from the left and the right, at the top and the bottom, and you can destroy these wheels, and then the wheel that it's kind of connected to will not be able to produce its electric attack or whatever it is. And one of the challenges, you have to defeat all of the enemies on a particular level whilst not destroying any of the wheels, and I really liked that. I found that really interesting and I found it really tricky, but I did it. This would have been, I believe, 2009, around that time. Maybe 2008? I don't think so. Probably 2009. But yeah, that challenge in particular is the one that sticks in my mind, and it was really tricky trying to not destroy any of the wheels and just trying to make sure that I can aim my shots for all the enemies instead. It's a good game and I like it. Number 173 is DMC Devil May Cry, and this is another game that I got free on PS Plus. And to be honest, Devil May Cry as a whole has never appealed to me, and I understand that this is a game that die-hard fans of Devil May Cry generally didn't like. They saw it as like an abomination on the series or whatever, and to be honest, that was a sign of positivity to me, I suppose, because the whole Devil May Cry thing of having different button combinations to do different attacks, and I've gone over this many times, but just the idea of having to press different combinations of buttons to do different attacks and sort of combine that with timing attacks and stuff, I don't know. I would rather supplement that with a game where the information is very clear to you and it's just a case of being able to like get around, or like say like a platformer or something where you've got like an attack button or something like that, than I do to these games where it's like square square, up and triangle does this particular attack, and right and circle, down and triangle does this particular other attack. That is not something I've ever liked. And so people not liking this game to me made me thinking, so maybe this game doesn't do that to the extent that I don't like it. And you know what? That's absolutely true, because the way that this game works is that you'll have two shoulder buttons that will switch you between the light weapons and the dark weapons, so to speak, like the angel and the devil sides of these weapons, and you'll have enemies with different types of shields, like this enemy can only be defeated by angel weapons, or this one can only be defeated by devil weapons. Or you might have flying enemies, so it would be like, this enemy you need to grab and pull them towards you, or pull yourself towards them. But if they're flying with a shield and they're also red, then you have to use your angel weapon to get around that. And this is stuff that I really like. And people say, well, it's limiting. But I find by doing that, it's presenting a challenge in such a way that I feel that I am at least competent, I suppose. People say this game is really easy. I didn't find it really easy, to be honest. But also what I really liked about this game, and I believe that this is like a general Capcom thing, although saying that I'm not too familiar with Capcom overall, but I know of examples where Capcom do this thing, where they'll have a game that's not like a large game, but they'll add a lot more content in regards to being able to repeat certain levels, or being able to do New Game Plus, or something like that. And in the case of this game, every difficulty setting has its own state of progress. So you can do something on normal mode and you will have unlocked that thing from normal mode. So for example, you'll have areas where there's a hidden room, and in that room you will find an item that can contribute towards boosting your health, or contribute towards giving you points that you can spend on abilities and stuff. And so you can complete that in normal mode, but then you can go to easy mode and it will still be there. And it also does this whole thing of, well, you can go back to earlier levels using abilities and weapons that you got from later levels to be able to get things that you couldn't get before. So it rewards going back to previous levels and doing all that, and that is something that I really like. And so whilst I did get to a point where I found this game on normal mode started to get a bit too hard, I understand that people think this game is easy, but like I said, I'm not one of those people who can play fighting games or do button combinations really well. And the ability to just say, okay, I'm going to try to get some power-ups on the easy mode levels that I haven't got yet because I've played them on the normal mode, or I might try the early levels of the hard mode, see if I can get some stuff together. I really like that. Number 172 is Little Big Planet. Now, this game was big when it came to promoting the PS3, because I remember at E3, one of the E3s, when they were talking about PS3 sales and Jack Treston was talking about it, they showed this through Little Big Planet. They actually had Sackboy run through a level, so all these little machines came out and showed up all these different charts and stuff, like how well things have sold. And this is a game that I got very shortly after I got my PS3. I got my PS3 near the end of 2008, and I got Little Big Planet in 2008. I got it after Oblivion, which was the first PS3 game I got. And my first PS3 trophy, or rather my first PSN trophy that I ever got, was in Little Big Planet. It was, I think, one for customizing my character. This is a game that has gotten quite a lot of criticism, and a lot of it I do understand, because when you compare this to something like Mario Maker, and I understand there's an age gap there between Little Big Planet and Mario Maker, but when you look at something like a comparison between those two, what you'll find is that what makes Mario Maker more competent, or easier to use I suppose, is that everything's based on set tiles. You put things in blocks, whereas with Little Big Planet it wasn't such, and it was very physics based rather than tile based, so it was a lot harder for a person to make a level, like go out of their way to make a level and have it work properly. And also you had to account for the floaty jumps and the player's ability to grab onto ledges and the different materials and stuff. But even then, the stuff that you could do, I thought it was rather interesting, even if some of the things were rather floaty, that you couldn't exactly set things up in exactly the right way. There was still enough variety there that it made it interesting. Also, what stood out about this game is that it operated on a 3-layer system, so you could sort of jump in and out of layers, and that's how it got around the whole, platforms and semi-solid platforms and all that. And this was really the game that started off the whole create, play, share mantra that Sony adapted. And I do have some pretty fond memories of this game, of playing on some levels with some people that I knew who used to work in a game shop. In fact, one of them still does work in a game shop, and just trying out the different levels. What was also quite clever about this game as well is that it sort of found a way to mix cooperative play and competitive play. So when you played through a level, you had the competitive play in terms of the points. So at the end, whoever got the most points won the round. But equally, you had cooperative play in how whenever you found something, you all got to keep it. So there'd be areas where it would be like you need 3 players in order to be able to operate this machine in such a way that you can get to this place and collect this object. And the way it works is you collect objects and then everyone gets the object, and having an object basically means that you can grab the object and put it into a level that you are creating. Or it could be a sticker or something. But you can create your own objects. So you can make like this machine out of the individual parts that you can get in Little Big Planet, and from that create that as an object that people can earn in your level, and then people can just go into the menu and grab that object and put it into their own level. And the idea is pretty genius, and I've got to say that despite the platforming flaws that it definitely does have, this game is a good game, I believe, and I also have nostalgia over the song My Patch, because that was rather prominent in this game as well. If you wanna step on my patch, I bring you down. That one. But moving on. Number 171 is VVVVVV, if that's how you pronounce it. I've also heard it being pronounced as just V, but I call it VVVVVV. And this is a game that my brother really got into, and he did all the speed runs and everything, and he got to a point where he knew this game inside out. But to me, what was the best part of this game was the level editor, the level creator. It's a very simple game, but it has a concept that I believe makes it stand out, and that is that it's a platform game, but instead of jumping, you invert gravity. So when you jump, you'll fly up and you'll turn upside down, and the same the other way around. And so this means that you really have to think about how you're going to get around from place to place. It really changes things up a lot. So for example, if you have a ledge that you want to climb up, you can't just get across it. You have to go up to the roof and then walk across the roof and then drop back down. But of course, if the roof is full of spikes, then you can't really do that. You have to find another way around. And I think it was really clever through that. Also, you had different features, such as you had the different trinkets, which were meant to be like the collectibles that you could find. And I had a lot of fun creating a level in this game where you put the trinkets in certain areas that, you know, you've got to really think about how they're going to navigate around and get to the different areas. And you also have these little bars that will flip gravity when you hit them. So like the vertical ones will allow you to, say for example, you have a roof of spikes on the ceiling, and then you have like a gravity thing that you need to be able to get across a ledge. You can like flip gravity, hit one of these bars so you can land back, or you can have one horizontally so that you can't get past it. And then you've also got things like conveyor belts and floors that disappear when you touch them. Very basic platform stuff, but the level editor and the level creator is what I was really into, and the whole thing of inverting gravity as opposed to jumping really give this game an edge that made you think about things in ways that you generally wouldn't think about them, and that is what I really liked about this game. But I'm going to end this part here, so next time we'll continue on from number 170. I'll see you then, so goodbye for now. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are currently at number 170, and that is Castle Crashers. This is a game that was originally an Xbox 360 live arcade game, and I was shown this game also by my friend Alex, who I knew from university. I believed he showed me this during the second year of university, and I played it with him. Basically, it's a beat 'em up, apart from it has a leveling system, so hooray for that. You have the 4 characters, which are the 4 Castle Crashers, one for each colour. There's red, blue, green and yellow, and as you level them up, you have to choose a stat to upgrade, and you can also collect these different animals that you can carry around with you, and the animal companions are basically like a boost. It's like a piece of equipment, basically. So you might have one that boosts your attack power, or one that boosts your resistance against a certain thing, or, the one that I liked, the one that increased your experience. And so this is one of those games where you do repeat levels in order to be able to gain more stats and level up and stuff, which I know I've said that modern games tend to not do that so much. And if we're going to lump this game in the modern category, which I would in this particular context, then I would say that that's quite interesting that it does that. Really though, I don't have too much to say about this game. I remember having problems trying to get it to work online on my Xbox 360 because I remember I was trying to play with my friend Andy, who's also from university, and we had problems playing two-player. There was something wrong with it where it glitched if you tried to play two-player, apparently. This is what he said, but I don't know, it was rather strange. Number 169 is Books and Taz Time Busters. Now this is a sort of sequel slash spiritual successor to Bugs Bunny Lost in Time. If you don't remember, Bugs Bunny Lost in Time is a PS1 3D platform game where you play as Bugs Bunny and you have to collect all of the time symbols, the clocks, and you travel between different time periods. And this is basically the same idea, apart from instead of collecting these time symbols, the clocks, you have to collect these gears, and each gear has a number on it representing how much they are worth. So you do actually have ones with different values on. This game actually has a lot fewer worlds than Lost in Time does, and in fact I never actually complete this game. You start off in the Aztec world, and you eventually go to the Viking world, and then you have the Greek world, and I think you then have a sort of Transylvania horror world, which I got stuck on. I couldn't get past that. But I did really enjoy this game, and in fact my brother ranks this game a lot higher than I do. He thought it was a brilliant platform game. I wouldn't say it was that good, but I do think it is good enough. What I liked about this game was that I felt that the levels and the worlds felt big enough. I don't mean in a sort of, like a modern day, it's a big open world type of thing, but I just kind of felt like the areas had a nice size to them. But the main gimmick of this game is that you play as not just Bugs Bunny, but also Tasmania. I was going to say Ty the Tasmanian Tiger then, but then I realised that's something completely different. No, it's Tasmania. Taz the Tasmanian Devil. That's it. Tasmania. His name is Tasmania, is it? Or is he called Taz? I forget. His name is Taz, but I think the TV show is called Tasmania, and he's a Tasmanian devil, but I don't know. Whatever. He's Taz. But yeah, you have two characters that you play as in this game, Bugs and Taz, and one way that you can play this game is two-player. So you have one player who is Bugs Bunny and the other player who is Taz. But you can play the single player by switching between the characters, and you have a character with the magic mirror that allows you to control them, or they have the camera. If you are playing in the context of two players, the character with the mirror is the one that has the camera, the one that controls the camera, and if you're playing one player, then the context is that the one with the mirror is the one that you're controlling. You can also press a button to hand the mirror over to the other character or the other player if you're playing two players, and there's also a button that you can press to bring the other character to where you are. So say if you're playing as Bugs, you can press the button to bring Taz over to you. Though I think in two players it's the other way around, where you press the button and you go towards the other character, or something like that. But what this game also features is a sort of dual life system, which I've noticed has become prevalent in other games, in other platform games, other multiplayer platform games, where if one character dies, they won't necessarily die. They'll just float around in a bubble or whatever until the other players can pop those bubbles, and then you officially lose a life or you officially die or whatever if you all enter this bubble state. And this is kind of the same thing here, because it's not necessarily a bubble, but say if Taz gets killed, he'll be locked inside this crate, and then Bugs has to break open the crate so that Taz can come out. It's the same idea. What differentiates Bugs and Taz is their abilities. So for example, Taz is the strong one basically, so Taz can push the blocks, and Bugs is the nimble one. So Bugs can fit through small gaps, and Bugs can also fall into the little rabbit holes as he does in Lost in Time, and if there's an area where there could be a rabbit hole but isn't, Taz can dig to make a rabbit hole. So there's an element of teamwork there. You also have different mini-games scattered around the different worlds as well, where you'll come across someone who's like, here's a memory game, remember these button combinations, and it'll be like, right, triangle, X, or whatever, and it'll do like a musical thing where, like they're playing tambourines or something. Or I think there's one in the Viking world where you have to play ice hockey with a bunch of enemies. Number 168 is Mega Man 9. Now, I know I have put other Mega Man games in the same series a lot further back, and I know that Mega Man in general doesn't change that much, but the reason I am putting Mega Man 9 so much higher, and I think the reason why I naturally enjoy Mega Man 9 so much, is because I wasn't introduced to it in such a way that it was put on such a high pedestal. Although saying this, I understand that this is a very, very flawed reason to claim that a game is really good, like, oh, my expectations were so high, right? I generally think that's not a very good reason to judge a game. But I remember when it came out, and it came out on the PS3 and Wii and Xbox 360, and I just enjoyed the game. I mean, what can I say? Like, I can understand from a technical perspective that it's not really that much different from, you know, Mega Man 1 and 2, but I just have to base this on my experiences, to be honest. But yeah, I never did beat this game because it's too hard. I mean, to me, Mega Man is just in general really hard. I don't understand when people say it's not that hard, because I think it really is. Because some of the platforming jumps you have to make are so specific, and you have to react so quickly to certain things. I don't know, people say that about Sonic, but I think that's ridiculous. But Mega Man, yeah, it's really hard. I think I was only able to beat a couple of the Robot Masters on this game. I remember I did beat Galaxy Man, and I may have beaten Jewel Man. In fact, I think I did beat Jewel Man, but the level's really hard. I remember with Concrete Man, I actually managed to get to the boss, but the boss was too hard for me to be able to beat. And did I beat Splash Woman? Maybe. I remember when Mega Man 9 was announced, and the whole Splash Woman thing about having a female Robot Master was such a big deal. But also, compared to, say, Mega Man 2, I do think this game has really good music. I honestly don't think... I think Mega Man 2 has good music, but I think it's really put on too high of a pedestal for my liking. I think this game does have better music. I think, at least from what I can remember, it has better level design. I just find it a better game overall. And there was a time in 2010 where I was at university and I used to get on with my coursework. I remember I used to listen to an episode of NoobTube whilst doing my work, and I would also, after finishing an episode of NoobTube, I would switch to this playlist of MIDIs that I had collected on my account, and I just had like all these tracks, and I'd have them on shuffle, these game MIDIs, and I had quite a few Mega Man 9 tracks on there as well. I remember Hornet Man was one I listened to quite a lot. Also, a funny story about the music for this game is that there was one time where I had a tune in my head and I had no idea what it was, and I was like singing it in my head, and I said to my brother, I said, do you know what this tune is? And then I sang it to him, and he was like, I don't know. And he's a, well, I'll say a bigger fan than I am when it comes to Mega Man. But yeah, he didn't know what it was. And then I was like thinking, is it a Mega Man theme? I think it's a Mega Man theme. So I was looking at the different Mega Man themes. And then I found out it was Magna Man. Magma Man. I am mixing up words today, aren't I? Magma Man, not Magna Man. It's Magma Man. Right, okay. Before I get any more tongue-tied, I'm going to move on to the next game. Number 167 is Bloodlines. Now stop. If you're thinking about Castlevania Bloodlines, no. There's always been times where I've tried to Google this game and tried to find information and stuff, and pretty much all the time I've done that, it's come up with Castlevania Bloodlines. That's not the game I'm talking about. It's a game just called Bloodlines. And this is one of those games where it's really hard to find information of. I think that the reason for this, and I think I eventually found out that this game was only released in Europe, which is a very, very strange thing for a game, but I discovered this game originally because I had a demo of it, and this is how I discovered a few games for the PS1. And as always, my granddad copied it for me, and this is one of those games that I requested because I played it on a demo. And in the demo, you can have the choice of 3 characters: Kafka, Alex, and Maya, I think she's called. And the way that Bloodlines works is that it's kind of like a multiplayer party game type thing. And what happens is you've got this arena, and around this arena are all these green lights, and each player has a certain colour associated to them. So player 1 is red, or this orangey colour, and player 2 is blue. And it's kind of like a game of, you know, tag or tig or whatever you want to call it, depending on what country you're from. But the first person to reach one of these lights turns the light to their colour, and then they get the glow, and then they have to turn so many lights to their colour in order to win the round. And if the other player catches them, they'll like hit them, and then they'll get the control. They'll have the light, so they'll go around and they can turn the lights to their own colour. Also, you can collect these little power-ups, such as there's one which is like a bomb that will blow up or a missile that will shoot out and hit the enemy. But you also have these little things that you shoot out just generally, like by pressing the square button. So you'll always see these little dots fly out of all the characters and shoot them into the other characters, just to slow the other players down a bit. And each character also has 3 charge bars, and they can be used for different things. For one, you can charge up a big powerful shot with it. Secondly, you can use your unique power, because each character has their own unique power that they can do. And also you can use them to neutralize the light, which generally isn't a very good thing anyway. To neutralize a light, what that means is that if you neutralize a light that is your colour, you will lock it down for a bit, so it gets protected. Also, if you use it to a green one, which is what you have when one of these lights hasn't been claimed yet, it also locks it down so that it can't be taken. But if you neutralize one that's another player's colour, then it becomes green again. Generally, neutralizing isn't really worth it all that much. And also, you go through arcade mode as whatever character you select, and you always go against each character in a set order. And so there's about 4 or so characters that you can unlock, and you have a bunch of characters to start with, such as Alex, whose ability is to dash forward, and then you have Maya, whose ability is to bounce. I don't know what the benefit of that is, but she can bounce. Kafka, who is perhaps the most simplest / newbie character / one that I like using, is the one that can use push-pull, and push-pull is you either attract or repel your opponent depending on whether or not you are chasing them or they are chasing you. And then you've got other characters that can shoot missiles out or do a high jump or whatever. There isn't really that much variance. There's a character called John, who his power is to do whatever the character that he's up against does, which isn't very creative, but it means you have someone to fight against when you would technically be fighting yourself. And this character, John, spelled Jon, whenever you select him, his little taunt thing, he goes, "Forgive me for what I'm about to do." And that was like an in-joke between me and my brother. Again, like a meme, like, you know, the whole, "My name is Merlin and I am a sorcerer" thing. Just all these little jokes, and that was one of them. And then you get other characters that you unlock later on, such as Angor, who can climb walls, Dara, who has probably the most irritating ability of making you switch places, and then Joe, who is like this robot who can shoot out this massive flame thing. And you can also choose different types of levels as well, so you've got like the bronze tier, the silver tier and the gold tier, and the higher up you go, the more complex the arenas get. It's quite interesting. Number 166 is Robot Wars Arena of Destruction. Now, this game is what I originally judged, or rather, this game is what I set my expectations for with the Game Boy Advance game Advanced Destruction, which was a terrible mistake because obviously it's going to be nowhere near. But this was one of the very, very first PS2 games I ever played, because before I had a PS2, my dad's wife's son, Ian, had a PS2, and I went to my dad's house, and there was some of that extended family round, and there was a kid called Johnny there, and there were three PS2 games there. Robot Wars, there was a wrestling game that I didn't care about, and then there was a FIFA game, a football game that I didn't care about. I only cared about Robot Wars. And so I was really excited to play Robot Wars, and I did. And I loved the whole thing about building a robot and competing in this Robot Wars type environment, and then having to like repair your different parts of the robot, and just, you know, as if you were actually taking part in Robot Wars. And I loved Robot Wars when I was a kid. And this game, unlike the Game Boy Advance version, this was more about the actual creating a robot rather than the robots that were in the series, although I do believe you could unlock them at some point. I didn't, but I think you could. And what else made this stand out from that one is that this one was actually competent. It actually felt like you were playing Robot Wars, and I loved that. But before I got a PS2, I was really interested in Robot Wars, and so I got the PC version of the game, which didn't work on our PC, and my granddad was saying, "It's not like your game console where you can just put it in and play." Yeah, he's a Geordie if you're wondering why I put on that weird accent there. And so I had the PC version and couldn't play it, but I eventually got it on PS2 when I got my PS2, and I remember there was sometimes I'd play it with my brother, and we'd sit in my room, and sometimes we'd sit on the floor because of the way that my room was arranged, and we'd eat Doritos and French bread and pate, which we haven't had for a long time. We'd play Robot Wars. Oh, the joys of those memories. Number 165 is Magna Carta 2. Now, I'm not going to have so much to say about this game because I feel like I didn't really play this game too much to be able to go into really a lot of depth about the mechanics, but my friend Bridge had the original Magna Carta on the PS1 around mid-early 2000s or so, maybe 2004, around that time. And I got Magna Carta 2 eventually on the on the Xbox 360, and I actually got really into it because it was around, I think, maybe 2011 or 2010, around that time. I got my Xbox 360 in 2010, and I hit a point, I think it's like I sort of like hit a wall, I think the saying goes, where I just couldn't really be bothered with games. I thought that I absolutely couldn't be bothered with games, but I didn't feel like I really got into games as much as I used to in the past. And this game was a breath of fresh air because I started up and I felt like I was really getting into it. And I like the whole concept of, an action RPG where you do have to press individual buttons for individual attacks. I mean, I prefer turn-based, but I like this one where you had this sort of charge bar, so you still had to be somewhat methodical in your actions. You could just keep attack. You had to make sure that you didn't overdo it so that your characters overheated. And I like that. Also, something to point out is that in this game, characters talk to each other as if they're an instruction manual. I mean, this isn't something that really bothers me much, but it's something I've noticed with some games where the characters will say things that pertain to it being a game. Like, you'll have someone who's like, when you press the left trigger, you'll enter combat mode. Combat mode? What's that? It means that you can attack enemies with the A button. Huh. So, if I attack enemies with the A button, what does the B button do? The B button raises your shield. Oh, things like that. That's how the characters talk in this game sometimes. Not that it bothers me, I know it bothers some people, but it can be a bit jarring sometimes, I suppose. But I am going to end this part here, so thank you everyone listening and everyone who's watching. I will see you next time. Hi everyone and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 164, which is Little Big Planet 2. Now, I've mentioned previously that I had played the original Little Big Planet, and so I eventually did get this game through PS Plus. I got it for free over PS Plus, although the first time I played this was at my friend Lee's house, because my friend Lee from university is not from around here, but he came from quite a bit of distance away to come to university, and I went to his house at the time, and he had Little Big Planet 2, and so I figured, hey, I'll play that, and we tried some of the custom levels that there were, because I remember at one of the E3s they were actually marketing Little Big Planet 2 to having a bit more variety when it comes to the level editor. So I remember, for example, they had little mini games where you have all these little sack people sat down with controllers pressing the X and circle buttons over and over again to make these blocks disappear, and you have other sort of weird things. I don't know how they do it, but there was one that I played at Lee's house, which was a Plants vs Zombies level. So it was just like Plants vs Zombies, apart from with obvious Little Big Planet graphics, and it was strange, and I don't know how they did it. But I eventually got this game for myself over PS Plus. I got it for free, and I really liked it. It follows a lot of the same core concepts as the original Little Big Planet, so there really isn't too much to describe. It still has that multiplayer, mixing competitive and cooperative play. It still has the same physics and everything. But what I really liked about this game in particular was the different gadgets that you could get. For example, on the tutorial level, you could get this grappling hook, and I loved the grappling hook. It was so fun to be able to jump down a pit and then use the grappling hook to grab onto this piece of fabric and then use that to swing around so that you could then fly up to get to this new area. It was so good. I really, really liked that. And similar to the first one, yet again, I didn't complete the main story or anything, but I still had a lot of fun with it. And as far as I got, I did have fun with it. Though I remember I got to one point where I seemed to get stuck. It was like this train level, and I couldn't seem to get out anywhere. Number 163 is Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse. Now this time I'm talking about the Mega Drive version, not the new version. I'm talking about the original version. So it's just like, you know, a Mega Drive platform game as you'd expect. Nothing really significant to point out, I suppose. You still have the series of different levels, and the levels themes are the same, apart from, unlike the remake, you don't have all these collectibles. You just have to be able to get through each of the levels. So you've got the forest level, and then you've got like the dark forest level and the toy level, and you progress through those levels in a set specific order, and each level that you go through has its own theme in terms of which items that you can throw at the enemies. So for example, in the first set of levels where it's all foresty, you throw apples, and then when you get to the toy box levels, it's all these little blue beads that you throw. I actually associate this game with, and this, I don't really understand fully the connection here, but I kind of associate this game with my Auntie Beatrice, because I remember there was one time where I was playing this game and we went to my Auntie Beatrice's house, and this is my auntie on my dad's side, as in my dad's auntie. I don't mean like a parent's sister, I mean like a parent's auntie, so it's like a great auntie, I suppose, but I just say auntie. We all just said auntie. But yeah, I have a specific memory of sitting in her garden and looking at the flowers, and then I was thinking about the flower enemies and such in Castle of Illusion. So whenever I think of Castle of Illusion now, one of the things I think about is sitting in that garden and looking at the flowers. But I don't remember how I got this game or why I got this game or anything. I just remember that I did get it. I remember I used to play this game with my friend Matthew, who he used to go through this phase where he was really into drawing stuff, and so there was one time where he wanted to draw the first boss of the game, the tree stump that falls out of the tree, and he asked me to pause the game whilst you could see the tree stump's face, because like the tree stump fell out of the tree, then it rolled around, and then it went up the tree, and then it landed back. So he wanted me to pause it at the right time so that he could then draw the tree stump. Now, me, being as much of a clown as I wanted to be, I decided to pause the game when you could see the tree stump's face at an absolute minimal amount. So I would have it so that the tree stump is... I would have it so that the tree stump is just landing, and as its head is turning so you can only just slightly see its face, I'd pause it and I'd say, there you go, there's its face, you can see its face now. Oh, but all is not so well, because at another time, and I believe this would have been maybe later on, I don't know, this might have been before or after that event, but there was one time where I was playing this game and he brought the game round with him, and this is when the Mega Drive was downstairs in the house, in the dining room at the time, and I was playing Castle of Illusion, and I was near the end. I was on the castle level, and I had to go to the toilet, and when I came down, I looked at the screen, and I thought, that doesn't look right. He'd only turned the game off and put his own game in, which really annoyed me. I mean, I'm kind of glad he showed me that game, because I got into that game and I will be talking about that game later, and I'll probably be talking about this story again later, but it was just annoying me so much that I would be like in the middle of a game and he just turned it off. He just turned the game off so that he could play his own game. But what actually also happened, another story in regards to this game as well, is that the beginning used to scare me. There was a few things that used to scare me on the Mega Drive, come to think about it, but the opening used to scare me, where the witch Miserabelle would come and take away Minnie, and during that the screen would go this weird black and white colour, and it would make this really creepy like noise, and that used to scare me as a kid. I really felt rather uncomfortable with that. But there was one time where my parents had gone to bed, and or it may have just been my mum, I don't remember if my parents had split up at this point, but either way, I was the only one awake in the house, and I was downstairs playing on my Mega Drive. Drive. I was allowed to, they let me, and so I thought to myself, oh yeah, this is really good. I get to stay downstairs and play this game. And I got to the sort of second final boss, like the boss of the cog works level. I was kind of worried that because there was a thing at the start of the game that I was scared of, there's going to be something scary happening at the end, and so I didn't have the confidence to continue playing. I was just like, right, I want to finish this game, but I don't want to be scared. I can probably beat it another time. And then I went to just turn the game off, and then I went away and didn't bother. Yeah, I was too scared to complete the game, so I just didn't. I did eventually complete it some other time later down the line, but at that time it was in the middle of the night. I was alone downstairs by myself. I thought, I don't want to risk this, so I'll just leave it, turn it off, go to bed. Number 162 is Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed. This is the sequel to Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, and this game doesn't have the big rank inflation that the previous game did. But once again, I had to borrow this game from my brother because he had it on the PS3, although I did eventually get the Vita version, because if you remember when I was talking about Smart As, there was a time where I had a bunch of stock credit for a shop, an online store, and so I bought a bunch of Vita games, and this was one of them. Little did I know that it would eventually become a free PS Plus game down the line, but oh well. And really, I don't think there's too much to say to differentiate this game from the previous game, apart from I think this game was a lot more well received. It didn't have the rank inflation, and one aspect of it that I really liked was that your reward was based on what you set out yourself to get. So, for example, you had the series of races, and you could set yourself the target of reaching third place and getting the bronze. And if you did, and then you beat third place, you would get the bronze. But then if you set yourself to get first, to get the gold, and then you came third, you would get nothing. But if you came first, you would get the gold. And likewise, if you set it to come second, and you come first, you get the silver, because you set yourself to come second. And if you come third, you get nothing. And so I really like that. I really like that idea of sort of, not necessarily gambling, but you sort of have to try to accurately predict where you are going to go position-wise. So it's kind of like you set the bar, and if you go above the bar, you get the reward of whatever you would get for getting the lowest point above the bar. But if you go below the bar, you get nothing. That was really interesting. I would like to see more games do that type of thing, that sort of tricky, sneaky risk-reward thing. I just don't see it, especially not in racing games like this. Number 161 is Little Big Planet Karting. Now, I realise I've already talked about a Little Big Planet just a few games ago, and I've just finished talking about a kart racing game, so anything that I say here would kind of just be repeating what I've said from those games, I suppose. Although I did get this game free on PS Plus, and what sticks out to me about this game as being strange is that Media Molecule already have a racing game series with Mod Nation Races. Why did they get their Little Big Planet franchise and stick that into a karting game? I don't understand. It seems really strange to me. But it still has the whole Little Big Planet staples, like you still get the little bubbles and you still have to find things and you can still create your own levels. Although then again, you could do that with Mod Nation Races, so again, it seems rather strange that you could do that. And the story that they put behind this game is that the Little Big Planet world likes cars or something, and there's all these evil guys who keep stealing things and they are naughty and you have to claim your stuff back. That's pretty much it as far as I can tell. But yeah, nothing really much to say about it overall. Number 160 is Shining Force 2. This is a Mega Drive game that I did not play on the Mega Drive. I played this originally only a slight bit on an emulator, but mostly I played this game on the Sega Mega Drive collection on the PS3. The best way I can describe this is that it's sort of what would normally be called a tactical RPG, and I take big issue with that terminology because I would say grid-based RPG, because I honestly think it's a misnomer to call these games tactical, because seriously, RPGs, if they're turn-based, they are tactics-based. If just because you're walking around on a grid and you're positioning things, that doesn't necessarily mean there's more strategy to it or more tactics to it, although I suppose they do get called strategy RPGs, and I don't get why that would be, because if you have a turn-based RPG, just with, you know, random battles and clippable characters and stuff, you are still employing tactics, you're still using strategy to get through those games, so I don't like that terminology. But regardless, this is a pretty linear game when it comes to what you're fighting and what you will come up against. It's a game with a lot of characters as well, and the way that you can grind in this game is quite quite unusual because you'll always have to do the battles one after the other, but the main character, Bowie, has this ability called Egress, and Egress will end the battle and will get you back to what happened before the battle. So it'll sort of like send you to a point before, like a checkpoint. And this is how you can train, because otherwise you just got this series of battles that you just have to do one after the other. And so that's an interesting take on it. I've not really seen any games really do that before. You can also get each character to level up and upgrade their class as you progress through the game. And also what's quite interesting and nice about this game as well is that, at least I think, it goes pretty quickly. I mean, a big criticism my brother has of this game is that it's really slow, but I don't agree. I think everything goes through really quickly. I mean, yes, when you attack an enemy, you do have that whole switching the screen to this sort of over-the-shoulder view, but aside from that, when it's the enemy's turn, the icons will just zip over to them and they'll move around really quickly. I also really like how you have different terrains that will affect our movement by so much, so you can get someone to move and you will see them have these areas that they can move to, but certain terrains like sand might slow them down or forests might slow them down or something, so that they can't travel as far, and it's just nice to look at. Number 159 is Zuma, and this is a clump because number 158 is Zuma's Revenge. Zuma's Revenge basically being the sequel to Zuma. I was introduced to Zuma from my friend Ross, who was from secondary school, and he had an Xbox 360 long before I did or anyone else that I knew did. And he had this game on it, and I found it interesting that you could get these smaller downloadable games onto a games console. I think this was the first game that really introduced that concept to me, that you could download a smaller game onto a console. If you don't know what Zuma is, you are this frog character. It's a PopCap game, by the way. You have this frog character, this stone frog, and you get these different coloured balls that you have to shoot out, and when you match so many of the same colour, they disappear, they vanish, and then the rest will fly towards each other. And so you have to try to build up combos, and you also have to be able to like hit fruit and stuff so that you can get extra points, and points will give you lives and stuff. You can also get different power-ups which will allow you to see more accurately where you're going to shoot to. You can get bombs that will cause an explosion and that type of thing, and you basically just have to go through each of the different levels, and the further that you go, the levels will get more complicated. So for example, the first few levels are going to be very basic, and for example, the first level is just this spiral that goes round, and the way that you lose these rounds is if you get a ball to the end of the path, it'll fall into this mouth and then you'll lose the game. But the first level is just like this spiral, and then you'll have the second level, which is something like a differently shaped spiral or something, but something that's very, very simple. But later on you'll start getting levels where things start going in and out and under each other, and so it'll be very hard to aim in very specific directions because they'll like block each other out. And sometimes you have levels where you've got two sides to it, so there'll be two paths going on at once, so you have to take care of both sides of them. But once you've completed a set level, you will then have the next bunch of levels, which is basically the same levels repeated, but you will have the purple balls as well, so you'll have 5 different colours as opposed to just 4, and then after that you'll have the white ones, so it becomes even more complicated. Now, my friend Ross also at one point started writing a song about Zuma. It was a stupid song, but it made me laugh. It was just making up as he goes along, singing about what it's like to be a Zuma. It was stupid. But Zuma's Revenge, I did get on Steam for cheap, but I didn't really play the Steam version much, but I did play the PS3 version a lot more, and the way that this one works is much more of a modernized type game, where you'll have a series of levels, each with their own set of challenges and stuff, and as you complete goals, you will get this resource which will allow you to level up these different animals. So you'll have these 4 different animals and you can put points into them, and doing so will level them up to the next stage. And you might have one, for example, which increases the speed of your ball, or you might have one that increases the percentage chance of finding a power-up, and you can sort of respec these animals as you go on, and the more that you level them up, the more points it takes to level them up. So you might say level up the monkey so high, and then there's the bird, you might want to level that up, so you have to level down this other thing so you can level up this other one. And I never got 100% on this game. I did get pretty far, but I didn't get to the 100% mark, which is a shame because I like this game, and I played this mostly around I'd say maybe about August or September of 2015 is when I played this game mostly. But Zuma, the original Zuma, I mostly played that when I first got my PS3, or at least not long after that, maybe 2009 or 2010, around that time. But that is going to be it for this part. So thank you all for watching. I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. We are continuing on from number 157, and that is Crash Team Racing. I never had this game on the PS1. I actually played this game through the PS1 Classics downloads that you could get on the PS3 and PSP. My friend Josh had a few of the Crash kart racing games, but I didn't really. I actually think I may have had a demo of this game back on the PS1. I'm not too sure, but I know for definite that we didn't have the full game. But I played this game, may have been sometime between 2010 and 2012, maybe around that time, I'm not so sure. But it operates in the same sense as you would expect from one of the later, at the time, one of the later Crash Bandicoot games where you have to go around and get the crystals or get the relics and the cups and whatever, and there was like this hub world that you could go to with different races, and it was a kart racing game, so you could use weapons, which in this case was like TNT boxes, Aku Aku as a shield, there were some rockets as well, and you got these by smashing through boxes, and you could also collect the Wumpa fruit around. Big thing that I noticed when I first played this game is that the Wumpa fruit are in much less supply as what they are in the normal Crash Bandicoot game, because usually you just get loads of them, when here it's like you'll find maybe one or two at a time, and so that was quite unusual. But the levels that I hated the most on this game were the ones where you had to go around and hunt the crystals. They were the most annoying ones because you have to drive into the crystals in this like arena, and it's so awkward because sometimes you'll just miss them a bit, then you have to like do like an awkward turnaround to go back into them. It's really awkward. If they had some sort of element of attraction, then that would kind of be better, I suppose, but it was just too fiddly. Also, this game saw the return of Papu Papu. I had wondered where he had got to. Number 156 is Pandemonium. Now, do you remember back when I was talking about Tekken 2 and I was saying that my friend Thomas got a PlayStation and I became jealous and I wanted one myself? Well, one of the games he had was Pandemonium. In fact, that was the game he had that I was the most interested in, because when I went to his house and he showed me Tekken 2, which amazed me, and he also showed me Pandemonium, which also amazed me that you could have these 3D graphic games in your own house, and just like my friend had a PlayStation, I was so excited to be playing a PlayStation at a friend's house and I wanted one. But Pandemonium confused me more than anything because the 2.5D nature of the game, where you press left and right to move left and right as you would usually in a 2D game, but sometimes have the camera swerve around, it really confused me at first, because on the first level there's one part where you go through a waterfall but the camera sort of pans to kind of go behind you, and so I was pressing up, I'm thinking I want to go forwards, why isn't it let me go forwards by pressing up? And it really confused me as to why that would be, but turns out you just have to keep pressing right. There was also this sandy level where I used to make up a song. I have no recollection of what it was, but it was just like a little 2-second jingle or something to do about the little tornadoes that were in the deserty levels, and it really annoyed him. He hated it. I wish I remembered what it was, but I really found it funny for some reason. And one day he came over to my house. I remember playing that game quite a lot on this day, and I really had a lot of fun with it. Basically, the way I can describe Pandemonium is that I've already described it's a 2.5D platformer. You have two characters, Nikki and Fargus. Fargus has the ability to do a spin attack, and Nikki has the ability to double jump. But we didn't know about Nikki's double jumping ability straight away, so we went for a long time thinking that Fargus was just a better character. But you defeat the enemies by jumping on them, and you can also collect these little power-ups. So there's the freeze ray, which freezes the enemies. There's the red fiery one that just kills them. And then there's the shrink ray, the green one. I don't know what the significance is between the difference between those. Although with the ice one, you could jump on them once you've frozen them. Also, what's different about this game is that you needed 300 of the item, the collectible, to get an extra life, not 100. That was very strange. It's always 100, but in this game it was 300. And also, around the different levels you could find, for lack of a better term, heart containers, so you could upgrade your life total. Not life total, health total. I'm thinking in terms of Magic the Gathering. And you would have all these levels laid out in a linear fashion, and there's really no repeated levels. You won't go on one level and then have the next level be the same theme. It could be similar, but you won't have multiple levels of the exact same theme. You also had these gates which could transform you into different animals that would allow you to traverse the terrain in different ways, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. And what was also interesting about the 2.5D nature of the whole thing is that sometimes you could have areas that were set out in a circle, so you would run around in a circle, but maybe you would jump on this ledge which would take you somewhere out of the circle. Well, that was interesting. This is a game that used passwords. You couldn't save the game, it didn't use the memory card. You had passwords, and sometimes you could type in a particular password and it would give you these cheats. And there was just loads of them. Like, the only one I really remember, well, I remember a few of them. I think Hard Body made you invincible, and then Born Free meant you unlocked all the levels from the start. And there was also something like Tommy Boy, which unlocked the pinball bonus stage, and there was Body Swap that allowed you to press triangle to switch characters in the middle of a level. They were all 8-letter passwords, and there was just loads of them. There was one where all of your characters' bodies were messed up and all glitchy looking. There was just all sorts. And I was never able to complete this game legitimately because it got too hard. And I did actually get to see the final boss at the end of the game, and I have seen the later levels through using these different cheats. So the final boss is this weird eyeball thing, and it has a series of set stages to it. And I remember trying out the different levels. Like the second last level, you've got to run away from this giant electric ball, and also there's one of the bonus stages as well where you've got this thing chasing you and you have to run across this, for lack of a better term, rainbow road. And it was so hard to get to the end because it just seemed to go on for ages, and you'd have all these things that stop you, and you basically had to memorize the whole level. It was really, really hard. I do have some fond memories of this game. Number 155 is Star Ocean First Departure. Now this is the PSP remake of the original Star Ocean game, and I only managed to get so far into this game, and I don't have much to say about this game. A couple of things that really stand out to me. I remember, for one, you start on this, it's sort of like a foresty wildlife type planet where everything's very nature based, and then very soon into the game you'll have these people from another planet send you aboard their spaceship, and that was very strange. I mean, it's Star Ocean, I knew that was going to happen, something of that sort of caliber was going to happen, but it is quite a strange contrast. This is one of those actiony RPGs. If you have any familiarity with Star Ocean as a whole, or Tri-Ace in general, then you'll probably know exactly what the combat's like, but you do enter battles, and then you'll have this battle arena, and you'll have different buttons to press for different attacks, and you'll get different prompts coming up, and when you level up you get skill points, and you can spend those skill points on different abilities. And I remember there's one ability that each character has, and what that ability does is it makes all of that character's abilities cheaper to buy, but it's very unclear as to whether it's worth it or not. I always kind of assumed it was, so what I did was I just kept buying that ability until eventually it cost 1 SP, and then didn't buy it anymore until it eventually cost more SP to buy, so then I would do that. Or is it the way around? No, it wouldn't have cost 1, it would have cost more. It's confusing. It was rather confusing how that worked, but I did play that, and I did keep using that ability up until a certain point. Yeah, the cost would have gone up, or would it have gone down? I don't know. Whatever, it doesn't matter, but just know that I kept using that ability. But I mostly play this on Train Journey, so not too much memories I have assigned to this game, other than the fact that I played it on the train a lot. Number 154 is Crackdown 2, and this is a clump because number 153 is Crackdown, and this is a series which is Xbox exclusive, and I was originally shown Crackdown from my friend Alex, and what this game has become rather famous for is the agility orbs. The best way I can describe these games is that you are this agent and you basically go around shooting bad guys in this city. And in the first game, for example, you have to kill the leaders of these different gangs, and doing so will unlock different parts of the city. Whereas in the second game, it's more to do with zombies. And I know that people generally don't like the second game as much as the first one, and I would say that the first one is probably a bit better than the second one, but I still really enjoyed both games. The way that it worked is that you get different stats that you level up by doing different things. So the more that you kill enemies, they'll give you points based on what you use to kill them. So it might be firearms, or it might be melee, or whatever. And you can level up your jumping capabilities by collecting the agility orbs, and I think that is perhaps the most appealing thing for a lot of people, this whole idea of all these orbs scattered around the map. They're basically like these little green icons that you will see like on the top of buildings, on the corners, and all over the place, and you collect them and they give you some experience towards your agility, and when you reach certain points in that leveling, you will be able to jump higher, which will allow you to reach higher agility orbs. It's always nice to see all these orbs around ready for you to collect them, even though I know that it's generally frowned upon to say that you have lots of things to collect in the world, because it's just doing something over and over without strategy or whatever. But I feel that these games did it quite well. And you also have the hidden orbs as well, which are, as you'd expect, hidden all around the worlds. And the hidden orbs specifically give you multiple stats as opposed to just the agility one. But also there's this whole checklist of ones that you've found. Now, there's also a driving skill, but no one cares about it because it's stupid. I mean, why would you ever decide to drive when you can get agility orbs and run really fast and jump really high? I don't know why anyone would want to do that. You can also collect weapons by defeating enemies and collecting their weapon, and if you take that weapon to one of the certain checkpoints, it will add to your inventory so that you can then choose it at any time. I originally played the first Crackdown when I got my 360 originally. I think it was towards the end of 2011 that I played Crackdown 2. But yeah, good games. Number 152 is DuckTales Remastered. Now, this game has received quite a lot of criticisms for having really long bits of story, and trust me, they're not that long. I think that people really over-exaggerate it, and people say it's annoying to have to skip them all the time. Well, it's really not. I really think people over-exaggerate with that. I seriously do. But this is a remastered version, so to speak, of the original DuckTales game that was released on the Nintendo, the NES, which I'd never played. But this is basically, it's got the same set of levels, and it's a platform game, and your main mode of attack is by jumping on the enemies with your pogo cane. So you'll have to complete all of the levels. In each level, you'll also have different health power-ups and stuff, and it's just a generally nice game. You'll also keep the money that you've gotten so that you can spend that on artwork and collectibles, all themed on DuckTales, and it's quite a challenging game. You've got the different difficulty settings. Now, I'm going to go into a little bit of a rant here because this is something that I feel passionate about, and I think people totally miss the mark here, right? People will say, back in the day, games had a lives system so that you could keep paying money into these arcade machines. And yes, there were plenty of games that did that. They purposefully made games hard so that you'd have to keep paying so that you could continue playing. And, well, it's just left over from those times and they should abandon it now. Okay, let me make this clear. A lives system can really make a game a lot better, and this is an example where that is absolutely the case, because you can play on easy mode or normal mode or whatever, and in those modes you will, like, easy mode is something like unlimited lives, and then you've got one which is where running out of lives will restart the level or something like that. But in expert mode, if you can complete expert mode, you will then be able to save it. You can't save the game in expert mode until after you've completed it. And if you run out of lives in expert mode, then you lose. You have to start expert mode again. Now, people can say, oh, they're just making you repeat stuff that you've already done, and ooh, it's false tension. No, let me tell you this. It's not false tension. There's no such thing as false tension. It's really, really good tension. I have not yet completed this game on expert mode. I have gotten to the final stage a couple of times, and let me tell you, it has made the game so much more exciting. It means that every hit counts. Whenever you come across a boss and they will launch an attack at you, you have to be really careful that you dodge those attacks because it really, really matters. And so when I play this game on expert mode and I get to even just a rather simple boss, I am tense. Like the boss for the Aztec world, I am really, really careful. I am focused, and I am trying to be careful to dodge things and get out of the way. And then on the final level, being really scared when a chain breaks or something. It's exciting. It's not false tension. It's not making you just play longer. No, this is why I have a problem with save states. Save states don't represent the game for what it is, and when you have a game with a limited number of lives, it can mean that not only does each hit count or everything really matters, but it also means there can be much more variety in how you go about things. If this game only had easy mode and it only had that mode where you had unlimited lives, right? I don't have to be careful. I would play the game, complete it within an hour, and be done with it. But because it's got an expert mode, and because I can play through and have to suffer through the potential loss of progress of losing all of these lives, I feel excited playing this game. And it's a feeling of excitement that you don't often get, and it makes the game last longer. And don't say it's fake length, because it isn't. It's length that you repeat the game, you learn from your mistakes, you do better each time, or you might do worse, it varies, but you get this feeling of really understanding how well you've done because you really feel the effects of your actions, and we need to have more games like this. Of course, I'm not saying that all games need to have a life system and all games need to be like this where you can't save, that's stupid, but we need more games that do this because it's genuinely exciting, and we need to stop pretending that it isn't. But I am going to end this part here. A really high, good ranty part to end the episode on, I think. And I will see you next time. So, I'll see you all then. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are currently continuing on from where we left off at number 151, which is Final Fantasy III. Now, I imagine that some of you are going to be rather confused or rather shocked or surprised about this, but to be completely honest, Final Fantasy III isn't a game I so heavily got invested into as an RPG. I have played the original version on an emulator, and I have also played a degree of the DS version as well. This is actually the only one of the original set of Final Fantasy games that didn't get remade outside of the 3D remake on the DS and iOS and all that. It went straight from the Famicom release that only got released in Japan, and after that it got released on the DS in the 3D version. And so we didn't have this improved graphics 2D version that we had with the other early Final Fantasy games, but also the differences between the original version and the DS version are pretty strong when you look at it, because the entire system seems to work differently, and I will describe how the system works in this game. Basically, you have 4 characters, so you have Luneth, Rifia, Ark, and Ingus, and as you would in very traditional Final Fantasy style, you have to go around and find all these different crystals, and the crystals will unlock different job classes for each of your characters. Now, the way that it works with leveling up these job classes is rather strange, because in the original version you have to pay CP, capacity points, in order to be able to switch between one job and another, and you get those by fighting battles, and the CP that it costs to switch between one job and another is dependent on how good those jobs are, but also how strongly connected those jobs are linked. So it would be a lot easier, it would be a lot cheaper to transfer between one combat physical based role and another physical based role, as opposed to a physical based role to a magic based role. And as you level them up, these prices became more affordable. And the way that you got magic is that you just found it or you bought it, and you could customize your characters by giving them the magic spell or taking it off them. So magic was rather easily swapped around and all that. And also this game uses the stage by stage MP system, whereby every spell costs 1 MP, but your MP pool varies for each stage of magic, for each tier. Now, when this game came out on the DS, it still has the job system where you switch between jobs, but they did away with capacity points, and they really changed it up. It's really strange to think that it's kind of the same game in that same sense, but to be honest, neither of these games really seem to have a deep system that I could really get invested into on a whole. I mean, I did obviously enjoy the games, but I didn't feel like it was really something that you could invest a lot of time into strategizing about, because there were some points where you would have a boss that was very obviously weak to a particular role. I remember there's one boss where you just turn everyone into dragoons and make everyone jump, or something like that. And what is quite clever about this game as well is that there are times where, in order to get through to places, you will have to cast mini on all your characters so they're all minis or something like that, and that was rather interesting. But that's all I really have to say about Final Fantasy III, to be honest. So yeah, that may have surprised some of you, but I'm going to move on. Number 150 is Cityville, and this is a Facebook game, or should I say it was a Facebook game, because the game is gone, it's not running anymore, you can't play it anymore unless there's some means around it. I don't know what people have access to, but basically this game is defunct, I think the word is, and this is a game that I played in 2010, and this was just before I started trying out some of Miscrates, but I also talked about, because around this time I figured I would try out some Facebook games, and I really don't want to spend a lot of time on this game talking about how I'm trying to justify how much I liked this game, because it's a Zynga game, you shouldn't like that, they're evil. Look, I have said many times that free-to-play games and microtransactions, I hate it. I hate microtransactions. And yes, Cityville does have microtransactions, and I do absolutely hate it. I hate it in all games regardless of how much I love the game. I hate how it rewards people for pestering their friends. I hate how there's this currency that you collect over time and get loads of it, but can't really utilize at a certain point, because at that point it feels like you would need to pay real money for the special currency that would help you use that. And I understand that it's a horrible tactic that they use to try to get money out of people, and when I hit that point that I knew that I couldn't do anything until I paid my money, I just stopped playing at that point. But to speak about this game positively for a moment, for the time I did play it and for the time that I did discuss this game with other people, I've got to say I certainly had a lot of fun. For one, this idea of a persistent world, so to speak, where it runs even if you're not at the computer, was interesting to me. The idea that I could set things up to work over time so that I could come back to it later, I could then see how my things were doing and work on it through that way. Also, what I did like was the level of, I don't want to say strategy because it's a very simple game and it's not really strategical at all, but the sort of resource management where you would have certain buildings you could make that would supply you with more energy, or you could have ones that could supply you with more goods, and also the way that you could connect paths together using either a road or just like a normal path, and the normal path was more expensive overall, but it was more efficient because it took up less space. I remember there was one time where I actually redid my entire city. I just thought, right, I need to scrap all this, move everything out of the way, change everything about it to set it up for peak efficiency. So this would involve things such as creating those giant towers that give you loads of stuff and finding the best way to surround them with these different objects that would give this sort of like this radius effect to give those things around it bonus experience or something like that. Of course, with the things that produced resources quickly tended to give you more overall, but they required more attention in order to be able to properly utilize that. And so there was always this balance between trying to balance your energy up against your ability to activate things at the right time, and I had some fun with it. I remember there were times where I had to go away from the house for a while, and I remember going into an Apple store when I was away and thinking, I wonder how my city's doing, and I just went into the city and then I went and sorted out all the things. And I know some of you are probably thinking like, oh, you sound like such a casual saying all this, you sound like such a noob. Okay, just stop. Oh, don't stop if you don't want to, I don't care what you think. But the point is that I had some fun with this game, so there you go. Number 149 is Sports Champions 2. I don't remember exactly when I got this game, but if you remember I was talking about the original Sports Champions game, in that game I got that at the same time I got my new PS3, which came with the PS Move. Well, I got it a little bit afterwards, I suppose, but Sports Champions 2 I got maybe like a year or two afterwards, so it might have been like 2014. I think it was 2014 actually, when I come to think about it. And I remember playing this in the summer. What I like about this game in particular, well, there's a few things that I like about this game in particular. For one, I think the games are better, and some of the games that they had in the original Sports Champions, such as the Gladiator stuff, doesn't really focus on that anymore, but it has tennis as opposed to table tennis, and it still has archery, but the archery has a wider variety of different challenges to it. So you'll have ones where you have to smash bottles, and there's ones where you've got to try to get your arrow through all these different hoops, and you've got to get them to line up. A lot more interesting, I think, in that regards. Also, what I liked about this game is that you didn't have a character select thing, which may seem like a small or a weird thing to think about, but yeah, you didn't select a character, because what I didn't like about the first game so much is that you had all these characters, each with the different skills and stuff, and so you kind of just had to know which one was best. But in 2, you just were yourself, I suppose, and I generally don't like the idea of having my own personalized avatar, so to speak, but I think just having like a character is better than having this character select thing. Also, the tennis. Oh my god, the tennis. I completed the tennis fully from start to finish, and the last game in the tennis is just crazy. You're up against this robot who is very, very good at tennis, but the game just goes on for ages. You have to win so many rounds, and within those rounds you have a set, and within those sets you have to win so many sets, and then of that you have to win so many of those. There's just so many different stages upon stages of individual layers upon layers of things you have to win, and it just goes on forever, and I love it. Number 148 is Worms for the PS3, but I'm clumping this because number 147 is Worms for the PS1, and the PS3 version of Worms is just a game called Worms. It's like a Worms game that is like the generic idea of Worms, and they just call it Worms, but it's not a literal port or a translation of the original game that is called Worms. Although this original version of Worms that I did have, I also had it on the Amiga ages ago. But I'll start off by talking about the PS3 game. First of all, if you don't know what Worms is, I've spoken about this probably quite a few times already, but you've got each different team, each with 4 worms, and you take turns to control a worm, and with your worms you select a weapon from this list of weapons, and you try to shoot and kill each other, and you can destroy the environment as you do so. That's the basic core concept of Worms. The PS3 version is pretty much just that, just the core concept, and I don't really have too much memories in regards to this game, although it was the very first game on the PS3 that I got 100% of the trophies in. It wasn't a platinum because it was only a small game, but I got all of the trophies, and I remember 2 of the trophies in fact. I was rather lucky because there was one where you had to win a battle only using grenades online, which, you know, online just makes it worse, and there was one where you had to win within a certain amount of turns or a certain time limit, and thankfully I stumbled across a level where you only had a few small platforms, so you could just throw grenades, and if you were a bit lucky you could win, and that's how I got both those trophies in one go. I was very happy I found that level. Now, the old original Worms is quite interesting because the marketing from Worms changed quite a bit after this. It kind of went more cartoony and playful, whilst the original Worms, the imagery that it used was very army based, and for example it used that very stencil-y font, and the box art had worms that you would expect for the box art for something like Contra or Rambo or something like that. But I remember playing this on the Amiga, and I remember it had one of those weird lock things where you had to get this booklet and type out a code to make sure that you weren't pirating the game. You had to look and try to find these tiny little numbers. It was quite difficult and quite tedious in a way, but that's what they did. But also I have a memory about Worms playing it at my friend Thomas's house, because when he had a PS1, Worms was one of the games he had, and we played that game to play quite often. We did have quite a bit of fun with that game. I remember there was one time where we decided to go onto a level and just put girders everywhere, turn all of the items onto infinite, just to fill the whole thing with girders. So the level was just girders everywhere, and we'd sing to it. We'd go, let's build bridges, and we just fill everything with girders, and we're like, okay, stop. We're going to stop putting all these girders down now, and now we're going to fight. And we just fight in this weird arena with girders everywhere. It took forever to break through it all. It just took absolutely ages, but it was funny, and it's a memory. I also remember either borrowing this game from him or eventually getting the game myself. I think I just borrowed it from him for a while, and I remember, for some reason, I don't know why, but I remember there was this little coding system where you could put in a certain code, and it was like a seed, and you could remember like particular codes so that you could replay a particular level again. And I remember just finding a level which was all fives, just 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, all the way up, and that level was like this candy level with ice lollies and stuff, and I just remember liking that level for some reason, and I'd play on that level quite a bit. But yeah, this game had quite a few different environments that you could get, possibly even more than the later Worms games, and I remember the different ambience and music and all that they had in the background. It was very diverse in that regards, and this is making me want to watch videos of all these different levels. Number 146 is Pixel Junk Shooter Ultimate. Now, this game is a combination of Pixel Junk Shooter 1 and 2, and basically I decided that I would just include them as a single game here, because I've played the original Pixel Junk Shooter on the PS3, which I played, I think, around 2010, so it was a couple of years after I got my PS3 originally, and I really got into it. And I didn't really play the second one much, I played maybe one level of it, but since then I got the Ultimate version on the PS4, and I have been playing that, and I have streamed loads of that. And the way that this game works is that you are a little spaceship, and you have to go around and collect diamonds, and you also have to free little hostages that are hidden around all these levels. And the main gimmick of this game is that you have to interact with all these different liquids, and those liquids will interact with each other in different ways. And there's 3 stages from the first game, and then you've got 3 stages from the second game, and each stage, or world rather, has its own mechanics pertaining to different types of liquids. And it starts off very simple. The first world, you have soft rock, you have lava and water, and you can blow up the soft rock and the lava can fall, and then the water can fall, or it's all like very liquidy and flowy, very, very physically based, and if they touch each other they both turn into soft rock. So you've got to kind of find ways of getting different liquids in different areas and all that sort of stuff. But you eventually get to worlds where you have to start dealing with ice, and you've got this stage where there's this magnetic liquid where you have to sort of turn on and off magnets to repel and attract it. And then you get to the second game, the World 4, and you start getting this sort of acid liquid, like stomach acids, where if you touch it, you will get a countdown and it will effectively poison you, and you will have 7 or so seconds, or however many seconds, to then touch liquid so that you can then be free and continue on. And it's really, really nice how it has all of these different mechanics and different ways that things can interact with each other, and I really, really think it's a good game as well. Also, there's one thing that I want to mention about this game, and that is the music, because sometimes you'll have these different stages where the music has lyrics to it, and when I say lyrics, it's kind of like voice samples, and the one that really sticks out to me is the one where it goes, if you work in the entertainment business and you make money, you're a sellout, 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 or something like that. But there's also one stage where it kind of goes, you lose, or something like that, or like fight, or continue, or something like that. And I'm just thinking, is that ripped directly from Tekken 2? Because it really, really feels like it is, and I don't know if it is, and I'll be kind of annoyed if it isn't, but I really, really want to find out, and it's irritating every time I hear it. But I'm going to end this episode here. So thank you everyone for watching and taking part in the series. I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 145, which is Gnoog, and that's how I've always pronounced it. In fact, when I was introduced to this game, they also called it Gnoog, and I'm just going to call it Gnoog. I've also heard it being called Gynog or something like that, but no, that just sounds weird and wrong to me. This game is also known as Wings of War in the US, but it's Gnoog as far as I'm concerned. So I've already kind of told you the story about how I was introduced to Gnoog, because when I was playing Castle of Illusion, I had to go to the toilet, and then when I came back downstairs, my friend Matthew had turned my game off and he just put his game in and he played it, and that game is Ganoog. So whilst I did have that feeling of, why did you do this, why did you just turn my game off, I also had this feeling of, well, this looks interesting. The best way that I can think to describe this game is that it's kind of what would usually be called a shmup or a scrolling shooter or a space shooter, I suppose, apart from you're not a spaceship, you are just this guy with wings. And the way that this game works is that each level is divided into two halves. You'll have the first half, which is generally a lot faster than the second half, and then you'll have a mini boss at the end of the first half, and then when you get to the second half, things tend to slow down, the music will change, the music will slow down in most cases, and you have a bit more of a labyrinthian level design where you'll have the walls go up and down, and you'll have tighter corridors and all that. Generally speaking, you can collect different power-ups as you would with these types of games. You've got the feather, which is like a speed power-up. You have the blue and the red circles, which increase your firing amount or your firing size, as in your bullet size. You'll have these other circle icons as well, which will determine the way in which you shoot. So for example, if you pick up a red one of these, you'll shoot out in a sort of fanning shape. But if you pick up a blue one, it will shoot in a more directly forwards type of manner. And a yellow one, which is only there for specific situations, will allow you to shoot backwards as well as forwards. Now, the way that the different weapons work is that you can collect all these different scrolls, and each scroll has a letter written on it, and each letter symbolizes a particular magic ability or whatever you want to call it, like a power-up or something. And so you have 3 slots of these, and so when you collect one, it will add that letter to the first slot that is available. So say you might get like an S, then you pick up another S, the S will appear in the second slot, and if you press A, then whatever's first in the list will become your secondary weapon, and the amount that you have of that letter will determine how powerful it is and how many bullets you have. So say for example, if you collect one E and then you press A to activate it, you'll have these energy blasts which will fire off in 2 separate directions. But if you pick up more of those and use those and activate those whilst there's more of them as opposed to just the one, you will have the same ability, but you'll have more ammo and it will fire off into many different directions instead. So a chunk of this game is knowing when to pick up certain power-ups and when to know the best time to activate these different power-ups. Some of them are very situational, like for example there's the ground attack one where you'll shoot off the bullet from the top and the bottom, and they will hit the ceiling and the floor and they will sort of zoom out from there, which is very useful on the 4th stage because that has a lot of very tight corridors and it goes really fast as well. But on say stage 2, it really isn't going to make much difference, even though you can't really get it on stage 2, but you get the idea. The music on this game is very good. I really like the music for this game. The enemy design is pretty gross. I will get to that in a moment. But I will say that I have never completed this game properly. I have, and this was before the days of YouTube, bear in mind, I have seen the ending by cheating because eventually I got a ROM and you can save state and you can do the level select cheat in the starting menu, and so that is how I was able to see the ending. And the final level, level 6, is basically all of the different sub-bosses in each of the previous levels all put together, and then there's this final boss, which is so hard. But the game is really hard to begin with. So the first level is like in this cave, which is very simple. Then you've got the second level where you're kind of flying over the sea, and in the second half you actually go down into the sea. And then you've got the third one, which is like this castle. The 4th level, which is like this factory. And then the 5th level is kind of like this gooey stuff. And this was the furthest that I had ever gotten legitimately when I was a kid, and I got to the second boss of this level. It was the furthest I've ever gotten. I've probably gotten there a few times, and this is something that when I discovered it was rather shocking to me, because when you're young and you're very innocent and you don't notice certain things, and I do not know how they managed to get this in the game without it being censored at all, but I didn't know this at the time. And if you've got kids around and you don't want them hearing about these types of things at such an early age, or you're just generally sensitive to these types of things. I don't know, but I'm not going to beat around the bush about this. The second boss for like the main boss of this fifth world is a giant erect penis. And there's no nicer way for me to say that. I saw this when I was playing on the ROM, and I saw it and I was like, oh my god, I saw that when I was a kid. I don't know. It's something that's just really, really, really strange. But hey, I mean, it's not like I was traumatized or anything like that as a kid. Nothing to do with that. It's just the fact that, you know, I just saw it as a boss that was very, no pun intended, hard. And so going back to this game and seeing that, I was just like, wow, seriously? And one more thing I should mention before this game finishes, before I finish on this segment and move on to the next game, is that of the different weapons you can get, if you can get the wildfire, which is 3 Ws, what that basically does is it turns your normal shots into a much bigger bullet, and you can fire those. If you can get that on the third stage and then just get through the rest as far as you can without dying, because dying will cause you to lose these weapons, if you can get that, you are set. Just make sure you keep it, because third stage wildfire is really, really nice. Just keep it for as long as you can. And I like that, you know, making something precious so that you'll really, really want to avoid death. Number 144 is Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock. And this is a clump because number 143 is Guitar Hero and number 142 is Guitar Hero 2. And the way that I was introduced to Guitar Hero was through my friend Alex from university. It was the first year of university, and I remember I went to his dorm one day and he showed me Guitar Hero 2 on his Xbox 360, and I just fell in love with it. I played it for like an hour or two before I had to leave, and I just absolutely fell in love with it. I loved the concept behind it, although when I first played it, it was very hard for me. I wasn't able to do anything past easy mode, and I guess that's just a natural thing that people naturally progress, but using my little finger to press the blue button seemed so unreal, I just could not do it. But I remember I originally heard that this game had the song Psychobilly Freakout on, which is a song that I really like. I've discovered Reverend Horton Heat through a different game, and so I got into different Reverend Horton Heat songs, and Psychobilly Freakout was one of them. And this game also had songs like John the Fisherman by Primus. I also am into Primus. And there's a song called Let's Talk My Rock, which I was into. Not before then, but I liked it from the game. And there was also the Buckethead song Jordan, who I was kind of into Buckethead a little bit before then, but not too much. And I just had a lot of fun trying out these different songs. And it was the Christmas of 2007, which I believe would have been the Christmas of that year, where I got Guitar Hero 2 for my PS2, because you have to remember I got my PS3 in 2008. So I got Guitar Hero 2 for the PS2, and I loved it, and I eventually did get better. And I remember later on, after that point, going back to Alex's dorm, and I did a lot better than what he saw me do last time. And so that was a lot of fun. My brother also got Guitar Hero 3 this very same Christmas, but the issue I always had with Guitar Hero 3 is that I felt it was harder, like you had to be very specifically accurate with hitting the notes. I don't know if that's correct, but that's how I felt with it. Guitar Hero 3 had the Metal by Tenacious D, which I liked. It had Through the Fire and the Flames, I believe, which is the one that everyone loves. It's the one that's become sort of famous in Guitar Hero lore, I suppose. But I eventually got Guitar Hero 1, the original one, for myself sometime after that, and that has Queens of the Stone Age, No One Knows, and which I was into that song. Bad Religion's on it, my favourite band of all time, Bad Religion's on it, although it's also one of my least favourite songs, and a not very good version of it, so, yeah, Infected was on that. And so, I did go through this stage where I did kind of really get into these Guitar Hero games, but my order of ranking these games, really just has to boil down to the different songs, because I think Guitar Hero 2 was the one where I generally enjoyed the songs the most. That is based off my memories. I mean, maybe if I listen to the songs individually, that might not necessarily be the case, but that's the way that I feel it was. Number 141 is The Addams Family, and this is the original game on the Amiga or the Mega Drive version, which I eventually played on a ROM. But I had the Amiga version, and man, this game is hard. But I also think that this may have been the second game I ever completed, because I remember Rodland, I think, was the first game I ever completed, and then there's The Addams Family, which, like I said, I think is the second game I ever completed. But this game is really hard, but I think this was really the first game that opened me up to this idea of a platform game where you don't have a strict series of levels one after the other. It's more like for lack of a better term, an open world where everything connects. Now, this is a game that I've noticed has gotten some hate, because I specifically remember the Angry Video Game Nerd when he did his episode on Festus Quest a long time ago. He also touched on this game, The Addams Family, and he complained about how the jumping was very precise and the controls are very slippery. The way that you run around is very slippery, and that is true, but I think that you kind of adapt to it and you kind of come to understand when a jump will be successful, like if you hit an enemy, or when it won't. But this is a game I had a lot of fun exploring when I was a kid. The idea behind this game is that you have to go and free all of your different family members, because you play as Gomez, and so you have to save like Pugsley, Wednesday, Uncle Fester and Grandma, and once you've done that you will unlock the final level where you go to save Morticia. But you can save them in any order aside from Morticia, who has to be last, of course. But when you start the game, you start just outside your mansion, and this is something that always really vividly sticks in my mind as well, is sort of the layout of the outside of this mansion, because to the far left you have this noose that has one of those spinny hat power-ups that you can find that will allow you to fly for a bit, and to the right you will get this pit that will allow you to do this underground grassy section. Or you can go inside the house and you can go through the different rooms there in order to follow the different paths where you'll eventually find the different bosses who all have one of the family members captive. But there's also a bunch of extra bosses as well, which will allow you to upgrade your health total. And I do remember that if you go down to the underground grassy area, there is a way around you can go that you will eventually get to this tree, and on this tree there's this bird at the top, and if you defeat the bird your health total will go from 2 up to 3. And there's a couple other ones as well hidden around, and that's what I really liked. I really like this hidden nature, and you have to go out and explore the different areas, and everywhere is all connected, and that was really nice. And like I said, the challenge also is really hard. The game is just generally really hard. Like, you'll have parts where you've got to hit these switches in order to make blocks appear and disappear, and you could also say like have these like fireballs jumping around, or you could have sort of like platforming puzzles where you have this cannon that shoots out a cannonball, and you have to bounce off the cannonball in order to get extra length when jumping across this pit of spikes. Just things like that. And I genuinely think that this is a really nice game, and I do think that it gets a lot of, well, no, not necessarily. I don't want to say it gets a lot of negative attention, but rather the attention I've seen it being getting is never positive. It's always been negative. But honestly, I think this is a really, really nice game. And also one thing that kind of blew my mind as well is that on the inside of the main hall, in the entrance, we've got all the stairs. There is a secret door, and if you go through the secret door, you can get some bonuses, and hey, that's really nice. But I didn't realise this at the time when I played it on the Amiga, but later on when I played it on the Mega Drive emulator, you can actually go a bit further in that room to find another hidden door, and through that hidden door, you have to solve out these different puzzles, like when do you get the helicopter hat thing in order to be able to get up to this ledge, and if you do everything such perfectly, then you get access to all these lives, and it's just all these hidden things and stuff. I just really like this game, to be honest. I think it deserves a lot more praise than what it gets. Number 140 is Gex 3D Enter the Gecko, also just known as Gex Enter the Gecko in the US, or it's also known as Gex 2 because it's the second Gex game. Now, I didn't know this at the time. The story behind how I got this game is very, very vivid to me, because it was during 1998, during the World Cup, the Football World Cup, and I was downstairs watching it with my dad. I wasn't very interested, but my dad was basically trying to say to me, like, it's a very special event, we have to watch it all together, you know, because we're his kids and we have to do like family stuff. And my granddad came round. This is my granddad on my mum's side, who always gave me all those copied games, and he just gave me Gex 3D. He was like, here's a game for you, and I was very happy. And so I remember saying to my dad, like, please can I go and play this? I was really excited, and I didn't want to watch the football. It was something like Norway versus Scotland or something. Even then I didn't really care. But he said, yeah, okay, go on then. And I was happy to be able to go upstairs and play a game, as opposed to having to watch football just for the sake of watching football. But I also remember with this game is that the back of the box had an advert for Pandemonium 2 on it, and I remember thinking to myself, is there Pandemonium 2 on this? Which there wasn't, but still, that introduced me to the idea of Pandemonium 2. I don't think I knew existed before then, but yeah, the way that this game works is it's a 3D platform game, and you play as Gex, who is voiced differently depending on which version of the game you have. So, for example, my version, the UK version, had this very upper class, or rather should I say like an upper class British voice. I don't remember the name of the voice actor, I believe I once knew, but Gex made a lot of references to things that I thought was quite interesting, like Woolworths, for example, and Boy George. But let's talk about the actual game here. So you have to collect all of the different remote controls, because Rez has taken over the media dimension, Rez being this evil robot bad guy, and the media dimension is like this weird land in space, like a Roman type, or Greek rather, like this ancient Greek type layout, and you jump into TVs in order to go into that TV channel, and that's basically a level, and you start off by choosing which remote you want to try to get. Not that it matters, because you can choose one and then score and get another one, doesn't matter, but you choose a level and it'll show you how to get that particular remote. So for example, for the first cartoon level, it would be like destroy 5 purple mushrooms, or that'd be one where reach the teetering rock, so you have to get to the end of the level basically, and once you've done that, you can unlock the ability to fight the boss. And the media dimension also had these different gates around, which were like glowing this particular colour, and if you walked up to the gate, it would talk, you'd hear this voice that would just sort of like threaten you, and that kind of blew my mind at the time. So for example, the first boss is the Tiki Brothers, and you go to the first gate and it's like, you will not defeat the Tiki Brothers, and so you defeat the Tiki Brothers and you go through, and there's a few more doors there as well. So you'll have this red door, this giant red gate, and it'll say Mushupur cannot be destroyed, and so obviously you have to go around and defeat these bosses and get all the remotes from the different levels in order to unlock these gates and unlock more levels. I remember the green gate in particular only required an amount of remotes rather than defeating a boss, so when you went up to that gate it just laughed as opposed to saying that you must defeat a particular boss. And I also remember that the final gate is a sort of dragon head. It's not like an actual literal gate like the others ones are. It's like this dragon head. And I remember when you get enough remotes or you defeat the boss or whatever requirement you have to meet, it shows you a little scene of the dragon mouth opening. And I remember seeing that, and that used to freak me out, that clip of the mouth opening of this stone dragon. I used to find that rather creepy. But also, the first time I played through this game, I managed to glitch my way through the dragon mouth to get to those later levels that I wasn't supposed to get to. So that was interesting. I think you have to do like a sort of bounce jump into it at a particular angle or something, but I did manage to glitch my way into it. You can also get the silver remotes as well, so you'll have levels where there's a silver remote hidden somewhere, and you can also get one by collecting enough items, because all the items you'll have like one type of item, then you collect 30 of those and then they all transform into a different type of item, and then you'll collect all of those and then they'll transform into a different type of item, and then once you've done all those you will then unlock the other silver remote. And once again, talking about this is making me want to go and watch a let's play of it or something, just so I can relive all of these memories. But I'm going to end this part here, so thank you all for watching. I will see you next time. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 139, which is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. And I got this game one Christmas. I don't remember the exact year. I think it was 2002, so it might have been 2002, 2003, around that time, but I'm fairly confident it was 2002. I'm not too sure. But I remember this was the same Christmas that my brother got Ratchet and Clank, the original, on PS2. It was also the same Christmas that I got the second DVD of Father Ted, which I really liked. But I remember this Christmas was during a period where we actually had a PS2 downstairs on the main downstairs TV, and so we could actually play games on the downstairs TV, which we didn't actually get that opportunity very often. But like I said, around this 2002 period, there was this time where we did have it downstairs. I'm not sure why we did that, but we just did. Of course, we couldn't always play it downstairs because my mum would want to watch TV, but But I remember loading up this game and the introduction where it has the TNT song by AC/DC. I'm gonna look like a right old fogey there, aren't I? I'm gonna go, ooh, the TNT song from that AD what's its name. But the main thing that really stood out to me about this game when I first played it, and I think it's a big thing that a lot of people would have noticed, is how this is different to the previous games, because the previous Tony Hawk games follow a very set structure where you have a series of levels and each level has a set of goals and you have to complete those goals, and by completing those goals you will then unlock later levels which also have their own goals. But what made Tony Hawk's 4 different is that instead of starting up a level and then having 2 minutes to complete however many goals that you still had left to complete, you instead just were put into this level, and the levels were quite large in comparison, but you were put into this level and you just had to ride around and there would be NPCs, and the NPCs would sometimes be quest givers, so to speak, if we're going to talk about, you know, RPG terms here. But you talk to them and they'll say something like, hey, I bet you can't grind this rail from here to all the way over there, and then you'll have like a 40-second time limit to do that thing or whatever. And you can enter and exit different missions for the different goals that you have to complete, and the rules still apply where you do have to complete goals in order to unlock the later levels. That's the same, just the way that it's presented is different. Now, if I have to choose a preference between this system and the other system, I'm going to choose the other system, because quite frankly what I don't like about this system is that it uses the same thing that I was talking about when I was talking about Skate, and that is that each individual goal is condensed into its own very, very specific kind of thing. And so what it meant was that there was less variety of the ways that you could go about doing things. And I've mentioned this before, but I'm going to mention it again because this is a big part of Tony Hawk's 4. And so if you look at the older games, you can look at the list of goals and think, right, I'm going to knock over all the barrels and I'm going to get Skate in the meantime, I'm going to pick up those letters, I'm going to see if I can get the score at the same time, and you'd see what you could do in one run. But with this method, you don't do that. You don't have that. You just have the challenge, you do the challenge, and that's it. There's no room for improvisation or anything like that. The only improvisation that there really is the order of which you do the challenges, I suppose. Or I suppose there's some level of variation in how you do the challenges, even though really there's not that much variation in that regards. Also, what this game did that I didn't like was that there was less focus on skating, and this is something that they took into the later games like Tony Hawk's Underground and all that, which again I've mentioned I don't like this. But this game, for example, in the first level you have this tennis game where you talk to someone and they're like, hey, I bet I can beat you in tennis, and then you play tennis with them with your skateboard. That's just stupid. That's got nothing to do with skateboarding. Grabbing a car from behind as it's driving down, it's sort of skateboard related, but I don't know, I don't know how to describe it. It's not that same thing. But even if I don't necessarily like this particular system where you talk to NPCs and you have these larger levels, I still found it interesting enough, and I certainly did have fun with it. Also, a big point to note about this game is that it introduced me to my second favourite band of all time, Less Than Jake, through the song All My Best Friends Are Metalheads. It also had Goldfinger and Agent Orange on the soundtrack as well. And something else in regards to the soundtrack as well is that you could turn songs on and off. So that was very nice. And the track list was actually a track list where you could see the artist name and the song name as opposed to just having numbers. That was also nice. And you could turn shuffle on. That was nice. Number 138 is Dynasty Warriors 7, and I thought this was a lot better than Dynasty Warriors 6, although that's not really saying much, but I do have some negative points to make about this game in particular. Although I will start off by saying that of all of the games I've mentioned so far, I think this is the most recent one that I've really played, because I believe I got this towards the end of 2015 or something like that, I'm not too sure, or sometime in 2015, but I actually played this game mostly in May of 2016. And if you're not familiar with the premise of Dynasty Warriors, I will tell you it again very quickly. You have a load of characters, and each character has their own individual stats and weapons and stuff, and then you go through all these different levels where you basically have to fight hundreds or thousands of different enemies, and throughout that you will pick up different stat upgrades and you can get different weapons. And so whilst the combat is very simple in that there's only a few buttons to press, the game focuses a lot on its level leveling system and developing your different characters and finding different items and weapons and all that sort of stuff, which is what I really like. But what makes this one in particular stand out is that characters don't have their own specific weapon that they use, as opposed to previous games where every character has a particular weapon type that is dedicated to them. So for example, Zhao Yun will always use spears, and Huang Gai will also have these giant club type weapons. And usually the way that those games work is that each character has a set amount of tiers of their weapon, and different weapons they get can have different randomized stats and stuff. But that's not the case in this game, because in this game, weapons are a universal, as in everyone has weapons, everyone has the same set of weapons, because any character can equip any weapon in this game. So if you want to give Meng Huo a fan, you can. Although the different characters do have different proficiencies with different weapon types, and each character also has a specified EX weapon, which is a particular type of weapon that they can use that will allow them to unleash their special EX attack. And also this game introduced the ability to hold more than one weapon, so you could flip between the different weapons. But this time round, the weapons didn't have any particular individualized stats that were randomized. Rather, it just had its own stats, and that was it. And the way that you unlocked abilities was that you had to equip a weapon with a particular ability on it, that called seals, and once you killed enough enemy officers with that weapon equipped, that bar will grow until eventually you learn the ability. And each weapon also has seal slots that you can put the seals in that you've learned. So everyone is building up this arsenal of weapons and collecting all of these abilities all as a single unit, even if each character does level up individually. Also in this game you have skill points, where you kill an enemy and you get some skill points, and then you can spend those skill points on a tiny skill tree that each character has. Now, the story mode in this game is not like the earlier games where each individual character goes through their own individual story. Rather, it's one per each individual force. So you'll have the Shu story, the Wu story, the Wei story, and the Jin story. And through that, you will go through a set series of levels, and each character will appear at some point. Well, not all of them, but each individual level that you play through will have a set character assigned to it. And what's good about this mode, what's good about playing this mode rather, is that you can get skill points really quickly because they carry over between different characters. But in the other mode, the Conquest mode, that doesn't necessarily happen. Conquest mode is kind of like this giant grid, and you have to try to go around and clear out all of the spaces on this grid. And each character has their own specified legendary battle that will take place on a specific tile on this grid. So you have to be able to complete these levels with every character to an extent. By doing this, you'll also unlock different companion animals to help you out, you'll unlock different weapons, and this is also how you unlock different characters as well, through the legendary battles if you don't already unlock them through the story mode. I tend to like it in Dynasty Warriors where they put more focus on requiring you to spread out how much you level up each character, which you kind of do, because if you want to max out all the skill points you will have to do that. But because you don't have each character with their own individual story mode, you can get through a lot of the game by selecting one character, in my case, who was his name? Sima Xiao, and to a lesser extent Lu Bu, and you can get away with doing the battles like that. So yeah, that's a good game. Number 137 is Dead Rising Case Zero, and this is basically a sub-game of the Dead Rising 2 game. Although it was sold separately, so it's not actually a part of it, but it's kind of like this demo extension, I suppose. And I've not really played much of the Dead Rising series. I will say that it appeals to me, the idea appeals to me, but this is the only one that I've actually really played, and my goodness, I find this really interesting. And I know the whole time limit thing is a thing that people in some cases say, it's pointless, it cuts out your exploration, whatever. Right, just stop. The time limit and the New Game Plus carryover feature is what I think makes this game really, really nice. The best way that I can describe this is that it's a third-person 3D action game with lots of zombies, and the zombies on an individual basis don't pose much of a threat. They're very easy to kill. But what makes it interesting is that everything runs on a time scale. So you'll have to be at a particular place at a particular time, or you'll have to see this other person or get this thing at a particular time to save someone. And if you want to complete it to the best of your abilities, you're going to have to do all these different things within the time. Now, because a zombie takes a bit of time to kill, it adds up, and what you really want is to be able to get more effective weapons and build things together in such a way that you'll be able to take them out more easily. So you might start off by hitting them with this baseball bat that will knock them over, but you've got to take time to swing and all that sort of stuff. and your weapons can degrade, and you can only hold so many items at once, and these are things that you can level up by defeating the different zombies. And if you reach a point that you feel it's best to do so, you can start a New Game Plus kind of feature where you can travel back to the beginning of the game, but keeping all of your levels and everything like that, and then continuing on from that point onwards, but starting the story again. But because you've done things in previous playthroughs, you will have more access to more powerful stuff, and it really shows. And thinking about this in stages and thinking ahead is stuff that I really like. I don't know why I haven't really played more Dead Rising in general, but it's something that does appeal to me, and I will have to get round to that at some point. If only Dead Rising 3 wasn't Xbox One and PC exclusive. If it was out on PS4, I'd be willing to see if I could get it. Number 136 is Closure, and this is a game that I played on Steam. It's available on the PS3 in America. I know that in the UK we don't have it. It's not on there for some reason. I don't know why, but I played the Steam version, and this is a very nice and very interesting game because it's one of those dark indie puzzle platformer type games. But the way that this one works in particular is that everything is in darkness, but you have these particular items that produce light. And if something is in darkness, it's as if it's not there. And so you'll go through these different stages and you will have to carry these light orbs around and put them into different machines to carry them around and stuff. But you also need to be careful because if you drop it somewhere and then walk off, or a machine takes it too far away and you're not following it, you will just fall because the light isn't showing you the path. So the path basically isn't there. And it's a puzzle game and I really like it. And it's all about solving these puzzles, getting the light to the right place, moving things around and timing the way that things move around. And it's so interesting, and I wish I had more to say about this game, but I don't. It's a very simple concept, but very fun to play. And also it has a rather nice atmosphere as well. Number 135 is Puzzle Quest Galactrix, and this is a game that I played on the PS3. I got it as a digital download, and I've always said that you can take a simple concept like Bejeweled, for example, which is a pretty good example given what this game is, but you can take something simple like Bejeweled and add different elements to it to make it more expansive and more interesting. And like I said with Bejeweled, Bejeweled 2 was something I ranked very low on this list, like high 400s, but Bejeweled 3 I ranked a lot higher because the different modes made it more interesting and give you more ways to think about things and interact with the mechanics. But Puzzle Quest Galactrix does take that an extra step further. I mean, it is slightly different in that it's a hexagonal grid as opposed to a square grid, but this is actually an RPG. You will travel between different levels, and the idea is that you have to fight different enemies, and the way that you fight different enemies is by matching these different things. I don't know what you want to call them. You can call them nodes or gems, whatever. Just call them gems. And so each one will reference a different resource that you can then use to defeat your enemy with. So you might be able to use an ability that will cost like 5 reds and 2 greens or something like that, and that will allow you to turn all of the yellows on the board into green. Or it might just cause direct damage to the opponent. It might allow you to take an extra turn. There's all sorts of different variations that you can have with this system. And so as you play and you gain more abilities, things become more customizable, and it's so nice, and it's a really good twist on this core idea. Also, you'll have different places you can go with different variations on this, where you won't just be fighting enemies by matching all of these gems and stuff, but you will also be mining for minerals and that type of stuff. And it's so good. It really is. I really like it when games do this, where they take a simple idea and they just expand on it, make it an RPG with these leveling systems, the different abilities. Really nice. Number 134 is Deathspank. I've often heard this game being compared to Diablo, but I'm not really familiar with Diablo, or Diablo, I don't know how you're meant to pronounce it, but whatever. Yeah, I've not actually played Diablo, so I don't know how accurate that is, but it is kind of this overhead view, and it's an RPG basically. It's an action RPG, and you go around and, you know, attack enemies, action-based mechanics. Very simple stuff, but as you go around you'll find different items, different weapons, and different ways of just interacting with the different mechanics. For example, what I really like is the healing items, for example, because you might have an RPG where you've got one item that will heal you 50 HP, and then a more powerful version of that item which will heal you 200 HP. But when you add more variables to these things, you can make them more interesting. So for example, what Deathspank does is that you can heal by eating food, and you can have some food that takes longer to eat, so you will be eating it, you will select the item and you will eat it over time. And you might have one item that will just, you eat it and then it's like a berry or something, but the idea is it's nourishing, so it will instantly heal you by X amount of health. Or you may have a chicken or something where it heals you more because there's more stuff there, but it takes more time, so it might heal you twice as much as the berry does, but it will take a few seconds for your health to gradually recover. And I like that element of variation. And it also has this explorative, if that's a word. Is explorative a word? I don't know. But it has that sort of explorative or exploration quality to it where you will go through different paths and you will come to moments where you will unlock a shortcut between the place that you started at or the place that you were before and the place that you're currently at. So it allows it to create this sort of more strict linear sense of progression where you're going from one place to another and you have to pass through particular areas, but making it so that you don't have to always backtrack through those areas if you want to go to places that you have been to before, and making it more organic than a teleporting system. I mean, I'm not saying that backtracking is necessarily a bad thing, it's just that if you want to create a system where backtracking is not a thing that you'll do, then this is a nice nifty way of doing it. I think I got to one point in this game where I got to a volcano and I think I might have got lost or the enemies were too hard, I don't remember. But it also does have a very strong leveling system where you can really see that the leveling is effective. And I mean it's sort of in sort of like a Last Rebellion kind of way, apart from not terrible. So you will go to a new area and enemies will take significantly an amount of time to kill. It's really noticeable, but then when you get a couple of levels or so, it really becomes noticeable the difference between. And so I'm going to end this part here, so thank you all for watching. I will see you next time. Hey everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are currently at number 133, which is Super Meat Boy! And this is a game that was very, very well received when it came out on the Xbox 360, and that was the same day that I got it as well, because I believe it was actually on sale if you bought it early. But this is a platform game that gets very highly praised. The idea behind it is that you don't necessarily have any specific unique abilities. All you can really do is run and jump, and you can also slide down walls and just use the physics of the game in order to be able to get through all of the levels. And there's a lot of obstacles along the way, so you'll have like chainsaws and you'll have crumbling rocks that you can slide on or run across, and you'll also have these locked walls or floors where you collect a key and it will unlock them. And each level is very short, so you don't actually go back too far if you do die. So you'll die and then you'll just instantly reappear back at the start of the level. There's no checkpoints within the levels, but the levels are so short that that's why you get sent back to the start anyway. And one thing this game is rather famous for is being really, really hard, and I do absolutely agree with that. I got to a point where there's this boss with the two worms that jump out of the ground, and you have to get them to jump into the chainsaws. I could never beat that boss. Since there really isn't any combat, so to speak, in this game, the bosses are usually just different variations of run away from this thing or avoid the attacks of this thing. In fact, there is one boss which is basically like a memory game. You have to remember the pattern by which he slams the ground and stuff, which most people don't like, but I don't really have a problem with that particular boss. And also what I really like about this game is just the amount of stuff that there is, because you'll have each set of levels in each world, and each one of those will have bandages within each level, so it's like an optional thing for you to go and get. But you can also find these black holes which are like the warp zone, and they'll take you to extra levels. And on top of all that, there's also the dark world as well, which is like a more difficult variation of all the other levels. And so it's really nice how they do manage to stack up all this stuff on top of each other. The biggest problem that I have really though is that one of the big things that this game gets a lot of praise for, and this is its own subject really, but one of the big things that this game gets a lot of praise for is how everything's fast, how everything's sudden, and when you die you teleport right back to the start and you don't have to replay that much. But I always have to mention this because having a system where there are lots of checkpoints doesn't mean there's going to be less repetition in the game, because fewer checkpoints means that there's going to have to be more deaths occurring in order to balance it out. And as a result, you will be sent back to the beginning many times, and it can get to the point where you are playing the same level many tens of times, and I honestly do get to the point where I think this is just ridiculous. It's not a thing that I'm massively a fan of, really. In general, the whole thing of having lots of checkpoints and only having to repeat a small bit, but then having to repeat that small bit over and over and over again. It's a very condensed mechanic. Everything's very condensed into, you must do this specific thing at this specific time in this specific way. And so I think all of the praise that this game gets in regards to not making you repeat that much is completely incorrect, because you have to repeat levels loads and loads of times. And to me, that is the biggest downside for this game. Absolutely, without question. I do think a positive of this game is the physics. It is very responsive with the controls. There is a very clear flow to it when you're jumping and you're flying through the air. And when I say flying, I don't mean literal flying, I mean like a big leap forward through the air. And so it's very clear the way that things would work with each other. I think people really overemphasize that element of it though. I seriously do. But yeah, that is Super Meat Boy. Or should I say that is Super Meat Boy! Number 132 is Soul Calibur 2, and this is a game that I actually had on the GameCube. The story behind me playing this game was, it was about, I don't know, 2002, 2003, around that time, and our computer, the home computer, and you have to remember this was at a time where you didn't really have mobile devices or games consoles that were connected online, at least not in our house. So the family computer wasn't working, and so I didn't really have access to go online. And in fact, I remember my granddad was over at the time, and he was doing some work in the kitchen, which is right next to, no sorry, the bathroom, not the kitchen. He was doing some work in the bathroom, which is right next to where the computer was. And so what I had done previously to that is I had ripped a CD of like Less Than Jake songs and Bad Religion songs, and because this is when I was starting to get into those bands, and I would just come into my room, put that CD on, put it on repeat, just play a few songs over and over, and play a couple of games, but one of those games was Soul Calibur 2, and so I have very strong memories of playing this game with a select few songs that I used to listen to at this time, and my granddad working in the bathroom on stuff. And so basically it's a fighting game in the Soul Calibur series, if you couldn't already tell by the name somehow. But what I really like about this game is that I really liked the single player campaign mode that wasn't the arcade mode, because you always got like an arcade mode which is just a series of fights, but this game had this extra campaign mode where you could go through individual cities and stuff, and you can defeat the different enemies in different ways, because each fight would have its own requirements. So it might be survive the round within 1 minute and just on really low health or something. Or there might be one where it's you have to knock your opponent out of the ring or something like that. And by doing this, you gained experience which caused you to level up. I don't think leveling up actually did anything. But you also got gold, and you could spend the gold that you got on different weapons for the different characters. And it was all universal across all characters. So you could pick any character you want and you could do anything, and then they'd all be done for every character, and you can buy weapons for any character. And I remember I started off by playing with Yun Sung a lot, but eventually I moved over to playing as Talim, who I found I had a lot easier time with. Now, I always say with fighting games is that I don't necessarily feel that I'm very good at them, but when you add a feature like this, it makes me a lot more interested in general. Also, because I was playing the GameCube version, I was also able to play as Link, which was very strange. It was actually also very strange to be able to play as Yoshimitsu as well, who's from Tekken, but I never really completed this mode. I remember I got to a point where the game had basically acted as if I had completed it, and then it just went, okay, here's a bunch more levels. And I don't remember if that exactly happened. Maybe I may be mistaken there, but that's what I remember. Number 131 is Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX 2, and I have a story about how I got this game, because this was not long after I originally got my PS2. So when would this have been? I would guess around 2002 as a guess, but I'm not too sure about that. But at this time I only had one PS2 game, and we as a family went to see my Auntie Eileen, who lives in Newcastle, and when we were there we went to the Metro Centre this big shopping centre in Newcastle, and from there, I think it was in the W.H. Smith's or some store like that, I bought a few things, including 2 PS2 games and a DVD of Father Ted, the first series of Father Ted. And I remember I was really happy to get that DVD because, first of all, I really liked Father Ted, and second of all, it was my first DVD, so it was my first experience owning a DVD, which may seem strange these days, but back then it was quite a big thing to have a DVD of something as opposed to a VHS. And it was because the PS2 could play DVDs, it was like this brand new feature that I was excited for. But I watched that DVD when we went back to my auntie's house, but aside from that I got 2 PS2 games, which are my second and third PS2 games I ever had, because like I said, I only had 1 PS2 game previously. But I didn't get to play those until I got home, but then I did play them, and one of those games I put it in, it was Dave Mirra's Freestyle BMX 2, and the best way I can describe this is that it's very much like a Tony Hawk's, Matt Hoffman's game, you know, one of those extreme sports type games where you've got to go around, do tricks, score points, accomplish goals, things like that. But it had a different feel to it. It felt like it was made by a separate company. I believe this one was created by Activision, which I know played a part in the Tony Hawk games, but I know that that was Neversoft that worked on those. But I did really get into this game, and I didn't complete it because it got to a point where I just found it too hard, to be honest. One thing that I did really like about this game was the music. Now, I don't remember all of the music in this game, but all of the ones that I do remember, I pretty much enjoyed. You have Sum 41's Makes No Difference. You have Phoenix TX's All My Fault. Those 2 are my favourites. You had The Cult with She Sells Sanctuary, Black Sabbath with Paranoid, you had Sublime with Summertime, and I'm probably pulling a blank right now because I don't remember exactly what else was on there, but I did enjoy a good chunk of music from this game, which was common in Tony Hawk games and all that. It's just that I don't necessarily remember there being so much filler rap in this. I mean, I know there's going to be people out there who disagree with that, but to me, rap music in these games is just filler. That's how I see it. But there was some really hard challenges that you had to do in this game. I remember one of them in particular, there was this level where it was kind of like this canyon and there were all these dinosaur bones around everywhere, and there were these different minecarts that went around on this railway track, and you had to grind them, and the accuracy that you needed to grind them, it wasn't a very good challenge, and to be honest, I don't think I was very fond of that level in general. I also remember there was one level where you had this giant blue slide. It was like a theme park or something like that, and I think you had to grind down this giant blue slide, and I just had some fun with it. I like this game. Number 130 is Tales of Vesperia. Now, I am not big into Tales of games. I've not really played that many, to be honest. And I think I'm more into the idea of Tales games than I am playing it from my experiences. Because, talking about Tales of Vesperia here, the battles were very easy. And I don't really get along so much with the combat system, so to speak, with the whole different attacks, because I find it very difficult to differentiate between one type of attack and another type of attack. So you might have one type of attack where the character's shouting like dashing sword and they'll like swing the sword through the air, and then have another one where they do like an uppercut or something. But to me it's just different attacks doing damage, and so I have a very hard time really making that distinction. There was a few things that I did like about Vesperia though, from my experience. It was nice to be able to learn abilities, the way that you equip stuff and the abilities accumulated. I also really liked, there was one point in the game where I managed to go to this island or this extra area where I felt like I wasn't meant to be there, if you know what I mean. Like, I felt like it was too high level or too late game for me, but I went there and I managed to kill some enemies, and I managed to gain loads of experience from killing those enemies, which is always a good feeling. It's always a good feeling to be able to beat something that's like several levels ahead of you, and that's what I was able to do. I also like, and this is something that I've not managed to experience, but something that I know about the Tales of games, and that is the accumulation of grade, and grade being this particular type of thing that you gain or possibly lose at the end of battles based on your performance and the difficulty that it's been set to and all that. And then at the end of the game you can activate New Game Plus, but you can spend your grade on different buffs. so it might be like extra health or double experience or something like that. And I think if I did complete this game and I did get past that point, I would enjoy that aspect because that sounds more appealing to me. But in terms of it just being a JRPG with combat and items and leveling up and all that, I didn't feel it did too much for me overall. That's just my general feelings about it. But still, I enjoyed playing it. I enjoyed travelling through the dungeons, and the dungeons I felt were decently sized, and I just generally had fun with it. Number 129 is Mega Man 10. And I have talked about a few different games in the main Mega Man series before, but I feel that Mega Man 10 really stepped it up, and it's possibly just nostalgia talking because I played this game in 2010, which is when it came out, and this was around that same time that I was watching lots of NoobTube. And I also mentioned this time when I was talking about Mega Man 9 because I used to get a collection of MIDIs from different games, and I used to listen to all the different MIDIs when I was doing my university work. And Mega Man 10 was one of those games where I did collect the different MIDIs. And so the premise is the same as it always is with these mainline Mega Man games. You start off with no weapons, you have a choice of 8 Robot Masters, you can defeat them in any order, although there is a recommended order if you look at the cycle of which weapon that you get is strong against which Robot Master. And then you go to the final level where you have to make use of all the different weapons and gadgets and stuff that you've acquired over the rest of the game in order to go and complete the game. One thing that makes this game stand out to me and makes it different to me is that I have actually completed this game. It wasn't super amazingly hard, would you believe? Now, originally I did beat it on easy mode. The difference with easy mode is that, well, aside from just being generally easier, there are also these platforms around that help you and block off different pits. And so I did beat it on easy mode originally, but then after that I tried it on normal mode and I managed to beat it on normal mode. So that's an achievement for me. Also, if you actually look at the trophy list of this game, some of them, which are like defeat all Robot Masters with only the Buster, or defeat all bosses without the helmet, which you would think adds an extra layer of difficulty, and they do, I was still able to beat it. So I actually feel that the difficulty level of this game is more reasonable compared to the earlier games. Or maybe I'm just terrible and everyone thinks this game is the worst because it's too easy. I don't know. But I think everything about this game just in general is something that I like more than the previous games. I like the music better. I like the music for Pump Man, I like the music for Solar Man, Sheep Man, Strike Man. I think they're my favourite themes in the game. But even the other levels were fine as well. Oh, and Commando Man as well. Random question, is it just me or does the music for Commando Man sound very similar to the music for Pharaoh Man in Mega Man 4? It might just be me, but that's how I feel. But I did actually go through this game, I did actually complete it. I never beat it on hard mode. I have tried. I think I managed to beat Sheep Man on hard mode, and I think that was it. Also, one thing they had with this game as well is that you could collect screws throughout the game, and that would work as your currency, and in between stages you could use that currency to buy things like extra lives, or you could use it to save you from things such as pits and all that. So there was a very light RPG grinding element to it, apart from it is really minor, so it's not that big of a deal anyway, but I still liked it. And I am going to end this part here, so thank you all for watching. I will see you all next time. Goodbye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 128, which is Etrian Odyssey. And they've had several Etrian Odyssey games since the first one, but I am specifically talking about the original Etrian Odyssey here. This is basically a DS game. It is what would be known as an old school dungeon crawler. It's an RPG basically. You create a team of 5 characters, you can set different roles for them, and you head into this dungeon which is known as the Labyrinth. And you walk around in a first-person view and you have random battles and you will encounter different characters and all that sort of stuff. Now, the bottom screen is used for you to draw out a map, Now what games would do these days is they would just have the map reveal as you walk around. The way that this game works is that you actually have to draw the map yourself, and it's meant to be rather reminiscent of the old days where you would have to draw maps on graph paper so that you know where exactly you've been and all that. And I can see a quality to that. And I know that some people really don't like this idea and some people really do like this idea. Personally, I think it's rather neat. I mean, it's not something that I'd want in all games, for certain. In fact, I'm not even sure if I'd want to see it that often, but even still, I was perfectly fine with it, and I did think it was quite nice to draw everything out. What's also interesting about the map drawing thing, which I think actually does differentiate from just a map that automatically reveals itself, is that you are given different icons that you can place on this map that you are drawing, but there is no set key for what these individual things mean. So you could put an icon down on this map and it can mean something to you that it doesn't necessarily have to mean to everyone. And so there is, of course, that element of trying to be creative with the whole thing. I remember I played this game a lot in 2007 because it would have been about that time that I got it. I remember being in one of the rooms at university, just sat there on my DS playing this game, and the battles take place in a first-person view as well. You'll just have the enemies facing you, and all your characters are displayed as just a bunch of health bars and TP bars, which is pretty nice. And each character you have to give them a specific type of class as well, which will determine what type of abilities they can use. You will also come across enemies called FOEs, which are basically things that you can see on the map. You can see them walking around. They appear as like these orange glowy ball things just floating around, and so you can walk into them or step to the side to walk around them, and these are basically like the more powerful enemies that act as bosses. What's also quite interesting, I remember, is that there are times where you could be fighting one of these, and as you're taking turns on the map, these other FOEs can walk around, and if they enter the space that you're on, they will enter the battle. So I have this memory of playing this game and just fighting against this FOE, and loads of wolves just kept running into the battle, and it just made it harder and harder. On top of the labyrinth, there is also the main town, which is where you can rest at the inn or buy weapons and all that sort of stuff. You know, take on quests, that kind of stuff. What's actually interesting, I think, though, is that the way that you go about the town is actually something that I came up with myself before having played this game, and that is that it's all menu based. So you got this town, which is just a menu on the screen that you select places to go and stuff, and then when you go into the labyrinth, that's when it stops being just a menu, and that's when you go around and try to explore and all that sort of stuff. And so that's quite interesting how I came up with that idea before seeing it work out in this game. Number 127 is Onimusha 3 Demon Siege. This is one of your Capcom action games. And so the basic idea is that you've got two characters, Samanosuke and Jacques, and they both are from different timelines, but then something happens and then they switch and they're in different timelines all of a sudden. They're in each other's timelines. Not timelines, more so time periods. So Samanosuke travels to the present day and Jacques travels into the past. And they each have different abilities. So for example, Samanosuke will use swords like a samurai, because that's basically what he is, whereas Jacques is more based on firearms, and whoever you play as will be determined by the story. So you'll play as one character for a while, then the story will switch to another character, and you can actually level up in this game. When you defeat the enemies, you can hold down a button to suck in these souls basically, and different coloured ones will give you different things. So you will get the experience orbs, or whatever you want to call them, and you can spend those on your weapons to level them up. And as you progress through this game, you will unlock special attacks, and you will gather different weapons and stuff, and the variation of ways that you can approach different situations will also increase. So for example, you will hit a point where you will suddenly be able to switch between the two characters at will. But it's also a very Capcom-esque game as well in how it treats New Game Plus and all that. I never actually completed it, but it does what Capcom makes games do, and that is that it will give you a rank at the end of your playthrough, and then based on that rank you can start again and you will get extra bonuses and stuff. And your rank is determined by things such as how fast you've completed the game and how many times you've saved and all that sort of stuff. I really did like this game, and I really did like not only the combat but also the few puzzles that there were. They seemed pretty sweet, and I also remember there was this training mode where you could enter this arena and you were given a challenge and then you would gain stuff based on your ability to complete those challenges, and I thought that was really good. Number 126 is Mario Kart Double Dash, and this is quite a strange entry because I have 100%ed this game. However, I have never played this game at my own house, which is very strange. I remember I played this a lot at Josh's house. I basically started it there, took my memory card, and over the next few weeks, or however long it was, I eventually got the 100%, so I did everything in the game. I got first place on all of the cups, and that includes the reverse tracks as well. Mario Kart is a game series that really takes no introduction, because everyone knows what Mario Kart is. It's a kart racing game. It's one where the infamous blue shell came from. And so I really don't have too much to say about this game really overall, because my main memories of this game is just playing this at Josh's house. But what makes Double Dash stand out as a Mario Kart game is that in this game you don't just choose one character, you choose two. And so each character has their own special unique weapon that they can get, or rather each pair has their own unique weapon that they can get. And so my favourite characters of this game when I played was the two Koopa Trooper, so I could get more of the red shells. Not that I'm absolutely sure that that was the best decision to make, it's just that when I played it, that's how I found it to be. And I did quite like some of the level designs as well. I like the Wario circuit, or at least I think it's the Wario circuit, where it's all like this giant cage, like high up in the sky, and it's a rather long track. I think that's Wario. I think it might be Waluigi who has the indoor racetrack level. I'm not too sure, but that's not the one I'm referring to. To be honest, I wasn't too keen on the baby park where it's just a tiny arena but with 7 laps. Nah, I didn't like that one as much. I mean, I found it interesting how it was different, but as for actually playing it, I didn't find it all that interesting overall. Number 125 is Heart of Darkness, and I don't remember when I got this game, but as always with PS1 games, it would have been a game that my granddad just brought for us, a copied version, and we just played that. But I do remember it was a 2-disc game, despite the fact that it was a rather short game, probably because of the graphical quality and the FMVs, that being the big 3D cutscenes or whatever you want to call them. FMVs is what they used to be called, full motion video. And this is a very strange game because it's along the same lines as something like Abe's Odyssey or the original Prince of Persia or something like that, where it's rather, and I'm going to use this word, cinematic, but it's also a 2D platformer, and this is perhaps the most linear game I have ever played. Because in this game there's no bonuses, there's no secrets, there's no extras, there's none of that. It's just you have to play through the game from start to finish, and everything that's laid out in the game is set out for it to be that way, and so you will come across things in a very, very particular way. And so it's not like a Mario game where you will have a question block, and even though the question blocks can have different things in, you know, a question block is always going to be a question block. But with a game like Heart of Darkness, you can never be sure of what anything truly is, and I think that's part of the beauty, which, to be honest, it's a type of thing that many games do these days, which I think is just terrible, but that doesn't change the fact that I did really enjoy Heart of Darkness back when I played it. I suppose it was kind of like a simple puzzle game, or just like an adventure game, I suppose. It's very hard to describe, but I will give examples of the types of things I'm talking about. The story is, as far as it's made clear, is that the main character, Andy, is caught sleeping in class, and so the evil teacher locks him in the closet and he's scared of the dark, so that's sort of setting that into place. And then it turns out that there's going to be a full solar eclipse, and for some reason he loses his dog, and he thinks, well, there's obviously a dark evil force going on which is taking the dog away. And so he rushes over to his tree house and he launches this machine which will send him deep into the Grand Canyon, which wasn't his intention, but you know, it's just the way of things, it ends up crashing. And he's there all by himself looking for his dog, that's his main goal, and he's got this laser that he's made, which sounds rather outlandish, and it is rather outlandish. And so you've got the first level where you're just walking along and you get these weird shadow monsters which are going to be persistent throughout the entire game. Like little things that will make weird squeaking noises, and they'll run around and they'll jump and they'll flap their arms to fly around, and you have this giant powerful laser so that you can zap them all. And it can be quite overwhelming at first, but you do have a lot of firepower in this laser. But then soon after that, this monster will pop out and he will eat your laser, and so you have to continue on from that point without the laser. And because that's the point where you don't have the laser, the enemies that you come across at that point, you will have to find other ways to get around. You won't have swarms of these dark things anymore because you don't have the laser, and so there'll be parts where you've got to like sneak across, or you've got to find ways of getting around them, and you come across different things along the way. So you've got this thing which gives you the ability to sort of destroy these dark things with this green power, or just the green stuff as you call it. And you can also grow trees with it, so there might be seeds you can knock around and you could use this power to grow a tree, and that's basically used for puzzles. But like I said, with things not being 100% sure of what they are, an example of this is that there's one part where there is a seed that you can turn into a tree, but if you try to climb the tree that grows from it, the shadow of it will attack you, so you then have to push it along so that you can then grow the tree to a place where there's no wall behind it, so you can't be hit by that shadow. I understand that I am basically listing a bunch of very specific events here, but that's because of the nature of the game overall. But I feel it's one of those games where if you play it, you can really learn to appreciate the different things within the game and just the weirdness of things that you'll come up against. And I understand one of the big things that people do have a problem with, and I think this is more of an age thing, is that you can't exactly perfectly aim when you're shooting things. It has to be more in line with what the D-pad will let you shoot. So either up, down, left, right, or one of the diagonals, which can cause issue. But you know, it's one of those things where I think you can just get used to it and you could just learn about those things, although there are times where it is very tense and things might just pop out and seem to get you out of nowhere. But even still, I think this is a type of game where you do have to be of a particular mindset in order to be able to really appreciate this game. I know there was a video done by Cadicarus and the Completionist talking about this game, and neither of those people liked the game, but I honestly really do. And again, I'm going to use these words in a organic manner, but it is actually a unique experience. And I know they're buzzwords that the modern game industry uses, but here I definitely actually mean that. I kind of feel that this is a type of game that the makers of cinematic games wish that they could make today, but they don't, because they don't have the imagination that they would need to come up with such unusual events. I'll tell you what's also interesting about this game as well, that has nothing to do with my experience of actually playing the game, but I remember one time seeing a clip of what I believe turned out to be this game, and my first thought of it was, wow, a 2D game on the PlayStation? And it really blew my mind at the time. And I believe it was the lava segment of this game, which of course at the time when I saw it I didn't think, oh, that's Heart of Darkness. But I think once I got Heart of Darkness I saw it and I thought, oh, it's that lava segment from that game that I was amazed was a 2D game on the PlayStation. Number 124 is MotorStorm Pacific Rift, and I got this many years after release. In fact, I got this very cheap. I think I got it like £2 or something from a second-hand store, but I got it and I really enjoy this game. the basic way I can describe it is that it's a racing game. So really, there's not too much to talk about because I've talked about many, many racing games, and I don't really have that much of a story to go into surrounding this game. I don't have any particularly fond memories because it wasn't from that long ago. I haven't played it loads or anything like that, but I still really, really like this game. And the main theme of MotorStorm is that it's meant to be, you know, sort of like an aggressive and angry game and rather testosterone-fueled type of game. And because of that, you're going to have all these like aggressive crashes and all that sort of stuff, which I don't care about. You know, the whole thing of, wow, look at the size of that crash, I don't care, whatever. But in this game, you have, which is rather standard in a racing game, you can have a turbo effect, so you can press the button and you will speed up. But as a result of that, this turbo bar will increase over time, and so you have to use it to get yourself faster, but don't use it too much so that you burn yourself out. And of course, if you're not using it, the turbo bar cools down. But also what this game does is it uses water to sort of help cool down your turbo faster. And so there might be parts throughout the different races where you'll have puddles of water, or like a fire hydrant is broken and there's just water spraying out everywhere. You can actually use that to your advantage so that you can get more turbo out. And there are actually some levels where it's raining and you can use that to your advantage as well. So it means that you can do more turbo than you usually could because the constant flow of water is cooling down your engines. That's the idea, I suppose. What I do find interesting about this game in particular, though, is that each of the levels are designated into one of 4 different categories, and each category is there based off one of the 4 elements. So you've got fire, water, wind, and earth. And so, for example, the earth levels will be very dirt-based, so you won't have very good traction on the racetracks. And then you'll have the wind elemental levels, and those levels are high on mountains, and they also have big wide open spaces, so you're more able to do the large jumps through the air. You've also got the water levels, which are set on this sort of like a tropical island where there's lots of water around, and so you can really make use of the different segments of water. And the fire one is around a volcano, so on those levels, you are heating up faster than what you usually would, and you've got to be careful to avoid the different bits of lava. And I know it seems like just a weird and a minor little thing, you know, but I find that interesting, the way that they have gotten these different elements and they have actually incorporated that into racetrack design. I think that's neat. But I am going to end this episode here, so thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next part. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 123, which is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater HD. And this is not basically a HD port of the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater game, but rather it is sort of like a remix of Tony Hawk's 1 and 2. It takes the music from the first 2 games, along with the levels and some of the objectives of the first 2 games, and it sort of remixes them into its own singular game. There is also a Tony Hawk's 3 DLC pack that you can get, which I never got, and apparently the Tony Hawk's 3 pack that you can get, aside from coming with Tony Hawk's 3 levels, also comes with the revert ability, so that you can connect tricks whilst dropping down from a half pipe or quarter pipe, which is kind of neat, I think. I think it's neat in the fact that it gives vert skaters more use and more ability to build up a large combo, whereas before it was only street skaters that could really do that. But I found that even though I never got this DLC pack, I was still able to do reverts every now and then, although it was quite finicky, and that is quite a big complaint that people have of this game, is that it is quite finicky. You do sometimes get times where things will just not work, and for me, I found that reverts were a part of that, despite the fact that I never had the Tony Hawk's 3 pack, so I don't know if I was meant to be able to do them, I don't know. But what I do like about this game, aside from the updated graphics, is that, at least for me, Tony Hawk games got to the point where they were rather easy, and so this game added some extra projectives, as well as the original objectives. So once you've done all of the main game, you can unlock extra challenges which are a lot harder, and I like that, and I did actually struggle with some of them, but I still enjoyed it. What this game doesn't do is it doesn't let you select the music, and I don't know if that's like intended as a feature where the music's meant to just be sort of there as a backing sound. I'm not sure. It may be some level of authenticity where it's meant to replicate how if you're skating and you have music in the background, then you won't be able to go up and change it all the time. You've got to kind of go with the flow, and I suppose maybe that's meant to be a part of that. I don't know, or whether it was just something that they overlooked. But it has all of the levels that people love from the first two games, like the warehouse and the hangar, the school level, Venice Beach, all that lot. And there are also some different modes, like there's one mode, for example, where you have to keep up a large combo so your head doesn't explode, which sounds really strange, but basically the way that works is that your head will keep growing and it will shrink once you've landed a decent combo, and you have to stop your head from exploding, which is sort of like an extension of the big head cheat that these old games had. Quite silly, but also quite a creative way of adding different elements to the skating, whilst simultaneously not adding stupid stuff that has nothing to do with skating, such as tennis, which I've talked about that in Tony Hawk's 4. Number 122 is Numblast, or should I say Numblast, as the characters in this game like to say. The strange thing is with Numblast is that the story behind it is so strange and so unusual that it's gonna not take a lot of time to explain because there's not really much to it, but it's so strange. Basically, you play as Choco, who is this kid who is a member of this Numblast school, and he is experimenting by putting different numbers together, and somehow that turns Akasaka Senpai into a monkey, and he has to free him from being a monkey by matching these numbers. It's a stupid story, it doesn't mean anything, it's just sort of there for background and ultimately silliness. I think this game came out in 2009, around that time, on PS3 and the PSP. I played the PS3 version, and the way that this game works is it's kind of like a puzzle action game. You'll have this grid full of numbers ranging from 1 to 4, and you move this little icon around the grid, and wherever that icon is, the 4 squares that surround it, you twist them either left or right. And then whenever you have 4 together of the same number, that is a square of 4, they will connect and they will turn red. The numbers will increase by 1, and then any square that connects to, that will form a chain. So for example, if you get 4 1s together, they'll all turn into 2s, and if that causes an extra square of 4 2s, then they'll connect, and then those 4 2s will change into 3s. And then when you get something to change in 4s, the 4s can turn into 1s. And so the idea is that you want to build up a big combo. There are a variety of different modes, such as the puzzle mode, where you'll have so many moves to get rid of all of the different blocks. There's the time attack mode, where you have to score as many points as you can in a time limit. And then there's the classic mode, so to speak, where you basically have to keep on going until you lose. And what I mean by lose is that over time, the blocks will turn to stone. And if they are turned to stone, then what that means is that if you put the icon in between 4 blocks that are turned to stone, you can't turn them. You also get different blocks, such as the star block that will connect to any number, and you also get the twisty blocks that when you rotate them round, they will change their number. And so the name of the game is to act fast. You have to quickly scan the board, see what you can do, move the cursor around to match things up as fast as you can, and build up a large chain. If you manage to get rid of the entire board in one combo, that's known as a Numblast, and that's like the big wow, lots of points thing. I have managed to do that once, and once only. It is a very enjoyable game, I find. It's one of those games where you look at it and you think, wow, this is crazy, but you sort of get into a pattern, you sort of get into this flow where you could just quickly scan the board and your thumbs will act faster than you can think about it. And you sort of learn techniques of how to adjust the numbers so that you can then line them up and build up the combo. The way that I tend to do it is I tend to start in the top right and try to work my way around and build up a combo in a sort of spiral fashion. It doesn't always work too well, and I'm sure there are more skill techniques that people can do where they sort of work outwards so they can do more at once, but I find that too difficult. And the more that you build up a combo, Choco will start shouting letters of the Greek alphabet. He'll just go Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, and so on and so forth. And then if you get all of them, he'll go Numblast, and that's like the big firework, happy you did the big good thing. And also, I don't think I've ever played a game where your left thumb hurts so much. It's a lot of work. Number 121 is Teslagrad, and this is a game that I played in 2015, and this is an indie game, and it follows the rather common indie game pattern where you are this small character in this large world and you have to go out and explore all of the scary things and solve all the puzzles. But I really do like this one. The title is sort of like a mix between Nikola Tesla and Stalingrad, which is basically the idea behind the game, but as for the mechanics, it's a puzzle game that's based off magnets. So the game takes place in this tower, and within this tower what will happen is you'll come across all these different puzzles, and there'll be all these different rooms with different puzzles in them, and all of these puzzles are based off magnets, or at least they are for the most part. And as you go through, you'll unlock new things that will grant you new abilities. There is this giant room in the centre with a giant blue magnet at the bottom of the stage, I think it is, and you will eventually learn of that relevance later on, but you basically start and you get the ability to punch things to turn them into different polarities of magnet. So everything is either red or blue, and so if you have a blue platform and on top of that you have a red platform, then the red platform and the blue floor is going to be attracted to each other. So if you can stand on the red platform, for example, and then punch it and turn it to blue, then what that means is that the platform will suddenly be repelled from the floor and it will fly up to allow you to get to different ledges. And the game is basically puzzles all based on this. But you do unlock new powers as time goes on. So, for example, soon afterwards you will get this electric zap power, so you can dash forward, which will allow you to cut through thin walls or through these electric fences. You will eventually also get this suit where you can add your own polarity, so you can turn yourself either red or blue. That will allow you to, for example, do large massive jumps away from platforms, or allow you to stick to the roof whilst there's dangerous stuff underneath, and so on and so forth. And you will come across a series of different rooms throughout this tower, each with their own unique puzzles, and I've got to say, I really like it. But you'll also have different things like different machines that can touch things and turn them into different colours, which again makes them either repel or attract to other things depending on whether they are the same or different colours. Another example is you'll get this room where there's this item you've got to get high up, and all you've got are these load of blocks that are just on the floor, so you have to sort of arrange them and then get them to repel each other so that they can lift you up. All sorts of different magnetic style puzzles. And I also really like just how this tower all connects, so you can travel through rooms and you'll always lead back to this centre room, which will become significant later on. And I don't know what else I can say, it's just a really nice indie puzzle game. Number 120 is Tony Hawk's Professional Skateboarding, and this is the original Tony Hawk's game, and this is the first one that I saw and the first one that I played. The thing that the original Tony Hawk's game is known for now, I would say, is the fact that you can manual, which is a big thing that became prevalent in Tony Hawk's 2. So the only way you can really chain up combos is to find a line that would allow you to. So, for example, different rails that you could grind along. You can then jump off and do tricks and spins and all that sort of stuff. I was introduced to this game at the childcare centre that I have mentioned a few times in the past, and basically when I started playing it I was terrible. I tried the multiplayer with other players, and whilst they scored many tens of thousands of points, I was struggling to get 2,000-3,000, so I was just horrible at this game. But I still had some fun with it. The way that this game works with its challenges is that each level has 5 set challenges. There's always going to be one to collect the letters, there's going to be one for finding the hidden tapes, there being one hidden tape per level, and there's always going to be some extra things such as break all the valves, and there's always going to be the point goals as well, so you have to beat certain point requirements. And then every so often you will have a competition level where you just have to score as many points as you can within a minute, and you've got 3 rounds of that, and you have to try to score a medal. And the idea is to score as many medals as you can to get the 3 gold medals, because there's 3 of those types of levels. And of course the goals will unlock new levels for you, and the goals in this game are known as tapes, so you collect an amount of tapes. Doing so, you will unlock different improvements for that character's skateboard, which will allow them to gain higher stats, just to make the game a bit easier and have that sort of leveling up thing in it, although it's not really leveling up because you're not grinding at all in that RPG sense. You're just completing goals to then be able to unlock upgrades for your skateboard. What's funny is that when I first played this game, I was really into it even though I wasn't very good, and when I got home I remember really wanting to play it even though I didn't have it. And what ended up happening is we ended up scouring through our different demo discs, and me and my brother turned out we had a demo with Tony Hawk's on it. And so we played this demo of Tony Hawk's, and it was the first competition arena, and you had a 2-minute run just to score as many points as you could. You could only play as Tony Hawk or Bob Burnquist, and it was sort of like a beta of the game in a way, in that the display was all different, but still we were happy to find out that we had this demo, and we just played this demo for ages. This demo also only had one song in it, which was Primus's Jerry Was a Race Car Driver, so we really heard that song a lot. We actually made quite a bit of a joke about it, but what's funny about that is that I did eventually get into Primus as a band afterwards, and so I managed to do a lot of practicing on that, and I did get better. As for the music on Tony Hawk's 1 overall, I really did like Goldfinger's track Superman, which is how I originally got into Goldfinger. There was also Dead Kennedys with Police Truck, I also really liked that one. And there was a few others that I did enjoy, such as New Girl and Psycho Vision, which I liked, but I didn't really get into them overall, if you know what I mean. I didn't really get into the bands that made those songs after hearing those songs. Number 119 is Outland, and this is a game that I got originally on the Xbox 360, and this is an indie platform game where you can change colours between being red or blue, and I know this is sounding a lot like Teslagrad, but it's not really, because this is more based on platforms and dodging bullets of different colours and stuff, as opposed to solving different puzzles. Basically, you have all of these enemies that can shoot out all these different bullets, and the bullets can either be blue or red, and depending on what colour you are, will change what colour you're immune to. So, if you've got something that shoots out loads of blues, you can turn blue and those bullets won't do anything to you. And likewise, if there's something that shoots out loads of reds, then you can turn red and they won't do anything to you. Of course, the time that you have to be really careful is when you've got something that shoots out blue and red, or you've got a mixture of stuff coming towards you. And this also applies to platforms as well. There will be these red platforms and these blue platforms that will only manifest when you are that particular colour. So there are times where you have to do this sort of interdimensional gymnastics where you have to like jump off a red platform, turn to blue so that you can jump through this red wall and then turn back to red so that you can land on the red platform at the other side. It's very interesting when a game does that. I kind of see it as being this binary third dimension where the game is 2D, but there is this third dimension which is sort of like this on and off switch for different layers, apart from it's demonstrated through colour as opposed to actual layers, which I do find interesting. There really isn't too much to say about this. It's just an interesting indie platform game with this sort of colour changing mechanic that I really liked. There is also this feature where you can destroy checkpoint, and doing that will grant you with extra money and stuff, which I also like. It's that extra element of risk reward. You destroy a checkpoint so that you can then get something out of it, sacrificing the short term for long term gains, and that's something that I've always been a fan of. You do get to this point where the enemies start switching colours, and that's where things start to get a little bit complicated. And then I believe I got to the final boss, which I could never beat. I can't give away the ending because I never beat the final boss, and I can't be 100% sure that this is the final boss, but it really felt like the final boss when I was there. All I remember is you've got all these platforms around in the sky, and I think there's like these two angels or something like that, and they shoot out different bullets at you in different patterns, so it might spin around in a circle, and then it might alternate between a red layer and then a blue layer, and they might shoot outwards after that, and it got to the point where it was just too difficult. I tried many times to beat this boss, but I never could. Number 118 is Pinball FX 2, and I've got to say, for a pinball game, I really liked this one, because I think this has my favourite type of multiplayer in games, and that is a sort of passive multiplayer, because the way that this game works is that you have the pinball tables from the original Pinball FX game, is like the original set, and then you also have the innate Pinball FX 2 tables, but this game works as a sort of DLC conduit, and what I mean by that is that I believe the game itself was free, but the tables themselves is what costs the money, and eventually it got to the point where there was loads and loads of tables based on all sorts of different themes, and I think they keep adding to it as well, and it's on the same lines as Zen Pinball. I think it's the same studio, it's Zen Studio that does this, but this was the Xbox 360 equivalent. And what I love about this game is the element of competition that there was between myself and my online friends, where this game would keep a track of the total amount of high scores that you got across the board, as in across all of the pinball tables, and it would tell you your rank amongst all of your friends, and it would tell you as you're playing you need so and so points to be able to overtake such and such a person, and then you could send them a message saying, hey, I beat your score on this table. I remember at the time as well, the Rocky and Bullwinkle table was infamous for giving away loads of points. And of course there is this element of pay to win in a way that the more tables that you pay for, the more points that you're going to be able to get, which is a real downer for this game. But this sort of universal high score thing where it's not just on individual tables, it's this idea of I have so many points total across the board, and you have to find tables that you think you can get extra points on. It's all very nice, and I really had a lovely time with this game. It was just a lot of fun. That's the best way I can describe it. It was just a lot of fun, and usually I hate it when people use the word fun to describe games because I think it's so generic, but that is the best way that I can think to describe my experience with this game. And so I am going to end this part here. Thank you all for watching. It's not going to be long now until we reach the final stretch, the final 100 games. I must admit I am excited to get to that point. So if you've been watching this from the start up until now and you're going to keep with me here, thank you so much. I will see you in the next part. I'll see you then. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 117, which is Crash Bandicoot: The Wrath of Cortex, and this is the fourth game in the Crash Bandicoot series. This is when it moved on to the next generation of consoles, so there was a version on the PS2, and I believe there was also a version of this on the GameCube and original Xbox, unlike the original 3 games which were PlayStation exclusive, but I think it was moved on to a different company at this point, and that would explain why. However, this game in particular I feel gets a lot of hate, and I don't really think it deserves that hate. I think that it's a pretty good game. Like, it does follow on the conventions from the previous Crash game. You have the warp room, and each level you have a crystal to collect, and you can also get the gems, and there's the colour gems and the relics, and the levels themselves seem perfectly fine to me. I don't really see much to complain about here. I think the things that people do complain about the most are the loading times, which I agree, the loading times do go on for a bit too long, but saying that, I've never really taken too much issue with these loading times, just in general I suppose. But also, they were a bit less creative with the bosses this time around, because instead of having a different boss at the end of each warp room, what you instead have is Crunch, who is this other Bandicoot, and you have the 4 elemental masks. the masks of earth, wind, water and fire, and they will assist Crunch in defeating you in each of the boss fights. So yeah, I suppose you could say it's less creative because of that, but I didn't have a problem with the boss fight. There is one boss fight where I believe it is the wind one, where you have to shoot his hand as he's shooting out this attack, lightning or wind or something at you. And my brother struggled with this because he didn't know how you were meant to damage him, and to be honest, I was the same. For a while I didn't know how to damage him, but I eventually figured it out and I did complete this game eventually. I don't believe I got all of the gems and all that, but I still had a lot of fun with this game, and it still had that Crash Bandicoot feel that the series eventually steered away from. The same rules apply to the previous couple of Crash Bandicoot games, where you have to smash all the boxes to get the gem for the level, and you have to sometimes fulfill strange requirements to get the different coloured gems, and you sometimes get these hidden gems around as well. Red TNT boxes and Nitro boxes, all of the generic Crash Bandicoot things. I felt the physics of the game was fine. I don't know what all the complaints are about, really. I tell you what I did like though, because I know that people also do like to complain about different types of level design and that they don't fit or whatever, but I will say that the levels where you are rolling around in this ball contraption thing, I felt that was very good. I actually really liked those levels, and I really liked how they incorporated that into the first boss as well. Number 116 is Theme Park World, and I do have a couple of stories to tell you about this game. I believe this was one of my early PS2 games, and I actually first saw this game before I got my PS2, because do you remember when I was talking about iToy Play, the original iToy Play, and I said there was a shop with a demonstration of iToy Play playing, and you could play about with it? And this was, of course, in the early 2000s. It may have been like 2002, 2001, around that time. I believe it would have been 2001 because I don't think I had a PS2 at this time, but there was one other time where we went to that same place and they had a PS2 on display and there was Theme Park World, and I didn't really understand the game. I knew the concept behind the game was that you could create a theme park, and my friend Matthew had previously introduced to me Theme Hospital on the PS1, which I didn't get to play, and so I kind of understood the premise behind it, and I knew it was in that same sort of series, but I didn't know how to control it or anything, but I did get interested. And then when I did get my PS2, I did eventually get this game. This is one of those PS2 games that had the purple back of the disc. I think that meant it was a CD as opposed to a DVD, I'm not sure. And the game would make quite a lot of noise when it was in my PS2, I remember that as well. But I still had quite a bit of fun with this game. And I remember the first time I got it being really excited to be able to like create a theme park, and just the idea behind setting up paths, setting up different places to put the queues and different food stands and all that sort of stuff, and just the ability to edit each individual thing, such as the amount of salt that was used on the food. I don't remember how much significance there was in that. And I also remember how you could build a roller coaster and you could set it up so that it went round in a particular way and you could put loops in a particular way. I remember my brother once made a level where there was just like 5 loops on the roller coaster in a row. But the funny thing is that despite being able to set up the roller coaster whichever way you want, you have no control over where the conveyor belts go, which is quite funny because sometimes you can be hit with a conveyor belt whilst in the middle of going around a loop, and it sounds stupid and it's stupid, and that's what was funny about it. But also, one thing that I think every person would know about this game, anyone who's played it, is that little character that pops up in the bottom right corner. He's like a weird ant creature thing. He is the hardest thing to please ever, because no matter what you do, every few seconds he's going to pop up and complain about something that you're not doing perfectly right. Your entertainers could do a bit better if you set the patrol areas. One of your rides is broke down. Get a mechanic on the job as soon as you can. You know, he would just complain all the time about every little thing, and you couldn't go to fix the thing that he was talking about, because by the time you did that, he would complain about 2 other things. So just forget what he says. He has nothing to do with anything, and just have fun building a theme park and trying to accumulate as much money as you can. And of course there's different goals and stuff to accomplish which will net you with golden tickets. and little ant thing will be pleased whenever you get a golden ticket. He'll actually congratulate you for once. And by doing this, you can unlock different levels based on different themes. So, for example, the first one is the Stone Age themed level. But you unlock ones such as a garden themed level where you have all these different flowers, and you can eventually unlock spooky theme parks or space themed theme parks. And I was able to get to the point where I could just set it up and then just leave the game and come back and watch all the money come in. But it was just a lot of fun to see all of the different things add up over time and see everything all come together. It really was a lot of fun, and I didn't manage to get past the first bunch of levels, but I have a story to tell about this game that is my biggest memory to do with this game, because there was one time where my friend JP was over, and I think I've mentioned JP before. I don't remember exactly when, but yeah, he was over. He was actually a friend of mine from the childcare centre that I went to, and one of the mechanics in this game that you can hire is called Bob, and we basically made a joke about Bob, and we created a character out of him, and we were basically saying that, you know, Bob, he's run down, he's out of luck all the time, and no one likes him, he's always down on his luck. And we created all these stories about all the misgivings of Bob. So, for example, I made a story where Bob was working on a roller coaster, and then it was working all properly, and then some people on the roller coaster went down on this big drop on the roller coaster, and some of them screamed, and the other people didn't scream, thinking this isn't very scary, and then they looked forward and they saw Bob, and then they started screaming. That type of thing, and we just invented all these different stories. Unfortunately I don't remember many of them, but they all involved Bob failing in some manner, or just people being scared of Bob. I think there was one story about how there was a haunted house, and there was like all these skeletons popped out, and everyone was like, "This isn't scary." And then like at the end, Bob was fixing on like part of the attraction, and they all screamed. And then as they left, they were all like shaken. And then people were saying, "Oh, that must be really scary then." And it turned out it was just because Bob was there all along. And we actually went to a online forum called Game Talk, which I actually got into around the early 2000s when I first got the internet. And there was a forum called the Pointless Forum, and we started telling these stories of Bob, and then other people on this forum started chipping in with their own stories of. I remember someone chipped in with a story about how when Bob started school he got detention because his zip was undone or something. Everyone else was given help to do theirs, but he was just sent to detention. You know, all these just different stories. It was so funny, and that is what I really, really enjoyed in terms of my memories about this game in particular. Number 115 is Inspector Gadget, Gadget's Crazy Maze, and this is a rather strange game you may be thinking to appear so high, but to be honest, I had a lot of fun with this game, and my brother did as well, and the biggest memories I have with this game is that we used to play it a lot with these two kids that my mum used to childmind, and it's a quite unusual game this. It's sort of like a puzzle game where you have to use Inspector Gadget or one of the other characters in Inspector Gadget to match up these different gems, and you match up 3 gems in a row, they'll turn into coins, and the aim of each level is to get rid of all of the gems. There will be times where you'll have 4 of a particular colour, so you have to match all 4 of them together instead of just the 3, because then you'll be left by one by itself that you can't do anything with. And you'll also get these rainbow gems that will allow you to connect them with anything, so there's that puzzle element there of what you are meant to connect it with. And you also have different items scattered around, such as keys that will allow you to open doors, and you can also collect hammers that will allow you to attack the enemies, because you do get these enemies that are like walking around, and you get different tiers of enemies as well, so you get enemies that can run. And so you do go through this series of levels in a rather linear fashion, and they do get progressively harder as you go, but I think that there was enough depth to this game stemming from such a simple concept that I really had a lot of fun with this game. And what's rather interesting as well is that the co-op element of this game, something that I usually hate in games. I don't like playing multiplayer with other people, but I really enjoyed it in this particular game because I really like that element of coordination, and I really like that whole thing of trying to work things out together. So you'd have some very simple moments in the co-op where you'd have one character step on a switch while the other character can then walk through a door and then solve whatever puzzles are on that end. And you've also got to do things like block off traps and all that lot. You can also get these floor panels where, depending on what it says on the floor panel, enemies can't cross it, or maybe you can't cross it but enemies can. And so I remember specifically there was one level in this sort of haunted house world where there's a wide variety of these different panels where either only you can cross it or only your enemies can cross it. And so everything had a really nice puzzle element to it, and I really just have to say that I just really enjoyed this game at the time when I played it. I know for a fact that I did play this game in 2002 because I know that this is when my mum was childminding these particular kids. So I would have been, I guess, 13 at the time, because it was around summertime, around that time of 2002. But I feel like this is one of those games that no one's ever really heard of, and I've never seen anyone mention it. But I feel, despite being a licensed game based on a particular franchise outside of games, which is usually a bad sign, this one was just a nice game. It was just a nice puzzle action game. And it was one of those rare instances where I really did enjoy the multiplayer. And also one thing that really stood out to me about this game, and also stood out to my brother as well, is that in the language select at the start of the game, the default language is French, which is very unusual, so I'm led to believe that this game was mostly marketed in France. Number 114 is Armored Core 3, and I was kind of into Armored Core at this point, and I kind of got this game rather late in regards to when it came out, but I will explain the premise behind Armored Core. The idea is that you are part of this elite group known as the Ravens, and as such you have to build these giant mech robots and then travel between different missions and complete whatever mission is set out for you. It might be defeat all of the enemies, or it might just be reach the end and find this thing, and your reward for doing that is money, and that money that you could spend is spent on different parts to upgrade your AC, your armored core, which is this giant like mech type thing. Also, what stands out about this particular Armored Core game is that, at least to me what stood out, is that there is this leaderboard of different ACs, and you have to try to work your way from the bottom to the top of this leaderboard. And this is a normal thing in Armored Core, apart from in this particular game, you didn't have to fight these other ACs in missions. You actually chose to fight them, and then if you beat them, you swapped ranks with them, so you had to slowly work your way up. And my strategy was to go for as many of these as I could first, because when you beat these levels, you gained money as a reward for completing it, regardless of how well you did. But in other missions, the main missions, you got money taken off you based on penalties, such as you got damaged so much, or it took you so long to do it, just things like that. And so this is a way that you could be assured to get a set amount of money. And I really like the level of detail of stuff that you actually bought from the store. So you had to buy like different generators and different boosters which allowed you to like fly through the air faster, different legs which could carry different amounts of weights or allow you to move at different speeds. You could get a different head or a different radar which would allow you to see information more clearly on the map, as well as all the different weapons and stuff that you could get. It's a very interesting game. At number 113 we have Final Fantasy IV The After Years, and this is the sequel to Final Fantasy IV. And originally this game came out on mobile phones in Japan, but it eventually came out on WiiWare outside of Japan, and it also got released as part of the Final Fantasy IV Complete Edition that came out on the PSP. Now, I want to preface this by saying that I played the Wii version and I only played the first chapter, so whilst I did enjoy this game quite a bit and I did enjoy the mechanics, I just want to say straight up now that I strongly believe that if I had played more, I would have a more accurate view of this game. However, I felt like I played enough of it in order to be able to really draw some conclusions about how much I like this game, and just the way that this game was monetized is something that I wasn't necessarily into. The way that it worked on the Wii was that you bought the first chapter and that was the game that you bought, and then individual chapters after that were sold separately, and I completed this first chapter, and even though I did enjoy the game, I didn't really feel like paying for individual chapters, and so I kind of opted out of that. But aside from that, I like this game enough to rank it as high as I do. But I'm just going to explain how this game works. It basically uses the same core concepts as what Final Fantasy IV does, is that you have set characters with set abilities, and every character has their own set role, and the characters that you play as is very strongly determined by which way the story goes. Now, this game in particular introduced a couple of extra features. It includes the moon phase concept, that is, that the moon goes through different phases, and depending on what moon phase is happening at the moment, changes how effective physical attacks or magic attacks are. So if it's at a certain position, then magic attacks will be stronger and physical attacks will be weaker, or it might be the other way around. And the way that you change this cycle is by sleeping, so that might be resting it in or using a tent. And another thing that this game introduces is these different bonds or bands, I forget what they call them, but where you can use an ability based off characters that are in your party that share a sort of relationship with each other. So one character and another character have this connection, so they can use this special attack when together. A very simple example is at the beginning of the game you get the characters of Biggs and Wedge, and if you know Final Fantasy background you know that they are common themes for extra characters and they have their own special attack that they can use together. But aside from that, I don't really think I have too much to say. It's a decent game, and it uses the ATB system, which is what Final Fantasy was doing around that time. You have random battles, so I like that. You're leveling up, you have different abilities and different strategies, and so I do really like that. I have seen videos of people later on in the game on the PSP version, and it does look exactly what I would expect from a Final Fantasy game. But even just based on my experience, because you have to remember is that this game was released as it is to me, the way that it was. Everything after the first chaptery part was basically treated as if it was DLC, and so it's really because of that messed up monetization system, or at least I think it's messed up to a degree, as to why I didn't really play too much more of this game. But even still, that's that. I have to go off what I'm aware of and my own experiences and what I feel confident in saying, and that's how I feel. So, thank you all for listening and watching and just generally being lovely people. I will see you next time, where we'll be at number 112. Very nice. So, I'll see you then. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are currently at number 112, which is Suikoden 5. Now, I believe I got this game on my 18th birthday, which would have been in 2006, and this means that I would have gotten it on the same day that I got Suikoden 4. And I have talked briefly about Suikoden 4 in the past, and so what I will say about this game is basically like an extension of what I said about that game, because this game follows more traditional rules with the party setup, and what I mean by that is that you have 6 characters in a party at once instead of 4, and you have 3 in the front row and 3 in the back row with different ranged weapons. Although one thing that does make this game a bit different to the previous entries in the series is that you can set up your team in an array of different formations, which will allow different characters to be as offensive or defensive as you want them to be given certain situations. I shall reiterate the core idea behind this series. Each game you have 108 Stars of Destiny, that is the name given to the characters that you can recruit, and using these characters you build up your own base, and some of the characters are used to fight, some of them are used to provide resources within the base, and others don't necessarily do anything, but they are just there as a part of the things that you are to do. This does follow the natural convention of each character being able to equip runes, and different runes learn different abilities at different stages, and you have 4 different tiers of magic points that you can then use to spend in order to use these different abilities. Also, different characters can have their own unite attacks, so if you're playing as multiple characters that share a relationship with each other or something like that, then they can do a special attack together. I really did feel that this game was presented a lot better than the previous game. Although one thing that I do have to say as a downside to this game overall is that I feel that it was a bit too story heavy at the start, and this is something that I usually don't really care about, but it's something that I felt was prevalent in this game. I don't feel I got really far in this game, although I feel that I did get quite far. I certainly do feel I covered quite a significant amount of distance in this game, although I can't comment on how far from the end it was. Number 111 is Gex Deep Cover Gecko, or it's more commonly known as Gex 3 Deep Cover Gecko, or just Gex 3. It's the third Gex game. I previously talked about Gex 2, which is Enter the Gecko, and once again, the UK version uses a different voice actor to the American version, although saying that, the voice actor that was used this time round is of a different style to the one that was used in Gex 2, but this kind of made me feel when I was playing this back in the day that this Gex was kind of like a different character, since his voice and personality were so different. I don't know. The way that I see it is that if we are to draw parallels, then the Gex in Gex 2 is James Bond, and the Gex in Gex 3 is more like Austin Powers. But it has the same basic gameplay mechanics that was there in Gex 2. It's still a platform game where you run around and you can bounce on your tail and you can spin attack and all that lot. You're still jumping into TVs to find different remotes. The media dimension itself, I felt, was a lot more involved this time round, in that in Gex 2 it did all feel rather generic, but this time it kind of feels like it is actually Gex's home base. You do start off with access to two different levels. There is the snowy level, and then there is the Sherlock Holmes style level, and then eventually you can unlock more bigger areas with their own levels in, and each level in this game is its own unique theme. There are no repeated themes across levels, and I really did feel that the hub world had a much deeper atmosphere this time round. There were still the remote controls that you had to get by completing the missions, and there were still the bonus stages that you could unlock, but I feel that this game was much more involved with the hub world because there were actually more secrets around that you could unlock and find, and I really liked that. Also, on top of everything that Gex 3D Enter the Gecko had, this game also introduced this extra collectible, which were these extra paw prints that you could find, because usually Gex's health is displayed in these paw prints, and for every 25 of these paw prints that you could find, each unit of life would, or health rather, would get this extra layer surrounding it, so you'd basically increase your max health by 1. And so that added a bit of more depth to the optional collectibles. In fact, I remember there was one of these displayed in the room that led to the Sherlock Holmes level, because in that level there's like a staircase, and if you walk up the stairs and turn back, there's sort of like this little alcove up high with one of these in, and I was never able to reach it, and I never figured out how you were meant to be able to get there. Just this game had a lot of those types of things that made me curious, and I really did feel that this game, on top of the previous one, added a lot more to it that just upped the quality. Number 110, and I'm going to pronounce this the way that I've always pronounced it, and that is Tails Adventure Curse of the Demon Seal. Now, people hated this game, and this is one of those strange instances where a game is kind of been lost, because you can go online and you can find information about this game, but it's so limited. In fact, if you try searching YouTube for this particular game, there's only a very, very select few videos that you can find, including the demos that were presented by IGN and GameSpot. But aside from that, you might have one person recording their DS screen through a camera, and I think there's a few videos that showcase the music with poor quality, and that's about it. There is just so little online about this game, and it's strange because this isn't like some really old, obscure game that only got released in one country or something. This is a DS game that, as far as I can tell, got released all over the place. But even then, if you do look at the reviews that do exist, this game was so heavily panned. It was treated as if it was a terrible game, and I just don't agree. I had a lot of fun with this game, although I knew not to set my expectations too high, but even still, I still felt that this was a decent game, and not worth a 2 out of 10. And I know game review scores is a tricky subject, and what scores actually mean is a tricky subject, but yeah, the review scores say things like 2 out of 10 and 1 star out of 5. I think it's just ridiculous. But funny story actually, I ended up buying, purely by accident, 2 copies of this game. I mean, I thought I bought it once, but I ended up getting 2 copies in the mail, and so I ended up selling one of those copies to my friend Bridge for a discounted price. I think I got it for like £25, and so I sold it to him for like 20. But I don't know what happened there. But you play as this main character who's called Teo, or Tao, as it's probably pronounced, but I've always said Teo. And all of the characters in your own home village get turned to stone, so you have to travel to the village of Mondamino, or is it Mondominio? Something like that. And you have to climb this tower and collect all the monsters that you can and raise them up and work your way through this tower. Now you can exit and enter this tower at any time, and you can get spells in order to allow you to teleport up the different floors of this tower. And mechanics wise, there isn't too much to say about this game because it wasn't too complicated, which may be part of the reason why it was panned so much. But it was kind of one of those games that took the DS touchscreen gimmick a bit too far, although to be honest I didn't really have a problem with it. The idea behind it is that each spell that you can learn requires you to draw in a particular pattern, and so you choose a spell to use and it will come up with this weird symbol, and within this area you have to draw in a simple shape and then it will activate the magic spell of whatever the symbol corresponds to. And generally speaking, the more powerful the spell that you want to cast, the more complicated the shape will be. And this idea of learning a bunch of shapes kind of makes me think about, you know, like fictional magicians where they have to say magic words or wave their wand in a particular way, kind of like Harry Potter or something like that. And I didn't have a problem with this. I thought it was alright. But I do have some fond memories of playing this game around 2006, 2007, around that time period. I can't give you the exact date, but it was probably sometime within the late 2000s. And there were points in this game where there were some puzzles that were pretty enjoyable to try to solve. I mean, if we're talking about RPG mechanics here, there was nothing groundbreaking, and I can't say there was anything super inherently interesting about this game, but I enjoyed it when I played it, and I enjoyed collecting the different monsters and training them up and learning the different symbols for the different magic spells. I just think that the reviews that say it was a horrible game are just taking it completely out of proportion. Even if you want to say it's not that good of a game, I still think saying it's a horrible game is taking it too far. Number 109 is Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Master System. This is the game that made me want to get a Master System converter, because I have talked about other Master System games, not many, but I've talked about the likes of Shinobi and Alex Kidd in Shinobi World, and I mentioned how I wanted to play a Master System game, and I eventually got a Master System converter one Christmas, and my uncle was saying, what's the point, you've already got a Mega Drive? Well, this game right here, Sonic the Hedgehog, the Master System version, is the very reason why I wanted that Master System converter. See, one day I went to Matthew's house, which was a rather rare event because he'd always come to my house, but one day I went to his house and he had a Master System and he showed me this version of Sonic the Hedgehog, and I was like, yeah, I would like to play that. And this is what sparked me getting a Master System converter that Christmas. And I did get that Master System converter, and I did get this game with it. This is a rather basic Sonic game where it's a 2D platformer. You know, you got running, you can jump, jumping turns you into a ball, and you can also roll around to hit enemies. You collect rings so that you can survive being hit, and then once you're hit, the rings fly out of you. Although in this case, being hit, you just lose all your rings, you can't recollect the rings. And so you had the different zones. Each zone had 3 acts to it, which was the first 2 acts, and then there was the boss act. And within each zone, whether it be in the first act or the second act, there would be a hidden Chaos Emerald, and you would have to find the hidden emerald in each zone. And I think they got rather creative with this as well, because the different ways that they hid the emerald, I felt, was quite inventive. For example, in Green Hill Zone, the first zone, you can only find this emerald by walking along a separate path and falling down these miniature water waterfalls, and you will find it along that path. And in the second zone, bridge zone, you have to stand on a bridge, and then when it collapses, jump off the collapsing bridge onto a platform lower down so that you can reach this emerald. Now, despite the emeralds being placed throughout the main levels, there were still these special stages, and you unlock those by collecting 50 rings and then passing the goalpost at the end. Although saying that if you collected over 100 rings, it would loop around and be back to 0, which is a flaw of the system, I suppose. And in these special stages, you would basically have to bounce around on all these springs and all these bumpers to collect rings, and if you can, smash the continue box in order to get a continue. And there were 8 variations of these special stages, and the second set of 4 is basically the same as the first set of 4, but with extra bumpy panels on them. I remember the 4th and 8th variation of these special stages, it was all about falling downwards and managing to collect things along the way. But there was also some consistent themes within each of the worlds. For example, the third act of each zone was just the boss, and you couldn't collect any rings, so you had to defeat all of the bosses without any rings, but each boss level had a hidden life in it. So, for example, with the first one, you had to jump over a pit of spikes, and then the second pit wasn't a pit of spikes, it was a pit with the life down there. And the second zone, if you walk backwards at the start, you can find the life at the beginning of the level. In the third zone, the jungle zone, the life is hidden in a pool of water. If you go forwards a bit, there's a little dip where there's a pool of water, and it's just down there. And it's really interesting how they kept up this consistent theme. In fact, the fourth zone had a hidden life that was actually more dangerous to get because you had to follow this path with all these spikes you had to avoid, so it was really questionable whether it would be worth going for that one. And speaking of which, the emerald in that zone also involved spikes because you had to collect some invincibility so that you could run through some spikes so that you could then collect the emerald. What I also find interesting is that the last emerald in the game is on the second last level, and it turns what would usually be the hardest level into a much easier level because it's a rather long level with lots of things shooting at you and there's no rings anywhere to be found. But if you can see the secret platforms in the sky, you can take a shortcut to the end of the level, and along that path you will see the emerald. And even if you don't take that shortcut, the emerald will be visible to you, but you won't be able to get it. And I think that this game was rather clever with the way that it handled things like that. Also, the second act of each zone tended to have its own unique quirk to it. So for example, Green Hill Zone, the first zone that is, the first act was just go forwards and complete the level, but the second act had a bit of an underground maze to it. The second world bridge, the second act of that zone, was an auto-scrolling level, and the second act of the third zone, Jungle, was also interesting in its own unique way because you had to complete this level by going directly up, but the screen would never scroll down, so the further up you went, you couldn't drop even just a little bit because then you'd die. You'd always have to move up and up. You could never move back down. And I just generally think that this game, whilst not having anything revolutionary or not having anything really fantastic, I feel that it really had some nice level design, especially Scrap Brain Zone where you've got all those one-way doors. I feel that it really added a nice puzzle element to it, and I really like that. Number 108 is Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, and this is a Mega Drive game that uses the Dr. Robotnik that is based off the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog TV series. Not that I knew anything about that at the time, but this is really not actually a Sonic game because Sonic doesn't appear anywhere in this game, but it's a puzzle action game where you have all of these beans. You have to match beans up, and if you can match 4 beans together of the same colour, they will disappear, and if you can get others on top of those beans and make them fall into other beans that will also set up a combo, you will send the blank beans to your opponent. Depending on whether you're player 1 or player 2, it will make a noise. If you're player 1, you'll get this red ball of light shoot off towards your opponent and it'll go yippee! wee! And if you are player 2, it will shoot off this blue ball of light and it will go yeehaw! And the bigger chain that you set off, it will drop more of these blank beans onto their side. What blank beans do, basically, they will just sit there and do nothing. But if you get beans to disappear that are next to them, that will clear them out. And so you want to set off a big chain reaction so that you can send a load of these blank beans to your opponent. There is also a multiplayer, of course. And there is also this exercise mode where you just go to get as many points as you can. The exercise mode also introduces the has-been character, which if you get the has-been, it will drop onto a particular bean and it will form a path which will turn all of these beans into one particular colour. And there is also this giant green bean as well that will allow you to destroy 2 full columns of beans. But this is a game that I got so good at, I was able to beat anyone I played against. Now, of course, I'm not trying to show off. There's probably going to be loads of people out there who are far better than I am, but I'm just saying that within my friendship circle and within the people that I knew, I got really good at this game because I picked up on the mechanics. I picked up on how you're supposed to set off the beans in a particular pattern so that they'll form a large chain, so they'll send all of these blank beans over to your opponent's side. And I think this is something that other people I knew didn't really catch on to. They kind of just try to get rid of beans. But what's also so great about this game as well is that you have to sort of find your limits. You can be setting up this giant big combo, but then you can put something in the wrong place and it's all messed up. Or if they send something your way, it just messes it all up. So you'll have to find a way around it, and you really have to think fast, and I really like that element of this game. The single player main feature of this game, or as it's known as scenario mode, which is strange, you have to play a series of about 13-15 or so levels. Each one you'll come up against a different robot, which is meant to be one of Dr. Robotnik's robots, and they get harder as they go along. And also they get faster as they go along until you eventually fight off against Dr. Robotnik himself at the very end. Some of the robots you come up against have very specific patterns and I don't know why. For example, the stage 2 enemy you fight against will always start off by slamming the beans down to form 4 rows of beans, and the 4th stage level enemy will always form 2 straight columns of beans at one at each side. And I don't know if there's other traits of other enemies that I've just not noticed. They're the 2 that always stick out to me, and it's always really nice when you get to that final stage against Dr. Robotnik and then you defeat him and you hear him scream with anger. It's really nice. But the different enemies also have different animations based off how well they think they're doing, so you might get them to like cry or something when they're so close to losing, and then they'll explode or something when you actually do finally defeat them. This is truly a game that I felt like I could go back to many times and always have fun with it. But I am going to end this part here, so thank you all for watching. I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 107, which is Sonic the Hedgehog, and this is a very special game to me, and I am talking about the Mega Drive version. I am not talking about the 2006 game, no, not at all. But this is a very special game to me because there was a time in my childhood where I was utterly obsessed with Sonic the Hedgehog. I just loved Sonic. And this is the game that sparked that, and this was actually the first Mega Drive game I had ever played, and I can tell you the story, actually, about when I first played this game, because this was back when I only had an Amiga. One day we went to my grandma's house and my uncle Darren, this is the uncle I've talked about many times before, the one who was big into racing games, he had a Mega Drive, and age-wise I would have been about 4 or 5 or so, so he would have only been like 13 or so at this time. Yes, he is a very young uncle, but yeah, he would have been about 13 at this time, and he invited me into his room so that I could play a game. And I remember going into his room, sitting on his bed, and he had this Mega Drive, and he had 2 Sonic games. He had Sonic 1 and Sonic 2, and I remember he said to me, which would you like to go on, Sonic 1 or Sonic 2? And I said, Sonic 1, because it's the first one, I'd like to go on that first. And so he let me play on Sonic 1, and I loved it. What's funny is that during this time playing it, I wasn't very good at all. I died a lot on Green Hill Zone when you have all those platforms that move up and down. I wasn't really all that coordinated with it, so I kept falling through into the pits. But what's funny is that there was one time where he came back up and he was trying to show off his skills to me, and he said, "Hey, I bet you never knew about this," and then he went and did a roll through one of the walls on the Green Hill stages, and I was just like, yes, I did know about that, and I was proud of myself. And so I really got into this game, and every time we went over to my grandma's house, I wanted to go and play it, but I never asked because, see, I was one of those kids who would never ask for anything because I would always be really timid and scared about people saying, no, you can't. I really didn't like that. I was always just hopeful that someone would offer me the opportunity to, but I never asked. But I did a few times, and I did really have a lot of fun. And then one Christmas, I remember going to my grandma's house at the complete surprise, opening up one of my presents, and what do you know? My Uncle Darren gave me his Mega Drive with Sonic 1 and Sonic 2. I was so happy. I actually did go through a phase where I was totally obsessed with Sonic. I remember there was a time in school, I think it was during the second year of school, where for some reason we were allowed to wear slippers to school, and I had these giant Sonic the Hedgehog slippers, and so I brought those in, and everyone knew me as the kid who really liked Sonic, and I'd be like, look, Sonic, I'd be like so happy I've got these Sonic slippers. And so this game is so special to me because of that. And I remember playing this game a lot when I had it, and I also remember there was one time there was a film on TV. Now it may have been Wayne's World, I'm not too sure. I think it was Wayne's World, and one of the clips has a newscast on, and during that newscast, behind the presenter is someone playing Sonic, and I was like, look, it's Sonic, and I was just so really excited to see Sonic. Sonic was like my idol when I was like 5 years old. But as for Sonic games as a whole, the first Sonic game isn't one that people really like all that much in comparison to the next few. It doesn't have the spin dash, which is a big thing. The spin dash being where you can just on the spot collect up energy and then zoom forward. If you wanted to go fast, you had to build up speed, and you also had to manually roll so that you could hit the enemies along the way. You couldn't just spin dash through them. And the game was divided up into 6 different zones, and each zone had 3 acts, Act 1, 2 and 3, the third act being the boss. Not just the boss though, it wasn't like the Master System version where it was just the boss. It was a level and then the boss. But if you completed the first or second act with 50 or more rings, you could jump into this giant ring at the end of the stage, and if you did, you got transported to the special stage. And the special stage was this strange euphoric setup where this level would constantly spin around, and the background you had birds and fish morph into each other. You had to navigate your way around so that you could eventually collect the Chaos Emerald at the end of the level. And there are 6 of these Chaos Emeralds overall. It didn't do anything in the game, but it did mark a sort of completion of the game. And of course I did manage to complete the game with all the emeralds at some point, but it was just so much fun being able to play this game and constantly get better at it over and over and over again. What's also funny is that my brother actually messed about with this game long before he played games, because remember, he was very young. So when he would have been like 2 or 3 years old, I remember there was one time where he'd just go up to the Mega Drive, he'd press the reset button over and over and over again, and when it goes Sega, he would go da da, trying to sing along, and then he'd press the reset button again and sing it again, and then press it again and sing it again. He'd just do that for ages. But yeah, the first Sonic the Hedgehog game, very strong memories and a very strong connection to it. Number 106 is Tekken 3, and when I got this game, the main thought that I had is that this is just a general improvement of Tekken 2, because everything seemed just a little bit nicer, if you know what I mean. And for a fighting game, this is one that I really did enjoy. If I have to say that there's one thing that I prefer about Tekken 2 to Tekken 3, it would have to be the way that you unlock most of the characters, because in Tekken 2, you unlock specific characters by completing arcade mode as specific characters. So, for example, completing it as Michelle will always get you Ganryu, and completing it as King will always get you Armor King. Completing as Yoshimitsu will always get you Kunimitsu, for example, and so there was that connection that the characters had. But with Tekken 3, you unlocked characters based on the number of times that you had completed the arcade mode, and what that meant was that certain characters had a sort of higher profile about them, because it would always take more playthroughs in order to be able to unlock certain characters over certain other characters, but at the same time it didn't enforce any sense of variety through playing the game in arcade mode. I suppose you could argue that it did allow for more variety in the amount of ways that you could unlock all of the characters, in that there's more different combinations of people that you could choose rather than just having to place them all once, but within any given playthrough there is less variety in that regard. But I have to talk about Tekken Ball mode and Tekken Force mode. Tekken Ball mode is basically where you have this volleyball game, apart from you use your attacks to move the ball from one side to the other, and some characters are going to be naturally better at this than other characters. So for example, a character like Eddie is naturally very bad at this, because Eddie's thing is that Eddie can very easily build up large combos of attacks, but the downside to that is that what you really need is a good powerful attack in order to be able to send the ball to the opponent's side. And there are 3 different balls that you can get in this mode. There's the regular beach ball, there's the iron ball, and then there's the gum ball. I don't know what the gum ball is meant to be, but they have slight variations of stats and how they work. The other mode is Tekken Force mode, and in Tekken Force mode it's kind of like a sort of beat 'em up, but it's clearly not, because you're still clearly locked to a specific side versus other side style combat system, where you'll always move left and right. In a sense, it's always towards or away from an enemy, and you can also collect these chickens that makes the game go chicken when you pick them up, and that will recover your health. And all of the different enemies that you fight along the way are named after different birds. So you'll fight the crows, and then like the hawks and falcons, and eventually you'll fight the owls. And completing this mode will give you a key, and you have to complete this mode 3 times to get 3 keys, and then after the 4th time you will fight Dr. Boskonovich, and if you defeat Dr. Boskonovich, you will gain Dr. Boskonovich as a playable character. What's kind of strange about this though is that Dr. Boskonovich as a boss is really hard, but as a character to play as, he is just the worst, because you can try to do anything, you'll just keep falling over. Or maybe he's just a really high tier character, where if you can do the combos very well, then you will be able to do really good attacks, but it does require you to be perfect in that regard. I don't know. And also what was quite interesting about this game was that it had a sort of theatre mode, so when you unlock the character's ending, you could watch it at any time. But you could also insert Tekken 2 and Tekken 1 to watch the different endings from those games as well, which seems like nothing now, because you can just, go on YouTube and search for whatever, and even still, watching an ending of a particular character in a fighting game seems like nothing really. It was still something back then. It was always something to wonder about. Ooh, I wonder how they're going to work with this character's ending. I wonder what they're going to do. Number 105 is Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and I've actually already gone into a bit of detail about this game, because when I was talking about the first Sonic game, I talked about how I played at my uncle's house and how I eventually got his Mega Drive and how he handed me his Sonic games, which I was really excited about. Well, all that also applies to Sonic 2. I do remember playing Sonic 2 at his house in the same way, and I remember getting Sonic 2 myself as well. And so I'm going to focus more on what makes it different, what different mechanics there are, and I've got quite a few stories to tell you about this game as well, because this is also a very important game to me as well. First of all, what makes this different is, first of all, you can spin dash, and I've got to stop saying first of all the time, but yes, you can spin dash, so that allows you to gain extra speed. The big thing that most people like to point out is that Tails is in this game as well, which allows that sort of what has become known as little brother multiplayer, where you can allow your younger brother to sort of play about as Tails whilst not really affecting the game much. Did I do that with my brother? To be honest, I don't really remember. I do remember there were times where I said that he can pretend to play a game, and he enjoyed grabbing a controller and just pretending to play a game, which I was happy that he was happy to do that. But he would have been very young at that time, obviously. Also, there are more zones in this game, but each zone is more broken up into a fewer amount of acts. So each zone has 2 acts rather than 3, apart from Metropolis, which has 3, and then there's the ones after that which only have 1 act each. So there was a higher level of variety in level design. Also, this game treated the special stages differently in a few different ways. First of all, the special stages I thought were pretty terrible. You basically run down this half pipe and you have to collect so many rings and dodge the bombs which would make you lose rings, and you have to reach certain milestones, and if you manage to reach them all, then you get the emerald at the end of the stage. But also this time round, if you fail a special stage, you won't skip that and then come back to it later. You will have to stick to that special stage until you do it. And you activate the special stages by reaching the checkpoints with more than 50 rings and then jumping into the sparkles. So there were more opportunities to enter special stages in this game as opposed to the first one, which is better, and it makes more sense because those special stages are harder. And I believe there is quite a bit of memorization involved in getting good at these special stages, but I generally think that they are really hard, and I just don't like the special stages. Also this time round, there are 7 Chaos Emeralds instead of just 6, and once you collect all 7 Chaos Emeralds, you unlock Supersonic, and I have a story regarding Supersonic. The first time I was able to collect all 7 Chaos Emeralds, it came up with that message saying you can now play as Supersonic, and I was so excited. I was like, whoa, what's this? Supersonic? And I was just blown away by it. And then later on in the Mystic Cave Zone, I jumped in the air and I transformed into Supersonic, and I was kind of amazed. I was like, whoa, what's this? It played this music that I hadn't heard before just by having played this game loads in the past, but I was just really excited to see this new thing, like on this game I've been playing all this time. And you know, you run faster, you're invincible, you're flashing yellow, you got this super cool music and even spikier hair, and I was amazed by it. But I was kind of hit by the revelation after that I was scared of Supersonic, which I know is a strange thing, but I was scared by the way he transforms, the way you jump and he does that choo sound as he pulls the face and opens his mouth. I found that quite creepy, but of course I didn't know what triggered Supersonic, and so there would be some times where I would unlock Supersonic and then I would give the controller to my mum and say, okay mum, you play until you become Supersonic and then pause it and call me back so I can continue playing as Supersonic. Which, the plan didn't work, as you could probably guess. What ended up happening was I just gave up and quit, and I said, how are you doing? And I went to check back and she had lost me like 5 continues worth of lives, and at that point I was just like, it doesn't matter, I'll just be scared. Not realising the fact, of course, that she didn't have the skills. But yeah, that's a funny story behind that. But also, I have a bit of a sad story about this, and I realised that most of the stories I've given so far have been about, like, you know, funny stories and happy stories, and there's certainly a lot more of them to come, and there's certainly more of those in abundance. But I feel that it's really important that I mention this, because talking about my history of games and my experience with games, I think this is something that I need to talk about, because this is a bit of a sad memory from when I was playing Sonic 2. I was in the room next to the kitchen, which is where the Mega Drive was, and I was just playing Sonic 2, and the phone rang, and my mum answered the phone, and then she started crying, and I was confused because I was thinking, well, Mum's a grown-up, grown-ups don't cry. And then she told me that her and my dad had just been divorced, and I was young and I didn't understand what this meant, and as you can probably understand, I was confused by this, and I also want you to understand that I wasn't one of these kids who was like really distraught by this. It didn't make such a huge impact on me personally, but I still think that this event was, you know, it's a strong memory that I have, and I feel this, if I'm going to talk about my different memories talking about games and all the events surrounding it, I have to mention this one, because this is a very vivid memory that I have. But I am just going to move on to the next game. Number 104 is Soul Blade, and I originally played this game at Pontins, which is sort of like a family holiday vacation place in the UK. I believe it's somewhere in the northwest, like near Manchester or Liverpool, around that area. I'm not too sure, but we went there for a family holiday once. It was me, my brother, my granddad, and my mum. And one of the things that I loved doing there was going to this arcade, and there was this arcade machine which was Soul Blade, or it may have been Soul Edge, but it's still Soul Blade. And I knew it as Soul Blade even then, so it was probably Soul Blade. But Cervantes had a alternative second costume, which I think was only in the Soul Edge variation, so I don't know how that worked, but I remember going there and I would play that game and I would just start the game. I think first time through I played as Taki on this arcade machine, hammering the buttons, just smashing them down, just smash, smash, smash. I would have been pretty young at this time, but just smashing the buttons, and I'd like jump for joy every time I passed a level that I had not gotten to before. And I remember I also got into playing as Siegfried because I remember thinking, well, his sword is massive and he wears armor, so he's obviously the best character because, you know, I couldn't think that they would actually balance the game. I just thought, well, he's got a big sword and he wears armor, so yeah, that's the type of childlike belief that I would have had at the time. And I was just loving this arcade machine, and I would just play Soul Blade all the time, smashing the buttons, like being really excited. And eventually we left Pontins. Obviously I didn't stay there forever, so I don't know why I said eventually we left. But yeah, when we did leave, got back home, one time my granddad, this is the granddad who copied loads of the games for me, he just said, here you go, and he gave me Soul Blade. So I had Soul Blade for myself on the PlayStation, and I was really happy because I remember that I really liked Soul Blade when I played it on this arcade machine. But even still, there was more for me to discover because this game has something called Edge Master Mode, and I just loved Edge Master Mode. I didn't discover this straight away. I remember I would play the arcade mode just regularly, and then one time in school I told my friend Matthew about Edge Master Mode that I discovered and how you could unlock different weapons. I remember trying to explain it to him, but it was such a strange concept at the time that I found it really exciting, and I'm guessing this would have been 1998 that this happened. And the reason I say that is because we were both in class 4, and the school that I went to had this rather strange system because there wasn't as many classes as there were years, so sometimes you had to sort of blend in, like the oldest kids from one year with the youngest kids from the year above. And because I was one of the oldest kids in my year and Matthew was one of the youngest kids in his year, we'd occasionally be in the same class. And I remember being in this class and I would tell him about Edge Master Mode. I would say, well, you can get these different weapons for different characters and they work differently, and each character always has the same type of weapons, so Siegfried will always have like a big sword and Voldo will always have like different types of claws, and he just didn't understand. And then I showed him it and it was like, oh wow, you can go through all these levels and unlock all of these different weapons with different stats. And so it was rather linear per character. You did have to go in a straight line from one level to the next, and you did unlock weapons in a linear fashion as well. And sometimes you'd have challenges like defeat this boss within a time limit, or survive the time limit, or knock them out. And my least favourite was deal damage to them only through air attacks, where you have to get them into the air. I always struggled with those. But what's interesting is that I didn't actually know that there were different requirements, the different challenges, until it got to that specific one, where you have to hit them whilst they're in the air. And it was only then that I discovered that if you actually look at the different pages in the book, at the red text at the end, it will describe to you how you're meant to defeat each opponent. And I just loved it. I just really loved collecting all these weapons for all these different characters. And I remember sometimes you'd have different weapons that were suited to different types of battles. So for example, sometimes you would have these battles where you've only got a slither of health left. So in those cases, it's nice to use the weapons where you're constantly healing. Or in one case with Rock, he has a weapon that has massive attack stats but really low defense. And I remember thinking to myself, well, I'm going to die in one hit anyway, so I may as well equip the thing with the large attack power. And you also had secret weapons that you could unlock in a very specific way, which I was never really able to figure out. We might have worked it out through like a magazine or something, I'm not sure. But you would get like invisible swords and extra final weapons for each character. I don't think I managed to unlock everything for all characters, but it was one of those things that I just really enjoyed unlocking all those things. Also, one thing I should probably mention is that I've said many times that games develop in-jokes between me and my brother, and Soul Blade is no exception to this, because when you win a battle, it always ends the battle with, "The grueling battle ended with the victory of," and then the name of the character, then it goes, "You win." But if you skip the name of the character, it just goes, "The grueling battle ended with the victory of," "You win," and then the character says something. And we always used to make fun of the way that Siegfried always said, "I've never had such an easy victory," every time. Oh, it was loads of fun. But I think I'm going to end this part here, and so stick with me, because soon we will be reaching my top 100 games. Not long now. I look forward to it, and I'll see you then. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. At number 103 we have Spyro the Dragon, and this is a game that I'm not entirely sure how I found out about it. It may have been through my friend Matthew, but saying that, I know that we both got this game at the same time, because I got it for Christmas and he got it for that same Christmas. So I don't remember exactly what year it was sometime in the late 90s. But I got this game for Christmas and I had a lot of fun with it. And I remember later on in that Christmas day, we went to my grandma's house, as we usually did over Christmas, and we'd have our Christmas dinner there, and I remember begging my mum to get home because I was desperate to play this game. And I was so bored. Going to Grandma's house was one of the later of the day Christmas traditions that we had, and so I do remember going there, and this particular time just being really, really fed up. I remember just laying there, and I got to the point where I didn't want to be rude, because I was never like a rude kid, but I just remember saying to my mum, I was like, "Mum, please, can we go home now? Please, I want to go home. I'm so bored." And I just really, really started fed up, and I really wanted to go home and play Spyro, and so when I got home I did play Spyro. And I remember a few days afterwards my friend Matthew came over, and I would say that I got Spyro the Dragon, and he would say, "Well, I do too." And I told him I was up to, I believe it was the Beastmaker's world, and then he told me that he was further than me, and I was like, "Whoa, you're further than me?" Because I realised the mistake that I made when playing through this game the first time, and that is that I didn't spend too much attention on the different collectibles. Because the way that this game works with the collectibles, I'll explain that in a minute, but the best way I can describe this game is that it's a 3D platformer, but what makes it unique is that Spyro can glide. You've got a few abilities such as gliding, which will allow you to traverse high areas, and it also allowed the level design to be rather open, with big fields and stuff, and this was also accommodated for by the fact that one of your attacks was to charge. So you could charge, you could also breathe fire, and you had different enemies with different setups that were either strong or weak to different types of attacks. So for example, large enemies, if you charged into them it wouldn't hurt them, but also you had enemies that wore fire protective armor, so you had to either charge them, or if you had big ones with your armor you had to sort of find a point of their body where there wasn't any armor and breathe fire on that bit. But each zone is divided into several different levels. So for example, you'll have the Artisan's World, which is the first world, and then inside that you will have all these different gateways that lead to different levels. Each level will have a set amount of dragons that you have to free, a set amount of treasure that you have to collect, and a set amount of dragon eggs that you have to save from these thieves. And the way that you progress through this game is by collecting whatever the balloonist wants you to collect, and they will allow you to get to the next world. So for example, in order to go to the second world, you will need to save so many dragons, and then in order to get to the third world, you'll need to collect so much treasure, and so on and so forth. And the different thing that you need each time will mean that you should always focus on just getting as much as you want. But this is where I originally made my mistake, because I originally focused primarily just on the gathering of whatever it was I needed to get to the next world. So for example, in the first world, I never really concerned myself over the treasure, because I didn't think to myself, "Oh, I'm going to need treasure later on." Whereas you see my friend Matthew, what he did is he just focused on everything at once, so he managed to get a lot more than I did, and so that's how he did better than me first time through. In each world you will also have a boss, but bosses aren't really like big events in this game. It's kind of just an extra variation on a type of level. And you'll also have these extra flying levels where you can fly around and you have to collect 10 of these things, where it might be fly through 10 gates and destroy 10 barrels and all that type of thing. What I do remember really liking about this game was just how treasure itself was permanent, and this is something that really stood out to me at the time. Each gem that you collect is there once and then it's gone forever. So if you go into a level and then you collect like some gems and leave, those gems you collected, they count as you having had collected them, so they will never respawn. And that level of consistency to me seemed like such a weird and amazing thing, because it was like the game has to keep track of all these things, of each individual gem that you've collected. I really did find that interesting, and the game is really focused on collecting these things. So for example, you will find these points in each level, which is like the return home spot. So you can kind of view it as sort of like being the end of the level, apart from it really doesn't make any difference because you don't get anything just for getting to the end, and you can quit a level at any time. So I don't really know what the point is of them being there. But I think perhaps the big thing about this game that I do remember is the extra secret bonus level, because if you manage to collect everything in the game, that's all of the treasure, free all of the dragon net, and get all of the dragon eggs back, you will unlock the extra final level called Nasty's Loot, and it doesn't really serve any purpose other than to supply you with loads of extra gems which don't do anything. But as much as people I've heard say in the past that it's very unimpressive how this level is set out, I just think the sheer fact that there is this level with all of this money in it, or rather all these gems in it all over the place, I think that in and of itself is interesting. I also remember being stuck trying to get the full collection because I think I was missing like one gem throughout the entire game, and it was like on Lofty Towers in the Dreamweaver's world. And I remember looking all over the level for it for ages, and I remember eventually finally finding this one little gem just hidden away and then collecting it and then leaving. One thing that I haven't mentioned yet, which I probably should mention as well, is that your health is determined by a dragonfly called Sparks, and the colour of the dragonfly will determine how much health you have left. And if the dragonfly dies, then that leaves a bit of a problem, because to collect gems the dragonfly will sometimes hit the gems and knock them into you, but if you lose all of your health apart from that last one, then you won't have that. And also, if something would drop a gem, collected the gem from the thing that it would drop this little white orb instead, and collecting so many of those white orbs would give you an extra life. And I just love this game with how vast the levels are, and yet how intricate the level design can still be given that. And you've got all the little hidden secret areas that require you to glide in certain ways. It's very interesting and I love it. At number 102, we have MotorStorm Apocalypse. And some of the things I said about MotorStorm Pacific Rift kind of apply here. It still does the whole thing about having a turbo engine and water cooling it down faster, so you can have puddles that will help you speed up, or levels where it's raining means you can charge up even further. So all that's good. Although I did play this one before Pacific Rift, and my experience of this game, my first-hand experience, as in my first impressions of this game, was, I will say, very positive. Really what's interesting is that there aren't too much in terms of mechanics to talk about. It's just that I feel that straight right off the bat there was that level of intensity there that I really liked. So you start the game and the game starts off and you are basically launched onto this beach, and just instantly you are doing a race. And the race itself is tense. There's lots of things flying all over the place, which is really just for spectacle for the most part. And you're having to be very careful not to crash into things, which I know sounds like a very typical racing game thing, but I find that with this game in particular, you really have to keep your eye on the environment and on the cars to know the exact timing of when to turn and all that. But when you get to the end of this race and the title screen pops up, I just thought, wow, like that is a very good introduction. I am really hyped for playing this game now, although I kind of understood and I kind of had this feeling that that sort of level of hype would be short-lived, if you know what I mean. It wasn't like an RPG where I can look through menus and think, oh, look at all this stuff I'm going to eventually do. It's kind of that other extreme where it's kind of like, wow, that thing that just happened was amazing. I want to have more of that amazing thing happen again. But the main gimmick of this game, or the main theme of this game, is that it's the apocalypse. So the world is basically ending as you're racing. You will be racing around and it'll probably be storming, there'll probably be lots of winds around, and in some cases you've got all these buildings that are collapsing, and you've got buildings that collapse around you, roads tearing apart, all sorts of stuff, which may in a way sound like it is purely for spectacle, and a lot of it is, but what this also means is that the race can change throughout several different laps. So for example, you could do one lap, and then by the time you're in the middle of the second lap, one of the roads that you're on kind of tears apart a bit, so you then have that jump that you have to make. And it's all very, very good. There is also this extra feature where you can collect these cards, so that's sort of like a bonus side activity for you to do, I suppose. But the thing is that what I find makes it interesting, but also very hard as well, is that there's so much stuff going on that it's so hard to see these cards just like around. Like, you know, there'll be buildings blowing away, roads collapsing, just all sorts, rubble flying everywhere, and you're supposed to collect these little cards flying around in the level. I have seen a few of them, but I've collected very few. There's meant to be like 5 a level or so, and so they must be very well hidden. At number 101, we have Fallout 3. And I've talked about a few of these Bethesda open world big RPGs before, and here is another one, this one being a Fallout game, not an Elder Scrolls game, and I definitely prefer this game to those other two. What I will say, and I want to get this completely out of the way first, everything that I've mentioned about Skyrim and Oblivion, about the fact that I don't like role-playing, I don't like story branches, I don't like talking to NPCs to change the story, and all that sort of stuff, all of that stuff is still here, it still fully applies, and I still don't like that at all. However, I really, really feel that Fallout 3 has a much more gamey feel to it. I don't know if that's the right terminology or what the right terminology would be, but I generally feel that this game has an extra element of strategy to it that the previous games I mentioned didn't. I actually remember I got this game for Christmas of 2008, apart from it was one of those games that I played for a little bit before then, because basically this is what happened, okay? I asked my dad for Fallout 3 for Christmas, and what's funny is that I bought the game before Christmas because I got it for my friend Josh as a Christmas present. So I got it as a Christmas present for someone else, and then someone else got it as a Christmas present for me. But because I owned a copy, I had a copy in my possession before giving it away for Christmas, I was a bit cheeky and I played the game before. So yep, there's that. I played it for a little bit before Christmas, but I got it for Christmas. And what I really, really did like about this game was I really liked the idea of how the perks worked. I really, really liked looking through the instruction manual and looking at the different perks that you could get at different levels. And I remember thinking to myself, okay, well, that perk is good, but it's kind of overridden by this other perk which does this other thing, and this perk will work well, but of course it means that I'm going to be losing out on this thing. And I always say, and I always mean it as well, that I really, really hate it when games do a sort of permanent loss thing, where you choosing one thing means that you can never get the other, and so you have to make this permanent decision. I don't like that. I like it where I know that no matter how far back I fall, I can always reach the top. And honestly, I generally prefer it if games do have these large-scale punishments where you can be knocked down a lot if you do something wrong. I really do like that, but just this idea of doing a wrong thing and having a wrong thing happen is something that really is what puts me off games like this and just Bethesda RPGs in general. But I really, really did enjoy this system a lot more. And what it also meant was that leveling up in and of itself was a sort of a big event. I liked that idea of selecting things and weighing options against each other and trying to find the optimal route. That was really nice. Another thing that made me like this a lot more than the Elder Scrolls games is that first-person shooting is just a lot better than first-person sword swinging. I mean, it just is. And also the VATS system, where you can freeze the game to select different body parts, adds a little bit more of a tactical advantage to the gameplay style, even if not by that much. I think people really overemphasize that, but yeah, it does add a little bit of tactics involved as opposed to twitchy first-person shooting, and so it was just a nice game. 400 games. I have talked about, described, given my stories with 400 games. That's a lot of games. And yet, I still haven't talked about the games in my top 100. But after several hours worth of talking about the first 400 games of my top 500, this is it. We are here. This is the final stretch. Hello everyone, welcome to my top 100 games. It's time to get serious. You may remember the story about how I once went to my granddad's house and I played on his PlayStation. I played a demo of Jumping Flash, I played a demo of Battle Arena Toshenden, and I also played Ridge Racer there as well. Well, there was one other demo that I played there, and this game also was the first game that I played on this PlayStation when he eventually gave it to me. And so this was the very first 3D, proper 3D game that I played at my own house on a console that I owned. This is a game that, looking back, people tend to not like as much, but at the time was a great hit. Although saying that, the character of this game, or rather should I say, this game series, is one that people have been wanting to see a proper continuation of for years. And although not so prevalent as much as he was, this character was a really big PlayStation mascot. If you can't tell what game I'm talking about, number 100 is Crash Bandicoot. I remember playing this demo, and the demo is of Jungle Rollers, the second level. And during this demo, there is a bit where you see a shiny green platform, and if you jump on it, it will take you up to where there are a few extra lives. Now, when I eventually did get this game, I noticed that this gem wasn't there. It was shrunk down into a tiny gem that disappeared when you went close to it, and I didn't understand what that was all about. And it didn't really hit me for a while. I just played through the series of levels as you come to them. I remember talking to my friend Matthew about how he suspected that the other two islands in the background would be islands that you would go to after the first one. I didn't think so, but he was right, because once you've completed all the first set of levels on the first island, you then go to the second island, and after those, you go to the third island, which is the final island. And so this game, whilst being 3D, doesn't really use a wide open three-dimensional level design, really, because it's all based on straightforward passages. Like, you go straight forward down the level, or it might be straight downwards if you're running away from a boulder or something like that. And there are 2D-esque levels where you are going from left to right, such as the native fortress type levels. It wasn't until much later, however, where I discovered that you can get gems through these levels, and this is something that I did not know about at all throughout my playthrough of the original first game. It was only until playing later games in the series that I really knew that gems were a thing, but I didn't know they were a thing in this first game. And also, I didn't have a memory card back then as well, so I had to progress through passwords, and you unlock the password / save the game by, in a level, collecting 3 Torna icons, and then getting to the end of the bonus stage, and you'll be given a password or an opportunity to save your game. I also noticed along the way through my first completion of this game that there are extra levels along the path. There's 2 extra levels that you can't go to, and I didn't know how you were meant to, but I eventually found out that if you collect all the Neocortex icons in a level, you will get sent to a Cortex bonus stage, and by completing that, you will get a key. Now, those are hard to get, and they're also very missable as well, because a lot of the Cortex icons that you will find are from rather tricky areas that you would have to do very specific maneuvers that you would only have like one shot at. So you might have one that's in the air, but you need to jump on a box to be able to reach it, but of course jumping on the box will smash the box, and it's quite hidden away, or you'll need to make sure that you jump on an enemy at the right time to go along this certain path, so it would be missable per playthrough of a level, basically. But there was only 2 levels that had the 3 neocortex icons in them. There was also the embryo bonus stages, which don't do anything. I guess they're just there to get lives and stuff. But I eventually found out that you could get the gems by smashing all of the boxes in a level through 1 life. And you can get an alternative ending because the second last level, the Great Hall, is a very small level with just 1 jump that at first confused me, but if you get all the gems, you can follow this different path that will lead you to an alternate ending. Now, some levels you can't get all of the boxes because some of them are in areas that you can't reach without the corresponding coloured gem to use as platforms, and the way that you get the coloured gems is just by collecting the gem on the level that corresponds with that gem, that colour. The game doesn't inform you of this, but some levels, when you get the gem at the end of the level, it will be of a particular colour, and that will unlock different gem platforms in several other levels, so you will have to backtrack to previous levels once you've got a particular coloured gem to be able to reach the other boxes. And that's why in the demo the gem platform was there, but in the proper game it isn't there to begin with, you have to unlock it. And I have 2 stories pertaining to this game that I have very strong memories of, one of them in fact being a lot more recent than the other. The first big memory I have, and I know this would have been sometime in the 90s because this was when I was in the bedroom that I had at that time, but there was one time where I had this watch that was really annoying. It had buttons on it which were very hard to press, and it was also set with an alarm on, and the snooze was active, so every so often, I think it was like every hour or so, it would just go beep 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 beep, and I couldn't sleep throughout that night. And I remember I got to a point where I just woke up in the middle of the night and I was just like, forget it, I'm not sleeping. And so I turned on my PlayStation and I played Crash Bandicoot throughout the rest of the night. And this is such a strong memory for me because this is the first time I ever remember being awake whilst it was night and the sun came out and I saw it getting gradually lighter outside. So this is a very big memory for me. It was also really annoying because I remember I wanted to sleep and I was also on the Toxic Wastes level, which is one that people, I think, tend to underestimate. I think people think that Slippery Climb is the hardest, but I think Toxic Wastes is. Toxic Wastes is, if I can speak properly. Another big memory about this game comes from 2013, so yeah, that's a lot later. But during this time around 2013, I really got into listening to the Crash Bandicoot soundtrack. It was something that I just decided to do, and what's interesting is that on lastfm.com, or rather last.fm, whatever it is, for a while, I don't know if this has changed, but I became the #1 listener for the Crash Bandicoot soundtrack, which means I listened to that soundtrack more than anybody else on Last.fm. But the soundtrack itself is something that you don't often see these days. What I really liked about it was that it's very simple music and it incorporates nature sounds and different sounds from different things in its music. So, for example, in the Great Wall / Native Fortress type levels, you'll have people chanting, like tribal chants, and then in other nature-based levels, you'll hear like birds and stuff as part of the music. And I really like that, and it's rather atmospheric music, and I would like to see more games do that. This game is a game within a series that is basically a sister series to another long-running series, and this is the only game within the sister series that I had played when I got this game. And this game was released on the PS2, but I eventually got it on my Xbox 360, not too long after I got my Xbox 360. I'm talking about Samurai Warriors 2. Samurai Warriors is basically the sister series to Dynasty Warriors, but the best way I can describe this is that it's Dynasty Warriors, but in Japan. Everything is based on old Japanese traditions, as opposed to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms from China. And it has all of the things that you would expect from one of these types of games, you know, running around, choosing a character, killing loads of bad guys. Apart from this one, I remember being really hard. I remember really struggling with the opening levels on this game. I had to turn the difficulty down so I could stand a chance. I really don't have too much to say mechanics-wise about this game. What I do remember is that the Extreme Legends variation of this game on the Xbox 360 was released as DLC, and it was very expensive, I remember that, which I never bothered getting that. As for the leveling system, I remember the main connecting feature within each of the characters, the universals rather, was money. You collected money and you could spend the money on any character, regardless of which character you used to collect that money with. And you could spend this money on different abilities and powering them up. I do remember in one of the levels with one of the characters, I ran into this problem where it was just really hard for some reason. I don't know why. I think it was just a difficulty spike. I get a feeling that it wasn't meant to be like that. But I think like the main general just like ran into one of the enemy bases or something along those lines. But aside from that, yeah, this was a really nifty, nice little game that I had on my Xbox 360. It was around the end of 2014 where I just felt in the mood to play an open world racing game because I hadn't done so for a while. Thankfully, also around this time, I managed to go onto the PlayStation Network and I managed to find that Need for Speed Most Wanted was available at a discount through PS Plus. And so I got this game and I like it. There seems to be a particular brand of racing game that they have released, which is rather a new-ish concept, I suppose. It's something that they really, at least to my knowledge, introduced in the 7th generation, where you will have this open world and there'll be all these things around for you to collect. Although when I say collect, I don't necessarily mean pick up, I just mean do, like smash through these gates or whatever. And this game was basically one of those. You did go around and you did smash through these billboards, and what I remember happening was that whenever you saw one of these billboards, it would have a image of whoever on your friends list managed to smash through it with the greatest airtime or cover the largest amount of distance. And so I remember going around this city and I would just see this guy's face plastered all over these billboards everywhere. It's quite funny actually, but also kind of silly, which I suppose is kind of the same thing in a way. Also, things you can find extra cars lying around, and if you find a car, you can switch into that car, so then you can then use that car, and it gets added to your inventory. There are also all these objectives that you have to accomplish, some basic ones being the races, some others being where you have to escape from the cops, and there's another type where you have to gain a particular level of speed, which is kind of strange. And all these races would take place in this like open world, this city, but with particular racetracks segmented off. Which is typical open world design really, you know. Freedom to go absolutely anywhere while starting a mission, and then when you enter a mission, this is the exact thing you have to do. Which I suppose makes more sense in a racing game, because racing games, or rather the act of racing itself, is all about focusing all your attention on what's happening here and now. But you could also upgrade the cars as well by using them so much. So for example, if you use the boost, you would upgrade your engine to increase the boost, and the more that you slide it around, the more you'd be able to upgrade the tyres, that type of thing. And this is one of those games I think really fits into a particular type of category that I think is a really nice category of games, and that is ones where you can just pick it up and play it for a bit, and whilst you do have that level of investment in it where you are obviously building up and working towards something over time and trying to complete all these goals, you can still just load it up at any time and don't have to worry about having to pay attention to the story or anything along those lines. And I think for being one of those types of games, this one is really good at doing that. I should also probably clarify that I am talking about Need for Speed Most Wanted 2012, because I realised that there was another version of this game that came out previous, or rather it was just a different game with the same name, and I honestly think that this practice of naming games after other games that already exists is so stupid. I really hate it when games do that. But yeah, just to clarify, this is the 2012 game I'm talking about here. My first memory of being exposed to this game was one time where me, my brother and my mum, we went to this travel agency, and I remember we went there in the past to exchange our money into foreign currency whenever we went on holiday. And one particular time I remember at the side, they had a PS2 on display and there was one game playing on it, and I think the controller was broken because I don't remember actually playing it, but it did like that whole title screen thing where you would see the title screen and then after a while it would then phase into a demo, and I remember watching this demo and I became interested in this game. I didn't actually have a PS2 at this point, I don't think, so it wasn't something that I knew I could just go and get straight away or anything like that. And it wasn't necessarily one of the very first PS2 games I got. I actually waited a bit of time and then eventually I saw it in a shop and I got it. Jak and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy. So this is the platform game that Naughty Dog released once they had finished with Crash Bandicoot basically, and I don't really remember if I knew that it was Naughty Dog straight up. I mean, I probably would have recognised the logo, but I don't remember how much that really stood out to me. But what did stand out to me was the way that the levels were structured, and I think this is a thing that a lot of people noticed at this time as well, because in this game all the levels were connected. You never had a level select screen, so to speak. You did have the introduction level where you were told about the base mechanics such as spin attacks, dash attacks, double jumping and all that lot. And there were a few extra things as well, such as collecting the blue eco, which will give you an electric charge that will allow you to run faster for a bit, but also you have to carry that to a specific point so that you can utilize it and open up a gate or release loads of these precursor orbs for you to collect. And precursor orbs is one of the main collectibles in this game. But after that first level you appear in the Greed Sage's hut, and it's from that point on that you can see that all of the levels are connected. So you can head from that point on and just go straight to the beach, or you can go to the jungle. And although areas are segmented off, such as there'll be times where you'll have to cross this lava on this machine and you will need so many power cells in order to be able to activate it, everything is still connected. And there are levels where it does feel like it is kind of like a hub world. It does kind of connect these different levels together. There is no transitions between each of the levels, you just walk between areas, which I suppose kind of made it a little bit confusing as well as to what counted for what. So for example, there was these bugs that you could collect, and sometimes you could collect, say, 3 in one area, then you walk off a bit and you find another one, but that's not part of the same set. So I remember being a bit confused by that. But yeah, I really like this game. I did complete it, as in I did get to the final boss and defeat the final boss, but I didn't collect all of the power cells being the main collectible. The precursor orbs are also like a secondary collectible basically, apart from their biggest use is to spend them in order to get more power cells. So there may be characters around that will be asking for so many precursor orbs, and you give them however many they ask for and they'll give you a power cell. And so level wise the game is divided, I would say, into 3 distinct phases. So you have the first area with the jungle and Sentinel Beach and that lot, then you cross over the lava pits and you get to the second area, which I would say is my favourite part of the game, where it's all by the water and there's this level where you go onto this machine and you travel down into this underground base under the water. And there's also that level where you've got to ride around on that weird hover bike thing, which is interesting. I mean, it's enjoyable, but it can be irritating at times. And then eventually you can get to the final area where it's all like lava and there's that snowy mountain. But I just got to say that I do think that the whole connected areas and all that lot is a very interesting design choice that was new to me when I first saw it. And I did, at the time, really like how I could think of areas in terms of where they were relative to other areas. You didn't jump through a portal and then appear somewhere else. Not saying that that's necessarily a bad game design thing at all. I think, you know, we can have new games that do that, and I think that the whole everything has to be an open world or a connected world is something that games are taking a bit too far these days, but you know, it was nice at the time. I really liked it. Also, what was interesting at the time as well was how it was a constantly developing story. Not so much that there was like a lot of story, but just that you would go to new areas and there'd be NPCs around and you'd talk to them, and that's how you would get the power cells. And I know I say this after having played Spyro 2 and 3, so I don't know why it should have seemed like such a big thing, but it is something that stood out to me. I should also probably point out that whilst I didn't get 100% of this game on the PS2, I did get 100% eventually when it came out on the PS3 as the Jak and Daxter Collection, which was released on PS Plus for free. I have praised several times before when games take a very simple concept and turn it into something much bigger, and this is no exception here. This game I was introduced to my friend Alex from university because he had it on his PC. I had it on my PSP afterwards, after seeing him play it, and later on down the line when I got an Xbox 360, I downloaded it for that as well. I am talking about the original Puzzle Quest Challenge of the Warlords. I have mentioned Puzzle Quest Galactrix before, and I've talked about that game, and this game is basically the same kind of idea, apart from it has a much more medieval, Tolkien-esque type tone, if you know what I mean, where you'll have knights and dungeons and orcs and bats and rats and all that sort of stuff. But with it having a square grid, I also think it's much easier to contextualize when looking at it. So you have on these boards 4 different types of magic orb thingy, where you can switch 2 things that are adjacent to each other, like in Bejeweled, which will cause them to disappear if you manage to match 3 of them, and if it's 3 of these orbs, you will get the element of whatever colour corresponds to it. And this is something I am curious about, because it's obvious that fire should be red and water should be blue, but when it comes to yellow and green, which one should be wind and which one should be earth? What do you think? Now, I feel that earth should be green and wind should be yellow. I don't know if I can justify that, but that's just the way that feels right to me. But I know there are different games that do it differently. But aside from that, you'll also have the skull icons, which will do damage if you match them to your opponent. You will have the purple stars, which will give you experience. And you'll have the coins, which will give you money. Pretty self-explanatory there with an image there. And as you play through the game, you will level up and you will learn new abilities, and abilities cost so much mana of a particular element. So it might cost 3 fires and 1 blue to use this particular ability, and it might be something like deal so much damage to your opponent, or it might change something on the board, or it might give you an extra turn, or it might give you some more of a different type of element. And so there's a nice element of customizing and strategy involved in that, and I really like that. And also, when you level up, you can choose different things to upgrade, such as how much of a particular element you can hold at once, or how much of a particular element that you start with. Just all these different things that you can spend points on to upgrade your character in these different ways. Now, there is a quick play mode, which I really think is a good idea, where you can just select it and then you'll be put up against an enemy, and the purpose of this fight is just to earn your experience. And of course you do earn experience by actually winning the battle, you don't just get it from matching these purple stars together. But the main game itself is like an actual RPG, where you go out and you can travel between all these different towns. You can complete quests for people, you can buy equipment, you can buy weapons, you can customize your character in all these different ways, and I think that this is just a lot of fun to play. Also, something as well to look out for is when trying to match things on this board, if you can match 4 together as opposed to just 3, you will get an extra turn, so always try to look for that as well. And you can also get these wild cards that will match up against any type of elemental orb thing. So yeah, keep an eye out for those things, and it's just an enjoyable game. Now, this is a game that I got based on the title alone. I didn't really know anything about this particular game, but I remember buying this game, and when I first tried it out, I was rather confused because it didn't seem right the way that everything was set up. And I remember going to my friend Bridget's house and playing it there, and slowly but surely getting to grips with the mechanics of this game. I remember my friend Josh also got this game, apart from because he had a Game Boy player on his GameCube, he was able to play it on his TV, so I was able to watch him play it on his TV screen, whereas I was just playing it on my Game Boy Advance. And I never really took this game so seriously. I never really delved into it. That is until we went to Disneyland, because we went there by bus, and let me tell you, that bus journey was so long. It took ages, and I spent pretty much the entire journey there and the entire journey back playing this game. This game being Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. What originally confused me about this game was the fact that battles took place on a grid, so you actually had to move your characters around, and at the time it seemed really finicky and just fiddly, and I really didn't like it. But I did get used to it, although this game does have quite a lot of weird mechanics that people tend to not like, and there are certain ways that you can kind of cheat the system as well. For example, the thing that people mostly don't like is the law mechanic, where whenever you enter a battle, there's going to be a law against something, and basically if you do the thing that the law says that you can't do, then you will get a card from the judge, and he'll eventually send that character to prison if they use the thing too much. And what's really annoying is when the thing that's outlawed is something like attacking your opponent or dealing damage, something that you would have to do anyway. But I found a way that you can kind of cheat this, because the laws always cycle in a particular fashion, and every time you take a step it would cycle on to the next law. So if you can sort of time your movements between the different zones and run into enemies at the optimal times, you can pretty much decide the laws straight up. Later on you can buy these cards which you can use to bypass these laws, which is interesting, but I think that the fact that I found out that you can sort of trick the system this way made it so I didn't really need to do that. There are also good laws as well, where the judge will praise you for doing the thing that is the good thing, and he'll do this by giving that character 1 JP, JP being a judge point. And you also get characters to get judge points by killing enemies, and the reason you want judge points is because when a character has 10 judge points they can unleash their Totema, which is sort of like a summon, but not really a summon because there's a summon job class which is separate to that, so that's what you'd want those for. I also found out that you can really gain loads of experience, not AP but experience, by setting your characters up into work in a very strict cycle. So for example, you could kill all of the enemies but one and send it to sleep, and then continuously make your other characters attack each other, then get the white mage to heal them, and then send this other one to sleep or something, because the amount of experience you get, it's always 100 experience between each level, but healing will always give you something like 10 experience or something like that. And so you could go through this cycle and build up experience that way, and I did that quite a bit. This game also works on a very strict quest system, so you accept a quest and then you can go out and do the quest. But you will also have these enemies that will just wander around and try to take over the different areas on the map. But the development system for the characters is rather complicated, given that you can get so many characters. I think the best line of advice I can really give is to not invest in so many characters, because you will just get loads and loads of characters. And each character is of a particular race, and each race has access to a limited amount of jobs. And as each job, you can learn abilities based on the equipment that you give that character, based on whatever job they are. So say if you have a sword with a time mage ability on it, for example, you can give that sword to somebody, but they'll only learn that ability if they are a time mage. And in fact, even if they haven't learnt the ability yet, but they are a time mage, they can use the ability for whilst the weapon is equipped, but that it would then take you mastering that ability in order for them to then have access to that time mage ability as a time mage, or with the time magic ability equipped, but without the necessary equipment equipped, if you get what I mean. And there are a lot of weapons, and I really like the theming of the weapons, because there's loads of weapons that are references to previous Final Fantasy games that are like ultimate weapons like Ragnarok and Lionheart, which are just like regular weapons that you would expect to be like the best weapons, but they're not. They're just there. And so it's really nice, but it also does get rather complicated as there is so much there to keep track of at once. And one of the things I think about when I think of Disneyland is this game, which may sound sad, but it is. I mean, I enjoy Disneyland as well, but when I think of Disneyland, I think of the bus journey, I think of this game. This is one of those PS1 games that Matthew showed me and that like many of the PS1 games he showed me, I eventually got for myself. And this is a PS1 game that was rather popular, although this franchise in particular didn't really go very far. I think people would like to see a return to this franchise. This game, of course, being Medieval. So, Medieval, you play as Sir Daniel Fortescue, who is a skeleton. He is a dead character, and the main goal of the game is to kill Zorak, who is the one that killed you. And when I say kill him, I mean kill him properly, not kill him in the same way that you were killed by him, I suppose. But it's sort of like a 3D action-adventure platform game, so to speak. The way that it works is that you have these series of levels, each with a beginning, middle and end, as you'd expect, and by completing a certain level, by going through a particular exit, you will unlock a path to another level. But what's interesting is that you can't just complete all levels by getting to the end. Sometimes you'll need to have certain items that will allow you to go through different paths on other levels. So there may be a door that's locked on one level and the key to get through that is actually on another level. And as you go through, you'll also find different weapons that will allow you to attack in different styles, and will also allow you to break through certain obstacles. So for example, relatively early on you'll get the club, and the club can be used to smash through rocks. So that is kind of like a key door scenario where you need this weapon in order to get through to certain places. But the weapons in this game have health, so for example the club itself, is the more you use it, the more damage it will become, and if it runs out of health, then you basically don't have the club anymore. It's broken and you have to pick up a new club in order to fully heal it. And the same applies with shields as well. So for example, you can get the bronze shield, the silver shield, and then the gold shield, each with a different amount of health. And picking up a new shield of the same type that you already have will basically replace the one you already have. So say if you have a silver shield and it gets damaged so much, and then you pick up another silver shield, you will just have a fully recovered silver shield. And there are also different types of upgrades too. So for example, you can get the hammer, which is basically the club, apart from the hammer has infinite health. It doesn't get damaged as you use it, so to speak. It's kind of like a strict upgrade of the club. But then again, the club also has the ability to catch fire so that you can then transport fire around different areas. So there's quite a bit of depth, and I really like how it works with the different items that you can collect. Each level also has a chalice. And the way that you collect the chalice is that you have to defeat so many enemies, and that will transfer their souls over into the chalice. And then if you find the chalice and you collect the chalice, once it's fully charged up with all these souls from enemies that you've killed, then at the end of that level you can go to the Hall of Heroes. And the Hall of Heroes is basically this giant room with all these statues of different heroes. And you can go and talk to them one at a time each time you visit, and they will give you something. Sometimes it's something stupid like recovering your health, sometimes it's giving you an extra weapon, which is nice. And also there are times where they will give you a life bottle, and a life bottle is basically another set of health. So you can be maxed out on health, but if you've got no life bottles and you run out of health, then you just die. But you can collect life bottles, which will allow you to come back once you've died. So it's kind of like extra lives in a way, and you can increase the max amount of lives that you can have. But it also is just health, because you don't go back anywhere, you just appear back where you are, you sort of resurrect. And when I say resurrect, I mean as in continue playing. I don't mean you become a human again. You're still a skeleton, that doesn't change. And I really had a lot of fun with this game. There is also one level where there are these innocent people who have had their souls possessed, and if you kill them, it will actually take souls out of the chalice instead of putting them in, which is quite interesting. But there's three stories I have that I remember about this game in particular. First of all is that when my friend Matthew showed me this game, he was on this maze-like level where it's like a maze made out of all these bushes, and there's this weird head that you can talk to. There's all these different heads around that you can talk to. Some of them are shops, but there was this particular one which was this giant head, and he would tell you riddles, and you have to go around and solve the riddles. So for example, one of the answers would be a clown, and you have to find this clown, and you have to knock all of these boards around so that they can face inwards and time it all right, so then you solve the riddle. I also remember that he was on this particular pirate boss, but I think his game was glitched because he couldn't deal damage to it. I remember eventually getting the game myself and I could deal damage to it, but he couldn't for some reason. That was strange. And I also remember the different keys that are on the levels are these different coloured runes. So you have the Chaos rune, which is red, and you'd have the Earth rune, which is green. But I remember the Chaos rune, the pattern on the rune itself was different between different versions of the game. So I remember on his copy it was like this spiral, and on my copy it was a yin-yang. And I think there was another variation, but I can't remember, and I don't know why that is. And also one more thing to say is that there is a PSP version of this game called Medieval Resurrection, and it's fine, it's okay, I don't have any issues with it apart from the fact that I think it tries too hard to be funny, which kind of defeats the purpose. Of all the games that I played with my uncle, I think that this is perhaps the one that we played together the most. But what's interesting is that this game isn't a racing game, which you may have expected it to be considering that he was always really into racing games. But no, this is a game that is more known for being an arcade machine, although saying that I've only played it very sparingly in arcades. I've mostly played this in my PS1. This is a game series that I think should have continued. I think it would have done fantastically if it had continued on the Wii, but it didn't. It kind of just ended. And this game is a light gun game called Point Blank. Yes, it's a light gun game, and it's basically comprised of all of these separate mini games. Unfortunately, I didn't own a light gun for my PS1. In fact, no, I did, but it didn't work, so I could never use that. I had to use a controller, and my uncle did as well, so it was a fair competition. Although granted it would have been better to have used a light gun, it would have been a lot harder, but it would have been better. And so you've got several different modes in this game. There's the main mode, which is where you progress through a series of levels, and you've got different difficulty settings. And within each difficulty setting, you have a series of 4 stages. So for example, you have the first set of 4 stages which will come up, and you have to shoot the square to choose which level that you want to do first. And then once you've completed those 4 levels, you'll move on to the next set of 4, and then the next set of 4, and so on. Now if you're playing single player, it's a case of whether you succeed or whether you fail each stage, but if you're playing multiplayer, it's a case of competing with each other to see who can get the most points within each stage. And the games themselves are randomised, apart from there are extra stages that are known as special stages that don't pop up in the original normal mode, but there is a sort of alternative mode, and there's loads of these different mini games, and they all fall under several different themes. So, for example, there's the Save Dr. Dawn and Dr. Dan themes, where you have these levels that have Dr. Dawn and Dr. Dan, who are like the 2 main characters. They look a bit like Muppets, I suppose. Dr. Dawn being the character assigned to play 1, and Dr. Dan being the one assigned to play 2. And you have to shoot the thing that's going to kill them, whether that be meteorites or tanks or boulders or piranhas or whatever. You've got the rapid fire stages where there's loads of things all over the place and you have to shoot like crazy. Like you might have ones where there's loads of bottles all over the wall and you got to shoot them all. Or there's all these piranhas floating in from the side. You've got ones with coloured targets where different targets will pop up and you have to shoot the targets of your colour. So for example, player 1 is red and player 2 is blue, and you lose a life if you hit the wrong one. There's these logic-based ones where you'll have a series of numbers, you've got to shoot them all in the right order, or you'll have ones where there's these bouncing balls and you have to like shoot them as they're all lined up with one bullet. You've got these 1 bullet stages where you'll have a single bullet to shoot a leaf or a small target that's in a distance. There's this level where there's this cube with targets all around it and you've got to shoot the different targets as the cube is spinning round, and you only have as many bullets as there are sides on the cube and you're not allowed to miss one. There's ones where you got to shoot the beehives and then bees fly over everywhere. There's one where there's a car and you just got to shoot the car straight up. There's another one where the car's driving around and you got to destroy the car as it's moving around. There's ones where there's cardboard ninjas that pop up, or cardboard gangsters where you got to avoid shooting the civilians. There's just loads of these levels and all these different themes. And there's also, for example, the ones where different animals pop up on a screen and you have to shoot the animal that sort of matches the one on the screen. And even within that, there's a few variations of that where it will pop up and then you will have like all of the animals look similar to each other, but there's one that's different slightly, or you'll have it where they're all different, you go shoot the one that's on the thing. There's just so many of these different games. But I do have a funny story to tell, actually, about one of these games in particular, because I think this is probably the best story and the most memorable story I have between myself and my uncle. And that is in the particular game where you have to protect Dr. Don or Dr. Dan, depending on whether you're player 1 or player 2, against all these piranhas that jump out of the river and start biting them. And the idea is that you have to shoot the piranhas to protect your guy from dying. But what was hilarious is that one day we started playing, and I didn't tell him anything, we just got to that level and the game started. I just decided that, hey, I'm not going to bother protecting my guy, I'm just going to shoot his guy, and then I win instantly. And he was like, oh, what? No, that's cheating. And I was just bad laughing. I am just going to stop talking about each of the individual mini-games, because if I don't, I could just be here forever, because there's just so many of them. But instead, I will talk about a few other things. For example, I have mentioned many times in the past about how certain things in different games become sort of like an in-joke between me and my brother, such as, hello, my name is Merlin and I am a sorcerer, and forgive me for what I'm about to do. And that music on penny razors, I've mentioned several of these, but this is another one, because one of the bits of music in this game goes do 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 I love you, do 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 do, and we kind of made a joke out of that. But I also want to talk about quest mode, because this is probably my first experience of playing an RPG, long before I even knew what RPGs were. At least I suspect it was before I knew what RPGs were. And looking back, I think I probably wasn't very good. I mean, not that it was all that fantastic to begin with, but what I mean is that I don't think I did very good, because you basically walked around these different stages, like different world maps, that you went to different villages and stuff, and they would ask you to get things for them. So you'd have people asking you to get an item for them, so they could let you pass into this new area, and maybe you had to buy things with money. And the way the battles worked is that as you're walking around, you get into random battles, and you would get these different items come up to you. So it may be one of those cardboard gangster characters, or it may be a target and they talk to you saying like, hey you, I want to fight you, and then you could like accept them or try to give them money to go away or try to run away yourself. And if you defeat them, you get experience, which gives you more levels, and I don't exactly remember what the point of that is, but I'm sure there is some point to it. I don't remember exactly how the mechanics worked. And I did complete the quest mode. One of the things about the quest mode is that when you complete each stage, there being 4 stages, you will unlock a new mini-game for you to play. That was kind of like the purpose of it, other than just, you know, to have fun with it. But looking back now, I'm thinking, I must have been so bad at that game, because I'm thinking back to when I played this and I'd always like try to run away from the enemies. I'd never think to, you know, fight them to get experience and stuff. It was kind of like a half-assed additional mode, I suppose, but I kind of feel that, looking back, I should have known better to not run away from all those enemies. But you know, I'm actually kind of surprised that I don't think I've seen another game like that, where you actually have an RPG with random battles, but where the battles that you go into is sort of like a light gun game. That's interesting. I'd like to see more of that. I think there needs to be a name for the category of game where you have a single type of event that you do, and the entire game revolves around not just doing that single type of event, but also preparing and customizing your characters and leveling them up in order to be able to do this thing more effectively. So for example, Dynasty Warriors games would be like this, I suppose. And I kind of feel that this game sort of fits into that particular category. This is a PSP game that came out in the late 2000s, and it is Dissidia Final Fantasy. Basically, this game takes all of the main characters from Final Fantasy 1 up to 12. No, sorry, 1 up to 10. It doesn't have up to 12 yet. So you'll have like the Warrior of Light and Firion. Then you'll have the Onion Knight from 3, even though it should be Luneth, I think. You know, Cecil, Bart, Terra, Cloud, Squall, Zidane, and Tidus. And then you'll also have their corresponding villain characters. So you'll have Garland, Mateus, Cloud of Darkness, Golbez, X-Death, Kefka, Sephiroth, Ultimecia, Kuja, and Jacked. I mean, I think it could have been Seymour instead of Jacked, but then I suppose Seymour isn't as jump around flexible like Jacked would be. And the game entirely is just you facing off against these different opponents in these one-and-one battles. Not only do you have your health, you also have this extra layer of health, which is kind of like a shield that you can break in order to deal actual proper damage, I suppose, onto the enemy. And you'll run around and you'll jump in this 3D space and you can unleash different types of attacks. And it depends on what character you're playing as well. And they had really nice little aesthetic touches as well. So for example, a little text box that comes up telling you what move you're using will correspond to whichever Final Fantasy game that character is from. So for example, when Squall uses an attack, it will appear in a grey box, like a solid grey box. But when Cloud uses an attack, it will have that blue curved box with like the curved edges and the white border and the gradient fill. It's really nice how they did that. I mean, it's just a minor touch, I suppose, and I think that it does make it arguable that it has less consistency, I suppose, but even still, it's a nice touch. But the main thing about this game is the different story modes, the different means of leveling up, and all these different bonuses that can stack onto a single character to make them stronger, and all of these different modifiers. It's rather crazy. So each character will have a story mode, and you will have to progress through these different boards, moving around, killing all these different goons. And it will play the corresponding world map music from each individual game as you go around, and it's all very themed, and all the levels are themed on different areas in the different Final Fantasy games. So you'll have Ultimecia's Castle from 8, or Pandemonium from 2, or the North Crater from 7, or Kefka's Tower from 6. And that's really nice, but the thing that I really wanted to get talking about was all these different modifiers and stuff, because, see, there are so many different things that can affect how well you do, and many of them are randomly triggered. So, for example, you might have this chocobo that will say a particular thing or do a particular action in between battles, and it's like you will have X amount of luck for the next battle, or this much luck for this battle, and you'll have this other thing that will affect your damage output, and you'll have different equipment as well that you can equip in order to modify the characters that way. Each character also has abilities themed on their own game that they are from. So for example, Firion will use level 16 magic because in Final Fantasy 2, magic can reach level 16, so that's his like ultimate ability. Cloud will use Omnislash. And Bat also has the whole theme of I can copy people's abilities, mostly because Mime is considered to be the ultimate job in Final Fantasy V. So it's a game that takes heavy influence from a lot of other games, because it is one of those games where they collect all these different characters from all of these different games together, and therefore that's how they're able to adopt so much from these different games, at least in terms of theme. One thing that I did not like about this game at all was the special day modifier, because what happens is when you start the game, you choose a special day of the week. So you pick a day of the week, it could be Tuesday or Friday or whatever, and then whenever it is that day, you will get a special bonus. Now, the issue I have with this is that what that effectively means is that if you're playing on any day other than the day that you selected, you are playing inefficiently, because you could be playing another game to its full efficiency right now, but you have to wait until this particular day in order to play this game at its full efficiency. So for example, I chose Saturday because at the time that was the day where I was more likely to have the free time to be able to play it. And so if it was a Monday or whatever, I would just think to myself, well, I could play it now, or I could just wait till Saturday and get more stuff. I mean, there's probably some tricks where you can change the PSP's internal clock or whatever, but I didn't think about that at the time. I just thought I may as well just wait till Saturday. So yeah, that's one thing that I really didn't like about that game. This game, when it was announced, I think was a pleasant surprise for a lot of people because I don't think anyone was really expecting this, but everyone seemed to be glad to see it, myself included, and I didn't really get this game straight away. I actually waited a year, but the reason that I got this game, well, aside from just being the fact that I wanted this game, but I, for Christmas, had been given some store credit for game, and so I saw this game and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna get it. And so I did. The series seemed to be going in a completely different direction, and this was a return to form, so to speak. Although I kind of think not entirely, I just have to think of it sort of as its own individual game, but one that I have a lot of memories of. My first experience of this game really, though, was my brother talking about it because he got it on his Vita, and I did eventually get it for the Vita, but I started off by getting it for the Xbox 360. I could have got it for my PS3, but this is at a time where my old PS3 that I had at the time was sort of not sounding very well, so I kind of just thought, I'll get it for the Xbox, and so I did. I went to game, and with my store credit, I went and bought Rayman Origins. So this is actually a 2D platformer, which it hadn't been since the very first game, really, because this was a sort of departure from what it had become with the 3D games with Rayman 2 and 3, and it's a very, very big departure from the Raving Rabbit series, thank goodness for that. But this game actually took influence from not only the first game but also some later games as well, as it used themes from multiple different games in the series despite the fact that those themes never really crossed over before. So for example, you saved the Electoons like in the first game, but you also had Lums, which were from the second game onwards, and you also had characters like Glowbox and such in the Tinsies, which also appeared from Rayman 2 onwards. The core idea of the game is very simple. It's a 2D platform game where you can run, jump and punch. The way that it works is that each level you unlock in a sort of linear fashion. So for example, you have the first world, which is the gibberish jungle, and you have a series of levels within the gibberish jungle, and once you've completed those you will unlock the mosquito level, which will transport you between the gibberish jungle and the desert of didgeridoos. What I really liked is how even though each world had a consistent theme within it, each individual level had its own theme. So for example, the desert of didgeridoos was all about it being a desert and it all being music based. However, just being music based doesn't mean that it stuck to the same thing throughout. You would have levels that are all about stringed instruments, so you'd have all of these strings with like electric zaps that would go back and forth and damage you, and the music would reflect that. Whereas in a later level you'd have ones where it's all based on woodwind instruments, so everything would be constructed out of all of these didgeridoos and flutes and stuff, and you would have to use the wind to guide yourself around all of these obstacles. Throughout each level you had to save the Electoons. The way that you save the Electoons is by finding them, because there'd be hidden passages where you'd find these extra areas with Electoons in them, and that's how you saved some of them. You also saved one at the end of each level, and there were extra Electoons as well that you could save by obtaining so many Lums within the level, or completing the time trial, which will unlock once you've completed the level for the first time. The Lums ones can be rather tricky because you really have to be careful, because when you kill an enemy they will inflate, and then if you destroy their inflated self, they will give you more Lums. So there's always a limited amount of Lums in each level that you have to collect, and if you collect a King Lum, then all of the Lums will turn red for a while and will start singing, and that means that for a limited amount of time those Lums would be worth double. And so there's some levels where you have to be really careful and really efficient with the Lums that you get and the timing that you collect the King Lum, especially in one of the factory levels near the end. You have to be really careful with that. But by saving so many Electoons you will also unlock these chase the chest level, where this treasure chest would try to run away from you, and you would have to chase the chest, and if you do, you get the ruby tooth thing, and if you collect all of these ruby teeth you will unlock the Land of the Livid Dead level, which is like the final level, which is I think kind of overestimated with how hard it is. I mean, it is a hard level, it's kind of like the final level, so to speak, but your aim generally is to just go around and save all of the Electoons that you can, and just get 100% that way. Although obviously you would have to get the teeth to also get the 100%, but you know what I'm saying. Also in each world you'll have a different fairy that you'll have to save, and they'll grant you with a different power. So for example, the first one will allow you to punch, and then the second one will allow you to use the helicopter hair, and it's all in a very strict linear fashion. You'll never have to backtrack to previous levels so that you can then use the abilities that you got later on in order to find Electus from earlier levels. It doesn't work like that. But one thing that kind of did blow my mind about this game is that you go through these different levels, these different worlds, and then by the time that you finish the 5th world, it looks like you're about to reach the end, but no, every world from that point on gets like an extra extension, and you can do these extra worlds in any order that you like. So for example, the Gibberish Jungle will have an extended branch where there's an extra set of levels there, and so will the Didgeridoos, and the other worlds will as well. And so you think you're reaching the end, the game just gets bigger all of a sudden. A big memory I have about this game is trying to get someone into it who is now an ex, but you know, we get along fine. But yeah, I was trying to get him into this game, and he did like it, he did get it, and he did enjoy it, but he was so bad when he started. He didn't understand how to play it because he was always playing like Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty. He didn't really understand how to really control platform games, which is kind of like me when it comes to Assassin's Creed and first-person shooters. I don't know how to play them. And yes, this is a really, really nice game, and I really had a lot of fun with it. This is a game that I first heard through NoobTube, which is a internet podcast YouTube thing which I used to watch, and I think I may have heard of this game before then, but it was really through them that I really took note of it. And I became interested, and I eventually did get it on my PS3, and I also eventually got it on Steam and the PS Vita, and that is a PopCap game called Plants vs. Zombies. This was quite a hit, and this was a really nice game before EA decided to take the franchise and turn it into yet another generic third-person shooting bang-bang multiplayer online game, as you would expect. And to me, that really is like the epitome of the decline of games. Like, they took this series that was a very simple thing, a very unique thing, as in there wasn't much in terms of games doing exactly what this did, and took it and made it yet another one of those other third-person shooter multiplayer, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna shut up about that now, but I just thought I had to mention that because it annoyed me. But the story behind this game is very simple. You are the house owner, and zombies are coming to eat your brains, and the way that you stop that is by fending them off with plants. You need to collect sunbeams in order to grow your plants, because it costs sun in order to be able to plant a plant. And also, once you've planted a plant, there is a bit of a cooldown phase where you'll need to wait a bit of time before you'll be able to plant that plant again, and I'm using the word plant a lot. And so you start off with just a single plant, the pea shooter, and you have to put down the pea shooters on this level on the single strip so that they will fight off the zombies. And after each stage you will unlock one new plant, and as you progress through the different stages you'll be given different environments to interact with. So for example, you start off with just the pea shooter, and then after that you get the sunflower. The sunflower is used to provide you with extra sunlight, so you basically use that as sort of like your long-term investment type thing, and that will allow you to plant plants faster. And the further that you go, the more variations you will get. So for example, you have the walnut, which will basically work as a wall, so they don't do anything, but they take a lot of time for the zombies to get through. And you'll get things like the cherry bomb, which will explode once you planted it, doing a lot of damage to the zombies around it. You'll have the chili pepper, which will do the same, but in a horizontal flame style thing. You'll get these potato mines that take a while to sprout, but when they do and they touch a zombie, it will explode and do a lot of damage. You've got these plants that will eat zombies, but whilst they're eating a zombie, they're also vulnerable to attacks from zombies, and it goes on. And the different types of zombies also changes as the time goes on, so you'll eventually get these zombies with pogo sticks where they can jump over your plants, and then you'll get the ones with these pole vaults that will jump over the first plant, so if you've got like a wall there, they will be able to jump over it. And they come in all sorts of different varieties as well. You will eventually progress to different stages with different conditions. So, for example, the second world, so to speak, is a nighttime world where sun doesn't appear naturally, and you can place these mushroom plants. And mushroom plants can basically only work at night. So it'll be very, very slow starting because you won't be able to plant the sunflowers very quickly. But you can plant these mushrooms to do different types of attacks, and different other obstacles will come up, like gravestones. So you'll eventually be able to get a plant that can destroy the gravestones. Then you go to the water level, where you have to plant lily pads in order to put plants on top of them, or there's certain plants that you can only put inside water. And of course, with it being during the daytime, you won't be able to plant any of the mushrooms. That is, of course, until you get the coffee bean, which will allow you to wake up a mushroom in the middle of the day. And then you'll have the levels with the fog and the different clovers that will be able to blow away the wind and also blow away all of the enemies that are flying through the air on balloons. And then the last area is the rooftop, where you'll not be able to plant anything unless there's a plant pot there, and there's also a sort of steep curve to it as well, so you will need to think about using catapults rather than straightforward pea shooters. And just the level of design and variety with all of these different plants is pretty amazing at just how much there is in terms of all these different things that interact with each other. One that I find interesting is the mimic plant, which will basically, you choose it and then you choose a type of plant for it to be, so you can have two of a type of plant, which will allow you to plant them faster because they'll both run on their own individual cooldown times. And you can also buy upgrades and stuff that you can put onto the plants. So for example, the sunflower can become the triple sunflower, and the catapult ones can become ice catapults. And you've also got different things like the pumpkin heads, which will allow you to put a barrier around the plant, giving it more health. And then there's the fire stumps, which will allow pea shooters to shoot through it and make their attacks do more damage. There is a lot of different stuff, and I really, really like that. You also have all these different mini games that you can play where it'll just be silly stuff, like here's a level where every time you put a plant down, everything else in that column will also have that plant put down, and you've got loads and loads of different zombies to do. And you've also have this endless mode where you just got to keep going, and you have these daisies which will allow you to gain money eventually over time. It's all really nice. And you also have the Zen garden where you can grow your own plants and gain money that way. Just it's easy, but it's really nice. Also, once you've completed the main story mode, so to speak, you unlock a second playthrough variation of the story mode where you'll play through all the same levels again, apart from, first of all, you won't need to spend time unlocking the different plants or unlocking different slots for you to put plants into and all that sort of stuff. But instead, 3 of your plants will be automatically chosen for you, so you'll be given a bit less freedom in one sense over what plants you can put down, but more freedom in another regards. So it's kind of like you have more freedom in the amount of plants you have to choose from, but less freedom in how many you can choose. Which I like that. I like how they added that sort of variation for a second playthrough. Now, I know that this game generally gets a little bit of backlash because people think that this game in particular, wasn't as good as a previous game in the series. And this is a series that people would like to see come back, but people think that the game previous to this was the best. And I understand that my experience with the series is very, very limited, so I can only really go on my own personal experience and what I had fun playing and just the general memories that I have of this game. And this is a game that doesn't really fit in any particular mold of game that I would particularly enjoy in general. However, I do have some really nice, strong memories of this game. Playing it with my friend Bridge, we played it quite a lot, and it's a first-person shooter, which is not something that I would usually be into. And it's not even an RPG either, so a first-person shooter that isn't an RPG? Well, I am talking about Time Splitters Future Perfect. So yeah, this is a competitive first-person shooter, which I usually hate, but I've just got to say that I really did get along with this game a lot. One of the things that I really remember having a lot of fun fun with was the level editor. I did play through the story mode, and I did complete the story, which I don't remember exactly how it works. All I remember is that you are Cortez, and the whole story is something to do with time travel, so you go to different time periods and all that, but I don't really remember how it goes, but it was alright. But yeah, the level editor, I remember making certain levels for multiplayer games I used to play with Bridge. I remember some of the levels that I made were there just for silliness. Like I remember I made one level which was just a tiny room where it was like a 3x3 grid. It's just a room where the only weapon you could get were rocket launchers. Yeah, that was interesting. I also remember making a story level where I tried making the opening mission from Final Fantasy VII. That was quite interesting as well. And I actually remember making fun of the whole like, oh no, only 10 minutes to escape thing. I made a level based on Balam Garden from Final Fantasy VIII. That was a lot of fun. And I remember I did actually make that a story level as well, where I think the end of the level was either like in the basement where Nog is, or it may have been like over at the top. I don't remember. But I remember making a story level which was based entirely on this glitch, because when you fall from a distance, like you fall from so high up, you will take damage. So if you fall so high, or fall so far rather, in one drop, you will just die because it'll do so much damage. However, if you step into a car at the moment that you land, you will not take damage. You'll fall and then you'll get into the car and you'll be fine. I remember making the level so that you had to go and get this buggy and then drive it to just before this drop. Then you had to hit the switch, which would set up a timer, and so you lost when that timer went down. And the way that you managed to get out in time is you had to drop from this ledge and land in the buggy so then you could drive off into the end. Otherwise, the path would be far too long and you couldn't do it. And I just remember making these different levels where there would be hidden passages, and there's this area in this room in like the sky where there's a minigun. I noticed that whenever there's a game with a level editor and I'm making levels, I always really like having these extra things like really like hidden away. Like in this game, for example, I had this high up room with a minigun in it, and you walk out the room and you just like fall into the main arena and you've got a minigun and everyone else is there with pistols if you manage to find this hidden path that would lead you to this little room with a minigun. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And like with Time Splitters 2, it had all of the different kooky weird characters, and you also had the kooky weird weapons as well. You had the crossbow and the monkey gun, which just shot out loads of needles at once. And I also remember this game had a lot of challenges as well, so there would be like a horde mode where you would be in this room and then all these zombies would come in, you had to kill as many zombies as you could to get the different medals of different ranks. But my best memory of this game is just going on the level editor and playing it with Bridge and having a lot of fun with it. I also remember he joked about how the most efficient level design technique would be where, because you've got like these undo and redo buttons, I remember he once said that it should be that you can just keep pressing redo and it'll just build the level that you were going to build it. Oh, that was funny. Oh boy, this game. Oh, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for this game. Not for ranking it so high, but for ranking it so low. This is a game that I honestly believe is nowhere near as good as what people make it out to be. Although, of course, I like the game. I played it, I enjoyed it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ranked it this highly. Although some people would say that I ranked it very lowly, but whatever. This is a game that I did not play when it came out. In fact, it came out in the 90s and I didn't actually play it until 2007. Well, I played it a bit here and there before then, but it was in 2007 where I really seriously played this game. And I know some people are going to say something like, well, you weren't there at the time, you don't understand. Okay, first of all, right, that's a load of nonsense. I don't buy into this idea that you can only like a game if you played it at the time it was released. I think that's a whole load of nonsense, right? Dragon Quest, which I ranked in my top 200, is from like the late 80s, and I didn't play that till 2009, and I really like that. And there's another example later on, which I rank very highly, that again, I didn't play until many, many years after it was released. So this whole, oh, you didn't play it at the time nonsense, I don't buy it, okay? And also to add to that, the whole, well, it hasn't aged well, some games age well, some games don't. I don't buy that either, right? There are games that I feel are great that people say they've aged badly, but I don't know what they're talking about. This is a game that I'm talking about here that I don't think has aged in any sense, because I don't believe a game can age. I don't even know what that means. But I felt that this game does not deserve the level of praise that it gets. It's a good game. It doesn't deserve the praise that it gets. Now, this is a part of a well-beloved series that loads of people love. It's really, really huge. At the time, though, I didn't really know that. I only really knew of maybe one other game in the series before this point. And so this isn't something that stood out to me as like a big stepping stone, a big milestone in any way. It was just another game. And I didn't have the system that this was on because, well, there's no because there. I just didn't have the system, so I couldn't have played it. But I did see this game at Nick's house. I've explained who Nick was before quite a while ago. He was someone that my mum used to childmind. He had it and I played it for a little bit and that was that. And it wasn't until much later when I got my GameCube I was able to play this game, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Yes, I rank it at number 88. Please don't, like, do this whole, like, it's the best game ever. I don't think it is. I think it's number 88. That's what I think. This is how I feel about the game. And the types of things that people would say about this game is that, oh, it's so giant. It's the first 3D Zelda game, which, okay, that's a fact, I suppose. And I guess a lot of this, we did so much for gaming at the time. It was this whole open, connected world. But I had played games in the past that were also like an open, connected world. So I don't find that all too impressive. And I don't think that in and of itself is inherently a good thing. I mean, I think it's a very interesting thing and you can have some interesting level design based off that. And it is nice. And like I said with Jak and Daxter before, it is nice to have that sort of element of connection to where places are in relation to other places. And it does the Zelda thing of having areas that you can't go to yet until you've got the appropriate item to like break through this wall or grapple to this thing in the distance that you'll get from these different temples. And I like that design. I think it's a pretty nifty design. I don't generally have many problems with this game. I think the puzzle design is rather lackluster. I'm not a fan of any of the bosses in particular or the combat in general, I suppose. But for what it is, I do enjoy going out and exploring the world and finding these different items and finding the different heart containers and the heart pieces that are like hidden around the world at different points. And to its credit, it does actually do a good job of hiding them. You actually see them and you think, how can I get to that? It's not like an open world game where you just have things listed around everywhere. So yeah, I played this game first in 2007 on the GameCube, and one of the things I specifically remember, and this is just a personal memory of mine, is that the Bad Religion album New Maps of Hell had just come out on July 7th, I think it was, of 2007. Or it may have been July 10th, I don't know, but around that time. And I remember there's a song on this album called Grains of Wrath, and there's an item in the game called Lens of Truth. And so I would listen to that album, and when it got to the song Grains of Wrath, in my head I would sing the Lens of Truth. It would just enter my head that way. It's strange, I know. But I think I'm not necessarily going to stop saying things that are like controversial about this game, but I'm going to say something about this game that is a controversial thing to say, but in the other direction. There's a thing about this game that I think is a lot better that people think is a lot worse. So let's spin this around, okay? I believe that the water temple in this game is the best temple, and people hate the water temple. People say, oh, it's so tedious, it's so confusing, but to me it actually felt like a large-scale puzzle that I like to see in puzzle adventure style games. What I'm not such a fan of is when it becomes something so basic and simple like look for the eye on the wall to shoot, which I don't think is all that of a big of a deal really. I think there's a bit of creativity where it's like you have to shoot the arrow through the fire in order to melt the ice to hit the eye. It's got a bit more creativity there, I suppose, but it's a bit more of a lateral thinking type thing as opposed to a geographic puzzle where you've got to think about raising water levels and decreasing them and stuff. And people rail against this dungeon so much. People really hate it. People say it's tedious to put on the boots and switch the boots from going into the menus over and over again. But honestly, this was my favourite part of the game. The water dungeon is my favourite part of this game. And something else that I probably should have mentioned that I just forgot is that this is a game that my friend Bridge was really into. He had an N64 when I didn't, and he actually showed me some of this game before I played it, because I said before that I played it a bit in Nick's house, but not really. But later on, at Bridget's house, he showed me this game, and I remember he showed me the final boss as well, and I wasn't really all that into it, but I think it was this whole build-up of everyone saying it's the best game ever, or something like that, and, you know, it did so much for gaming or whatever. Like, to be honest, how influential a game was, I don't think reflects on how good that game is. You have to take a game for what it is, and I think this game is as good as it deserves to be on this list. I honestly think it is a good game, don't get me wrong. It's just definitely not number one. No way. So here we have a game which people feel was a very low point on the series as a whole. And this isn't a series that I've really been so invested in. I don't have that much experience with this series as a whole, especially not this variation. But people generally felt that this was too much of a departure from how the series was. But this was my first real game in this series, of this part of this series that I played. And so this whole thing about things being too much of a departure from the way it was, I don't think is inherently a bad thing. I mean, I never do, but I feel that, you know, you have to judge each game on its own merit, on what it does, and even still, I felt that this game was better than what people made it out to be. And yes, it had some different mechanics where things were a bit different and strange, but I really liked it. And I am talking about what was the first GameCube game that I got, the first proper GameCube game, if you don't include the Sonic Mega Collection. And there was someone in my year at school called James who was really into Nintendo, and so I told him I had got a GameCube, and I told him I had got this game. I actually got this game with the GameCube. It was bundled together, and he was wanting me to play it so that I could talk to him about it. And I wasn't really up to playing it straight away, but I did. I did actually start playing it because I thought, you know what, it's a new console that I've got. I want to play this game, so I just went ahead and played it. And I am talking about Super Mario Sunshine. Woohoo! Yeah, I said it, but I said it without the enthusiasm that you would get from the opening title screen from Mario's voice. I really did like this game, and what I'm talking about with the new mechanics and stuff is that in this game you have this contraption called Flood, and you can use this contraption to shoot out water, and you can do this for two main purposes. There's the one purpose to shoot forward to clear up all of this goopy stuff which is taking over Delfino Island, and the other way is to use it as a sort of a temporary backpack, and you'll have to go into puddles of water to refill Flood so that you can make use of that even more. You can also find different boxes with different power-ups and different like add-ons to Flood. So for example, there's the one that will shoot you straight up into the sky, and there's the one which will propel you forward, and you use these for different areas in order to be able to find your way around. And I thought that was really good, you know. This game also carries over the different collectible thing that it did from Mario 64, and that is that you enter a stage and you choose a goal to accomplish, and you have to do them in a linear order. So, for example, you'd have the first one and it'll say, go to this place or defeat this boss. And so you'd go and do that, and then you get the Shine Sprite, which is this game's equivalent of stars. And there'd always be the one to chase the alternate Mario. I don't remember exactly what it's called. It's like this evil, transparent Mario. And there'd be the one where you jump into this weird dimension where there's all these spinning blocks and stuff where you don't have Flood, and it plays the Super Mario theme. What's funny is that when I first heard that Mario theme, that was the first rendition that I heard, the Platforms of Plenty variation. And that is actually my favourite variation of that theme, because I like the bit where it goes do 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 as opposed to the do. I just like that bit more. Which sounds weird, I know, but I do. And there's also different Shine Sprites in Isle Delfino itself that you have to find. Like, for example, there's one where there's this giant Shine Sprite thing, and if you can clean it up with the hose, then it will release a Shine Sprite for you to collect. And there's also different areas where if you can get a Yoshi, you can use that Yoshi to jump across different platforms around Isle Delfino, and there's these boats that go around, and it triggers that part of your imagination where it's kind of like, can I get a Yoshi to go over to that island there? So you see something, and this is something that I really like when it comes to level design in like platformers and adventure games, is where you see something and you think to yourself, can I do that thing? And for example, with Yoshis, they disappear, for lack of a better word, when they land in water. And so you'll see this island and you think, can I go there with a Yoshi? And you'll think, well, I kind of have to because there's a tube there with that goo stuff that only Yoshis can get rid of. So I've got to get Yoshi over there. And you think to yourself, how can I get a Yoshi from here over that large body of water? And you'll think about all these different boats that are flying around. Not flying, floating. Getting my words mixed up. All these boats that are floating around. And you'll see like different pathways. And you'll think, can I go around there? And you think, if I get that boosting jetpacky flood thing, can I get over there? And that's an element of the design that I really, really like about this game. You can also get the shine sprites by collecting enough of the blue coins, I think it is, and there's like a shop where you exchange 10 of them for a shine sprite. And also what's a nifty little touch to this game, which I think is just one of those subtle things that's not necessarily noticeable if you don't pay attention, but if you sort of play through and then you restart the game, you'll maybe notice, and I really like this as well, is that the theme of the game is that this is a sunny resort, but the sun is being blocked and it's not so sunny anymore, and so you'll have this giant shadow over Isle Delfino. But the more shine sprites you get, that shadow slowly moves away and it slowly closes in, and it's a simple nice touch, but it's really nice, you know, when things like that happen. It's something that it's like the cherry on the cake when games do that. Now, this is a game that whilst I am very much into it and I have thoroughly enjoyed what I have played of it, I also have to point out how kind of disappointed I am, because it could be so much more. There could be so much more to it, and I feel that the creators of this game are kind of missing out on an opportunity to make a fantastic game. But, of course, they're not going to do that because that wouldn't translate into money, because what we have here is a microtransaction game. Oh yes, you can spend money and get resources. Yay. And you all know how I feel about microtransactions. You all know that I feel that they are the worst. And some people will try to justify it by saying, well, the type of game it is suits it. And I just have to go back at that and say, well, no, there is no type of game that suits it, because it is just a horrible thing to have microtransactions. But to make it clear, I am talking about Magic the Gathering Jewels of the Planeswalkers 2014. Now, I started playing Magic the Gathering around the start of 2014. My first deck was a green deck. It was an M14 deck, and I think it was about the release of Theros where I started playing, and I started getting all of the Theros cards from that. And my first pre-release was the Born of the Gods one, and I've been playing it since on and off. And as a game, I love it. I think it's a fantastic card game. And what Wizards could do is they could make a Magic the Gathering video game where you start with like a pretty weak deck and you eventually go on an adventure to gather all of these cards and build up your deck and build up your collection and compete in different tournaments, or even theme it around, you know, the Magic the Gathering world where you are this planeswalker and you have to defeat the evil lords or something like that. And I know that there is a game like this because I remember Pro Jared reviewed it and I saw that and I thought, wow, that seems like a really nice game. And they wouldn't do that these days because, you know, now they can make money off microtransactions, which I think is awful. But I like Magic the Gathering enough to have a lot of fun out of this game. But I will sort of give like a brief synopsis of how to play Magic, although obviously I'm not going to go into all the rules because that would take forever, but I will go into a brief explanation of how the game works. You have a deck, and in that deck you have different cards which are lands and spells. You can play one land a turn and you put it into the battlefield, and lands that you control can tap for mana. So that basically means you turn them sideways and you get some mana, which is like energy that you can spend on casting spells. And then the spells will have different mana costs, and mana is of different colours, so you may have something that costs 2 green mana, or you might have something that costs 1 red mana and 2 of any other type of mana, or just something that costs 4 mana of any type. And each player starts with 20 health, and you have to whittle their health down to 0. Well, that's like the main victory condition. And you do that by casting different spells to build up your army of creatures who can attack your opponent or block the creatures that your opponent is attacking with. You can also play enchantments which will add extra effects, or you can play spells from your hand which will like deal damage to creatures or make you draw cards or give you life or any other different types of effects. And so it all boils down to strategy really. Although what I don't like about Magic in general is the whole microtransaction nature of it, and that's because it's a card game, and it's sort of like people give it a free pass saying, well, this is how card games make money. But okay, that's how it works in real life with cards, but you don't have to do that with the video games. You can just make a game where you earn all your cards and you can expand upon that and build a really powerful deck. And I would rate this game a lot higher, or any of the Duels of the Planeswalkers games, if they did do this, where they did make it like an adventure, but they know that they can make more money if they don't do that, so that's why they don't do that. Even in the main mode, you start with a few decks, or maybe just one deck, and you have to fight against all of these different AI computers. Like you'll fight a Johnny or Jace or Liliana or whoever, and you'll go through all the different stages. Like you'll have a stage which is Zendikar, and then you'll go to Innistrad and all that lot. If you know Magic the Gathering, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I love the game. I love Magic the Gathering. It's really, really fun, and I really have a lot of fun with it. But it's just this whole focus on microtransactions and this limiting deck design, where in this main mode you can't make your own decks, you can only earn a few cards, like put in and out of preset decks. I think that really drags it down. Kind of like the Pokemon Play It for the Pokemon trading card game. It's, I suppose, the same kind of thing, apart from that game was primarily a teaching tool, and this game is certainly a teaching tool for people who are new to Magic, and I certainly use it as such. But it also does have some nifty challenges in it, and yeah, I don't know what else I can say without repeating myself at this point. It's a good game, I enjoy Magic the Gathering, and I have a lot of fun with this game, but I'm just disappointed that they wouldn't go ahead and make this fantastic big adventure game where you're collecting all the cards. I mean, imagine that. Imagine you start with, say, like a really cheap 5-colour deck, and then you can build up cards, and then you have to go to these different places where you can only play in certain formats, and then you have these super bosses, and if you defeat the super bosses you can get the different Moxen or the original dual lands. Imagine how epic that would be. But it's just unfortunate that they use this other model, which is, yes, much more financially viable for them. I just wish that they would make this other game that I am fantasizing about right now. The way that I'm not necessarily going to say discovered this game, but the place that I first saw this game and the way that I first saw this game, I have already kind of mentioned before with the previous game, because it kind of melds into that. But despite having not that much interest in the series as a whole, there was one time where I was over at Josh's and he had his GameCube. I don't remember if this was before or after I got mine. I believe it was before. I believe it was part of the motivation to get the GameCube. I don't remember. But I do remember that he was there and he was playing The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. I think everybody's well aware of the story behind this game and how it was received back in the day when it came out, because it was received very poorly, in fact, because, you know, it looks a lot different to Ocarina of Time, it's not as realistic, and it doesn't match up against those demo videos that were released previous to this. But over the years, the game got much more approval and people started to appreciate the art style a lot more. And it eventually came out on the Wii U as a HD version. But personally, I never had any issues with this game at all. I did not think for a second that it looked worse or better in any way. I mean, obviously, graphically, it's more advanced, but I never thought to myself, oh, this doesn't look like Ocarina of Time, although I didn't really have much connection to Ocarina of Time either. And also, just to clarify, that it's the GameCube version of Ocarina of Time that comes with the Wind Waker game on the GameCube, which is how I eventually got both of them. But when I got them, the bundle of The Wind Waker and Ocarina of Time, I actually did get the same bundle that Josh got, and I got them both for the same reason. I had the same motivation to get each one individually. I don't remember if I thought that I wanted one particularly more than the other. I don't remember, but yeah, that's just what I remember. So I didn't complete this game because, as I've stated before, Ocarina of Time is the only Zelda game that I have completed. In fact, I don't remember if I did mention that before, but if I didn't, well, I'm mentioning it now. Ocarina of Time is the only one I've completed. But the thing that this game is mostly known for, I would say, is the fact that it takes place in a giant world that is mostly water. It is a giant ocean with all these little islands scattered around, and it's your job to go onto the map and search around each individual square on the map in this grid shape and unlock the map as you go around. And I really like that idea. People complain that, ooh, it's so boring, and ooh, you have to change the wind's direction, and it's so dull. But no, I've never really had a problem with that. I think it's interesting how you have to find the fish in each of the individual squares, and you have to feed him the bait so that he can draw on your map. And I also find it interesting how you unlock more abilities that allow you to travel around the map more effectively. And I've always really liked that in games where you unlock more abilities as you go on to make things work more effectively, such as travelling for this example. But I generally think that this game was better than Ocarina of Time, just in general. Not loads better, but just generally better. I just had a better time with it. Also, I like the minigames more in this version. The minigames, like in the Ocarina of Time, where you have to like shoot at the targets, I never really liked that very much, and I wasn't very good at it either. But this game did seem to have a lot of stuff just scattered around, and I did really like that. Sometimes I really don't expect to enjoy a game as much as I do, and this is certainly an example of that. I actually got this on PS Plus for free, and I was never particularly interested in this particular game, but I actually had this game unlocked on PS Plus for quite a while before I was able to play it. It wasn't until I got my PS4 that I was then able to play it, and I got my PS4 towards the end of 2015, and I thought, hey, I'll play that game. And I think that this is the game for me that was the game that showed me the new graphics. And I think there's a few games that have done this to me in the past where I get a new console and there is one game that I first play that makes me think, wow, these are the new graphics, this is what things look like now. Although saying that, it wasn't as big of a deal on the PS4 in general, I don't think. I've mentioned this before, I believe, with the PS3, where Oblivion was my first PS3 game, and I noticed the graphics on that. It was kind of the same for Crash Bandicoot or Battle Arena Toshinden with the PS1. But this is the PS4 equivalent of that. And this is a game that they showed at E3, only very slightly. It was just a trailer and then that was it, and I didn't really think much of it. And I am talking about Infamous First Light. I've never really been into the Infamous series, but I saw that I had this game and I loaded it up and I tried playing about with it. Now, the issue that I had, first of all, was the lack of camera controls, and that's always a huge issue for me. The inability to invert the X or Y axis given the situation, depending on the type of game, to me can make a game just unplayable. Like, there's been games where I've tried to play it, but it's like a strictly third-person game, and you just can't invert the X-axis. I just can't deal with that. People might say, ooh, get over it, right? But it's something that I really, really struggle with. I need those angles inverted. And so, this kind of had that issue, because it did have a sort of exploring mode where you have the camera behind the character, in which case I like to have it full inverted, so that when you move up, the camera moves above the character's head, camera's moving up, and you press down on the camera thing, so the camera goes like down to the character's legs. And then in first person, when you're aiming outwards, I like X to be what is commonly known as normal, and for the Y-axis to be inverted, but the game won't let me do that. And so I was able to get used to first person aiming with an inverted X-axis. I could do that, but I just can't get used to a third person exploration with X-axis not inverted. It's just a thing that I just can't wrap my head around what is known as normal camera controls in that regards. But it's a very, very short game. It's an open world kind of game, apart from it's very small, but the story itself is very short. You have a very strict few set of events that you have to go through one after the other, but that's not where the majority of the fun lies in this game. I would say the majority of the fun in this game lies in the leveling system, because the way that you gain experience, well, you don't gain experience, you gain something called SP, which is like your skill points. And what's interesting is that the SP symbol is the same as Sucker Punch, the company symbol. That's interesting. And the way that you gain SP is by accomplishing goals, and you'll have like a list of all these different goals, and some of them are very simple. Like the very simple ones you'll just do straight away are things like collect all of the things flying around the city, and then you'll have ones that move, and then you'll have things you have to graffiti, and then you'll have drones you have to take down. All very easy, don't require much skill, but you'll just go and do them. But what this means is that you can't grind a particular thing for SP. You can say grind a particular thing to accomplish a particular goal, like you might have something which is like kill 40 of this particular type of enemy, which will give you 3 SP or whatever, and you can grind out those until you completed that goal, and then you have completed that goal and you get the SP that is assigned to that goal. And you'll have sort of like a skill tree, apart from it's just like 7 straight forward branches. There's no diverging paths, it's just 7 or 8 or so different direct lines of abilities, and some of them are completely useless towards the end when you want to complete all of the big challenges. But saying that, those useless ones at that point you kind of need, like for example the running abilities. You'll want the running abilities because there's those SP orb things that are flying around that you will need to catch up with, so you'll need those abilities early to help you get those SP orbs early. And what's so interesting about this, I think, is that the amount of SP it takes to max out all of the abilities is the exact same number as the amount of SP that you can earn. So if you max out, that means you have completed the game, you have done everything. And so what this means is this game does what I call, this is a terminology that I've just come up with, and that is scraping. It's where you look for any particular source of income that you can find, and you think, right, can I get like 1 point out of that? And if so, it's like, right, okay, I'm going to squeeze in this extra little bit of challenge here so I can get 1 point out of that. Or that offers 2 points. Can I, with my current abilities, scrape out those 2 points and then add those so that I can get more abilities? And I really think that it's a lot of fun to do that. But the main mechanics of this game, the main features of this game, is that you can use this super neon run thing, because it's all themed around neon lights, which will allow you to transport around different places faster, but you can't shoot whilst you're doing that. Also, you have different abilities, like you can shoot out these like neon zaps towards the enemy, and you can also unlock, like for example, these salvos. It's like the final ability, where it's like all of these different homing missiles, which uses up some of your neon energy, and you can actually absorb neon energy by walking up to anything that's like a neon light and holding down on the touchpad. It'll absorb it in. And you also get abilities that will allow you to control the enemy if you kill them by shooting them in the right spots. And you also unlock this singularity, where once you've accumulated so much points from killing all of these enemies, you can unleash this giant sort of like a black hole type of thing, which will cause a massive explosion. And this all comes together in the challenge arenas, and that's where it really tests your skill, where you have to get as much points as you can and survive for as long as you can and save different hostages. And again, you do this whole scraping thing where it's like, right, there's I can get a few more SP where I can complete challenge beta by getting 500,000 points. Can I just do that? Yes, I've just done that. Got 2 SP. Can I spend that SP on something? Where should I spend it? Where should I spend it? And I really, for the short amount of time that I did play this game, because it's not that long of a game, but I did have a lot of fun with that. One Christmas, I'm guessing somewhere in the mid to late 90s, I got this game, and it's a very obscure game. In fact, I think that when I ask people about this game and I tell them about it, I think I've only ever had one person know what it is outside of me telling them what it is. And this is a game called Poi Poi. So the basic core concept of Poi Poi is that it's sort of like a multiplayer party game where you have 4 different players in this arena, and around this arena you have rocks of different sizes and missiles of different sizes and boxes and other items depending on what level you are, scattered all around. And the basic idea is to pick up all these items and throw them at your opponents. in order to wipe them out. Each level is comprised of 3 different rounds, although you can change that in the settings for the main exhibition mode, which is like the free play mode. And at the end of each round you get some points. So you get points for how many direct hits you deal. You get 2 points for every white heart that you collect. White hearts being one of the items that come out of the boxes. There are a few different items that come out of the boxes when you throw them. And you also get points based on your ranking in how long you survive for. So say if you were the last one standing, you get more points than whoever died first. And then you get points at the end of the 3 rounds, and that determines the winner. That's the basic idea. However, you also have these gloves, which is kind of like your special power, and any character can use any glove, so it's completely independent. You can choose one character and pick whatever glove you want. Apart from the computer players always pick a specific glove to that character. And you use these gloves by picking up an item like a rock or a missile. With the amount of power charge, press R1 and then you'll use the magic ability. Now, there are absolutely loads of these gloves, and I'm going to talk about that when I talk about the Poi Poi Cup, which I am going to right now. So there's this thing called the Poi Poi Cup, which is sort of like the single player campaign, and the character that you choose first of all will determine what glove you start with. You will start with the level 2 variation of the glove that that character is assigned to. So for example, if you play as Harry, you will start with Chase 2, or if you play with Arnold, you'll get Hurricane 2. If you choose Bubba, you'll have Magic 2. And you start off the game with this glove shop. You can talk to the lady at the glove shop and she will sell you all of these gloves. And for each character that there is, including characters you haven't unlocked yet, there are 3 stages of gloves, each numbered 1, 2 and 3. So for example, Chase 1, Chase 2, Chase 3, which are slight upgraded versions of each other. And as you go into the Poi Poi Cup, you'll start in the Junior Cup and you have to basically come first at the end of every single round. And doing so will earn you money, and if you win the whole thing, you will win the grand prize for the Junior Cup. And you use that money to buy different gloves, so you might buy, say, Crush 1 or Thunder 3, and that is how you unlock more gloves. When you get to the final stage of the Junior Cup, you'll face off against a character called Steel, who is one of the senior characters, and then once you've completed the Junior Cup, you will unlock all of the extra characters, which I would refer to them as the senior characters. And they all come with their own stats and their own glove series. And you also unlock the upgrade shop, or the tune-up shop, where you'll talk to this character who will tune up your gloves, so you can change Chase 1 into Chase 2. But also there's 2 extra variations after the 3rd stage, and those 4th and 5th stages each have their own individual name. So for example, the Thunder series, you have Thunder 1, Thunder 2, Thunder 3, you have Finger Ray, and then Rainbow. And the idea is that the final 2 stages are kind of like variations of the first 3 stages, apart from it's not just a strict upgrade, there is a difference to it. So for example, with the Knife series, you have Knife 1, Knife 2, Knife 3, Kill Knife, and Flash Wall. So you'll have the Knife series, which what they do is they get the rock or whatever item it is and they'll push it forward, it'll move forward. And then you've got Kill Knife, which is the same, apart from it turns into this big wall that you can't jump over because it's so long. And at the final stage you'll have Flash Wall, which is the same again, apart from you can jump over it because it's not tall, but it is very wide. And so each glove will go through this individual series of tiers. Then you'll have the Witch, who will sell you these really powerful gloves for loads of money, and there's like 3 of these. And they are completely unrelated to the characters or anything, they are just separate individual gloves, such as Death, which will reduce everyone's health to 1. And the final ultimate glove that you can unlock is Meteor, which you will get by completing the Master Cup without losing any continues and then defeating the King. By defeating the King, you'll also unlock the ability to play against the King in exhibition mode, and so it will take a rather significant amount of time to keep replaying and playing these levels and these cups and tournaments and stuff over and over, so that you'll get enough money to be able to buy all of the gloves. And it's a lot of fun. I remember one time playing through the game, buying all of the individual gloves and then going ahead and just maxing out my money because I wanted to. And so yeah, I really do have a lot of praise with this game. The only really downside I have to say about this game is that characters aren't always necessarily balanced so well, so you'll have characters who are just flat out better than others. But even with the starting characters, like Cool is a better character than Harry because his stats are just higher, so that's a downside. But yeah, I had a really good time playing this game. I honestly believe that if I was better at this game, or if this game was just generally easier, I would have liked it a lot more. Not because I didn't like the difficulty, but rather that I didn't really get to see all that much of it because I could barely make it to the third level. And yet I remember seeing these PS1 demo discs where they had the video footage like adverts for this game and it showed the late levels and I was interested and I really wanted to play it, but I just wasn't good enough to get to those parts. But even then, what I played was still really good. And this game is Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara. Yes, the third installment in the Tomb Raider series. I was not able to make it past the jungle stages because it was just so hard. So the old Tomb Raider games, typical series that people say, ooh, it's outdated, it's so clunky and so hard to control. But I think they are talking nonsense because I have no issue controlling these games. I think they control fantastically. Yes, it uses what's known as tank controls, but why does that necessarily mean it's a bad thing? I thought the controls were very good, but the way that this game works in how you get around and what this game added as opposed to previous games, this game does have a sprint button where you can hold down a button and you can run faster, but of course you have a stamina bar, so you can't just run your fastest all the time. And you can also crawl and you can also grab things on the ceiling and sort of swing across on like monkey bars. But yeah, this game does have a lot of persistency, which I really like, and what I mean by that is things such as whatever items you collect in the first level, that's what you carry over to the second level. And what makes this game especially hard is that one of the items that you can carry across are these save crystals, and you have to use save crystals in order to save your game. So you've got a limited amount of saves that you can do, and the game doesn't really tell you that this is a good place to use it, and there aren't specific save spots, so it's not like it's all spaced out for you. No, you just have to use it when you think is the best time to use it. Which I kind of like that, but again, I just felt that this game was too hard. But this game does have a lot of like danger spots as well. Like even just in the first two levels, you will have these snakes that if they bite you, they poison you, and you're pretty much just dead from that point on. And there's also this river in the first level where if you fall into it, well, you're being pushed back to the start of the level. And I really liked that this game had all these environmental hazards, and I really felt that it gave such a really nice scale to the whole thing. Again, even if it was really hard as a result. But since I only was really able to play the jungle levels, I can't comment on much of the game as a whole, but again, of what I did play, I did have a lot of fun with it. And so the main theme of this game, or as it was with Tomb Raider in general, is that you have all of these different areas and it's all based on puzzles. So you've got like levers to pull and different things to interact with the environment, and you have to find your way to be able to get from one place to another or find particular types of treasure. Really good stuff. But two things I want to mention about this game in particular. First of all is that I remember in the second level you would have these areas where it was dark and you'd have these statues that come to life. And I remember like going down this dark corridor being scared about like all these statues coming to life and everything. I remember thinking, oh wow, this is only the second level and we've already got these giant multi-armed statues trying to kill me. And it's just a lot of, I kind of want to say a lot of fun, but that's perhaps not the right word, although it was a lot of fun. But I just loved it. And one thing I really do have to praise this game for is the Lara's home stage, which is usually the tutorial stage that they use for these early Tomb Raider games, where you basically go around and discover the core mechanics. But this time round, I think that this is the best variation of Lara's home that there is, that I've played at least, because the amount of secrets and stuff, from what I remember, is just amazing. Like, it, as if it is its own secret level. It presents itself as a tutorial level, like, here's the gym where we will practice how to run and jump. Here's the bit where we'll practice how to climb walls. But if you go into this extra room, there's like this fireplace and you can push the rock in and find this hidden passage. You'll find this area with this giant fish tank, and inside that fish tank is a key, and then that will lead you somewhere else, and that will lead you to this other puzzle. And eventually, once you've done all this, you can unlock the racetrack where you can play around with the go-karts. And I really, really liked that. I thought that was so clever, the way that they sort of hid this level inside this training area. Like they disguised an actual level as a tutorial, which usually people praise the games for being the other way around, where they disguise tutorials inside their natural progression of the level. But this was the other way around, and I loved it. Just having this level that was hidden inside the tutorial. Fantastic. I have mentioned a couple of times in the past how I'm not so much a big a fan of games where you have very short events that you have to do extremely well at in order to progress. I've mentioned with Sound Shapes and I've mentioned with Super Meat Boy how you basically have to be at a certain skill level in order to complete a level, and if you don't have that skill, you are simply not progressing. I do like a more flexible system where you can be good at one thing and that will benefit you, or you may not be good at something, which means you'll have to make up for that skill in some other means. But this is a game where it does kind of still use that. You still have to be very good at the events, and the events themselves are very short. It requires a lot of direct skill. However, this game also, in the long term, does the scraping thing I was talking about with Infamous First Light, where you try to find where you can scrape a few more points out of bits here and there, which added a sort of long-term element to it, and I really, really like that. So I don't remember specifically if someone told me about this game straight up or I was just interested from the outset. I believe I may have got it from a PS Plus offer, and this was one of the games I played when I got my new TV around summer 2012, around that time. So I was able to see MotorStorm RC on my bigger screen, and granted it's not a massively graphically advanced game, but it was one that I really did enjoy when I got my new TV, my 32-inch TV, because I previously only had, I think it was a 22-inch TV. But this is kind of like the MotorStorm equivalent of Micro Machines. You control these remote control cars, and you control them from a sort of distant view, so you're not directly behind the car as you would be. So again, like with Micro Machines, you have to remember that left and right means left and right relative to the car and not relative to where you're looking. Although saying that, there are different control options where you can make it so that you use the analog stick to determine the direction in which you want the car to turn. So like you can move the analog stick down, and that means that the car will turn to face down, which I suppose if you find it easier that way, then go ahead, but I certainly didn't. There is also the typical RC controls where you can make one analog stick go up and down, that being forwards and backwards, and the other analog stick being to turn left and right. Or you can just have it like a typical racing game where you use one analog stick to turn, and then you can use the shoulder buttons to accelerate and decelerate, although again it's up to you. So on this game you'll have a series of different events, and you'll either get 1, 2 or 3 medals based on the position that you come, and most of the events are just flat out races. There really isn't too much to say, although you will get different events where it's kind of like get the longest drift, and some of these levels can be an absolute pain. I remember some levels I would spend 2 hours starting and restarting trying to get the perfect start. And these are races that could take like 12 seconds total, and I'd be there for 2 hours trying to get them done. But I did it, and there are a set few racetracks, although not a very limited amount of racetracks. There's still a decent variety, but as you go on, what will generally happen is that the cars that you were given will be faster cars. So in the later stages you'll have like these icy levels where you're given sports cars, and it's just crazy. But it's really fun trying to get like the perfect line and trying to control sports cars on ice. It's ridiculous, but ridiculous in a really, really enjoyable way. And when I say that this game does the whole scraping thing that I was talking about before, what I mean by that is that one of the goals is to get your total time below a set threshold. So, I mean, I don't remember what it is, but let's say it's an hour or something, right? that means that your total best time for each of the races has to add up to less than an hour. Which means you'll be looking through all the races and it'll be like, right, okay, I've done this one in 34.12 seconds. Can I knock that down a bit? And then you'll try it, and if you succeed, you might get it down by like a second or so. Like, right, that's 1 second off that. Then you look for something else that you can try to scrape a couple seconds off. I really like that. I'm really a fan of that sort of universal, bigger picture style gameplay, where you're forced to look at the bigger picture and you're forced to think about everything all at once. Where it's not just one level where it's like, oh, I need to do this in 2 less seconds, let's keep trying it, even though that is there. But just this whole thing about looking at all of your high scores and then going around and trying to find the ones where you can get like a couple seconds off this one here or a couple seconds off that one there. I really, really like that. I remember actually looking up online to see what people would use as a guide, and I remember seeing some races it would be like, okay, for the first race I have this done in 27.2 seconds, and then I'd look at my time and I'd be like, oh yeah, 26.9, I'm already ahead of the game, and then like checking through the rest of them to see where I could possibly scrape off a few seconds. I really, really like that. You may remember the story that I once told about how there was one time where I had only had one PS2 game and I went to Newcastle to see my auntie. And when I was there, I got 2 games and I got the first series of Father Ted on DVD, and I talked about one of those games, which was Dave Mirra's Freestyle BMX 2. I've told you that story. But the other game that I got when I was there was Armored Core 2. Man, I really did like this game, although I really feel like I can't really say much because I've already explained basically when I was talking about Armored Core 3 about how it's all set out. You have this AC, which is your Armored Core, and throughout the game you will take on missions that you are given, and as a result of that you will earn money. And the missions will be something like kill all the enemies in this vicinity or reach this place, and with the money you can buy and sell different parts for your AC. So you have different parts like the head, which will grant you with a better radio, or legs, which will work differently, like you'll have legs that are very slow but they can hold a lot of weight, or legs that are very fast but maybe can't hold a lot of weight. And you have different boosters which will allow you to travel faster and fly in the air, but different types of boosters will have different stats, such as you'll have the ones that will go faster but run out quickly, and you might have the ones where it doesn't run out as quickly but it takes longer to recover if it does run out. You know, different things like that. You'll also get different weapons, including main hand weapons, which are like your guns, and you'll have the shoulder weapons, which are like the missiles that you'll use to lock onto different targets and unleash all of these different missiles and all that lovely stuff. And there's also the sword type weapon, which will just do a short range melee attack. But there is one thing that I really do have to mention when it comes to this game, and that is one of the levels, because I seem to remember one of the levels. I don't know how you're meant to do it. I felt like at the time that it was purposefully impossible in order to just end the game there and then, but without actually ending the game, if you know what I mean. I mean, that's probably not the case, but it felt like that at the time, because I remember there was this level where you had all of these little ant robots, and they would scutter around and they would keep respawning, so I'm led to believe that there's probably a thing that you can destroy that will prevent them from spawning, and that's the whole point of the level. I couldn't find anything like that. I thought you just had to kill all of these ants. But the main gimmick of the level was that your lock-on feature had been disabled, so you couldn't use any missiles or anything. And so I tell you what I did. I equipped the machine gun with the most bullets that I could find. I think it was like 1,000 bullets. And so I would go around and hunt out these ant creature robot things one by one and shoot them with maybe like a few bullets, which is all it took to kill them. So it should be like da-da-da, and then they would die, and then more would come and I'd shoot them and then they would die. And you can't hit these with your sword thing because they're too low down, so that doesn't work. And I ran out of ammo. I used up all of my ammo and they were still coming back, so I was just stuck. I didn't know what to do. I mean, there's probably something out there which is very simple, like you had to destroy this machine which was creating them, but I didn't see anything like that, at least not to my recollection. But that's my strongest memory with Armored Core 2, this one mission that seemed impossible. It was towards the end of 2014 where I figured I should see if there's anything in my Steam library to see if there's something that I should just go ahead and play. And I remember this was also at a time where I made a habit of watching the Co-optional podcast on YouTube. But looking through my Steam library, I found a little game called Anodyne, and I decided, hey, I'm gonna try that out. And my goodness, I am glad that I did. This is a very good game. There is a lot of comparison being made between this and Zelda games, and I can see why. You could sort of say it's kind of like a 2D Zelda game. You are this character called Young, and you attack enemies with a broomstick, the broomstick being your sword, essentially. And you travel from area to area, dungeon to dungeon, in order to progress, and there are also different collectibles and different puzzles and dungeon layouts and all that good stuff. And in true Zelda fashion, you will also find new items along the way that will improve your abilities. And just the basic level design I find very interesting with this game. I am a fan of some of the puzzles. A typical example of an early puzzle would be where you've got things shooting these waves that would hurt you, but using the broom you can pick up these dust balls and you can put these dust balls in different places in order to block off the different waves. And there are also these enemies that you can use to block off different waves as well. Also, as you progress, you will find these items which will upgrade your health, and these are all very easy to find in general. I naturally found all of them. And there were some puzzles, or some areas rather, where I really liked the setup. Like, one common feature that appears later on is that you'll get these speed panels, and if you step on them you can speed up and head in a particular direction. And so you'll have areas where you've got a series of these and you've got to time your jumps correctly and maintain that speed to get around. There is another part that I really like where it's in sort of this hotel type level where you've got this moving platform and then you have to jump off the platform in order to hit something and then jump back on the platform as you go back around. And there are also different collectibles that you can find that take form of these different cards that are scattered around. Really, the only two complaints I have is there's one level where it's kind of like this maze, but it's purposefully been set out to be an annoying maze, if you know what I mean. Like, it does that whole thing of having set square screens and you have to reach the side of the screen for it to transition to the next screen. It's not like constantly tracking your character from the center of the screen. It does have these individual screens that you travel between, and this maze will only reveal a dead end once you've transitioned into a particular screen. So I wasn't very keen on that level. And the only really other thing is the glitches that they added, and this isn't so much of a big deal, but this is something that doesn't really make sense to me. Basically, they kind of made glitches. I don't know if you'd really call them glitches at that point, and they kind of just left them in. So there is a way to, and I'm just putting quotes, glitch through different screens so that you can get to later parts of the level, or rather later parts of the game, quickly. And the idea behind this was that they wanted to keep them in for speedrun purposes. But I don't understand that. Surely it would be more enjoyable to take that out so that you could watch people speedrun through the levels that you've designed? Am I the only one that doesn't get that? And there is also this kind of weapon gadget thing that you can get towards the end of the game where you can switch tiles around. Don't really know what the purpose of that is either. But aside from a couple of minor complaints, this is a game that I can really get behind. This is a game that Matthew showed me. It was a PS1 game sometime within the late 90s, maybe 98 around that time. And he told me about this game, but I didn't really understand what it was by the way he was describing it to me. All I remember really is that he mentioned that there was one particular mission where you have this single enemy who's really fast, who runs around a lot. And so I had this image in my head of like this cheetah running around in circles, but no. And like many games that he showed me, once he showed me it, I wanted it. And what's actually quite funny is that there's a story behind getting this game because I remember asking my granddad for this game because my granddad used to copy games for me. I've mentioned that several times. Yeah, he used to copy games for me on my PS1. And I genuinely didn't like asking about stuff. So, I didn't like asking if I could do something or asking if I could get something. Generally, I didn't like that. But I really wanted this game. And so I asked him if it would be okay if he would copy it for me. And I remember the story behind this because he said to me, if you read a book, I will copy it for you. And so I did not want to read a book at all. I had a few books in my cupboard and I remember looking through a few of them, thinking to myself, which one's the shortest? And there was one that was like a small book, but then there was a bigger book, but then the text was bigger, so it was probably less words on a page, even though there were more pages. And I judged purely based on that alone. And I found one book which was something like The Amazing Five or whatever, and I remember I would read it, hating every second of it, completely bored, just because I wanted this game. And I remember being downstairs and my mum was saying, "Oh, you're reading a book there?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Are you enjoying it?" And I said, "It's okay." And then she said, "Oh, I used to read that when I was a kid. It's got this character and it's got that character." And I was just thinking, "Ah, right." And I was all the time thinking, I just don't care. But I didn't complete it, but I did get so far. And then I said to my granddad, I said, "Right, I've read this book. I'm this far through." And he said, "Right, okay, I'll get it for you now." And so, thanks to that, he went and got me Armored Core. What's funny though is that when he copied the game, usually he prints out like the cover for like a little CD case. But what he did this time is he just had this very solid blue colour with this sort of like this word art font, and it said Armed Core, like ARMED, as opposed to Armored, which would have been spelled ARMORED, like the American spelling without the U. And so it was spelled this different way, and I didn't notice it at the time, and I didn't know that that wasn't the like official artwork, but I remember just thinking to myself, like, the whole time I was reading that book thinking, I hate this, but I did it for the game. But I've talked about other games in the Armored Core series, because I told you about my story about getting Armored Core 2, and I've also mentioned Armored Core 3, so there's really not much to mention that's new specifically about this game. But this is the one that I have the most direct experience with. And so just to recap, you build these giant robots, you buy different parts from the shop, and you can put them together, and you can have different types of legs and body parts and arms and weapons. And you go through all these different missions and you earn money, and you use that money to buy and sell different body parts. What's also interesting is that things sell for the exact same price that you buy them at. So the whole concept of buying things and then equipping them and then selling them is kind of pointless in a way. It may as well have just been that you can just customize however you want, and then as long as it was in the set amount of money value, it would allow you to use it. But it didn't do that. And I did love this game, and I do remember the big thing that sticks out to me, or one of the big things that sticks out to me, is the opening mission where you have this little arena and you have to destroy a couple MTs as they're called, and at the end it goes, "From this moment on, you are a Raven." That stuck with me, but I really liked, and this is before I got into RPGs, I really liked the main menu. It was really nice, not the one where it's like new game continue, but in between that where you're in the Raven's Nest as it's called, that's like the elite force that you've joined, and it had this sort of circular menu and had each of these icons with a different coloured glow, and you'd have things like missions and garage and shop and all that. And it was actually really nice. You don't get menus like that much these days. A lot of menus these days, you'll notice, sort of use the Windows Metro theme where everything's in block squares. I've noticed that one quite a lot recently. There's probably some psychological reason for that, but I really like this menu with this sort of metallic background. I don't know, it's hard to describe. It had a sort of like a homely feel to it, and I just remember spending ages in the garage trying to sort out different pieces of equipment and stuff, and I had a lot of fun with this game. I don't think I actually ever heard of this game or this series when I got it, but my main memory is just one day during the first year of university. So this would have been 2007 or 2008, around that time. I had some spare money, so I went and bought some PS2 games. And I got this game, and I told my friend Alex, who I know from university, and he was saying, "Oh wow, that's a great game." And so I was kind of happy that I got a game and then someone else said, "Oh yeah, that's a great game." Although saying that, I tend to disagree with people a lot when it comes to games. But even still, it's nice to know that when I got this game that someone said, "Oh, that's a great game." And I didn't really know anything about this series beforehand. But I later did find out that this is actually quite a long-running series. It dates quite a fair bit back. And the game I am talking about is Ys, the Ark of Napishtim, or Ys 6, as it's also known as, because it's the sixth one in the main series. I hate saying that. I hate saying sixth. It's such an awkward word to say, sixth. Kind of like you want to say sixth, but it's sixth. It's strange. A bit like the word gong when I was talking about croc, gong. But no, enough of that yabbering around. Let's start talking about Ys 6. I actually hadn't experienced this series at all before playing this game, so I didn't know anything about how it worked. I don't even think I heard of the series, so it was all new to me. But a couple things stood out to me that were interesting to me. First of all, it was one of those games where your player avatar is very small relative to the screen size, which is something that you wouldn't really get during that era. You would expect characters to take up a much larger portion of the screen. That was interesting, and I also really liked it because what it meant was that there was an element of flexibility about it. You could jump and you could have all of these different sort of like platform game elements in the game, and for it to not be clunky at all. I also noticed that at the start you seemed to level up really quickly, and that was interesting to me. And there was very little randomization when it actually came to the damage that you dealt, because usually with RPGs you attack, you do an amount of damage, and then there's some sort of random fluctuation. This game didn't really have that. It was more just direct, this is how much damage this attack does, which I think is a bad thing, I suppose. Although you level up so much that when you couple that with the fact that you attack a lot because it's a fast-paced action game, the lack of randomness actually makes more sense than what it would be if you had a turn-based game, for example. Also, what I really liked is that there were times where you could just go places that were too difficult for you, that would require you to level up in order to be able to beat the bosses there, or just progress through. And I really felt that the bosses themselves, whilst being action-based, still had a level of methodology behind it, and I really like that. So the big one that I remember is you have this boss which will throw all of these eggs into the battlefield, and if they hatch, they will spawn really annoying enemies. Oh, do they explode? I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I just remember that these things that come down and you don't want them around, so you have to knock them all off of the arena. And as you progress, you also get different weapons with different elements to them. And so you have that switching of the elements, and they each charge individually as well. Another thing that really stood out to me is that every NPC in the game has their unique portrait and their own unique voice and a unique name, which is pretty nice. That's something that I think deserves lots of praise for being amazing, like I know some people would, but I thought that was nice. And one thing that's really apparent whilst playing this game is that everything is really clear and structured in its menu design. And it's rather hard to describe what I mean by this, but it's kind of like if you look at the menu in the item inventory space, because there aren't that many items in the game, you can have each individual slot dedicated to a specific item so that when you pick up that item, it will appear in that specific slot. So it was very organized in that sense. And I never completed this game, but I certainly did enjoy it. I have no recollection at all about how I got this game. I believe it was just one of the games that we got relatively early on the PS1. But this is a game that stuck with me even into the early 2000s, and it still stuck with me even today in how I've not played it for a while, but every now and then I still will listen to the soundtrack because the soundtrack is really good. And what's kind of interesting about this game is that I have mentioned before with Heart of Darkness that when I first saw it, it was sort of like a strange feeling to see a 2D game on the PlayStation, and this is a 2D game on the PlayStation called Rayman. And this game is just beautiful. From an art perspective, even if you ignore gameplay, from an art perspective this game is beautiful in both graphics and sound. But like I said, it was interesting about how it was a 2D game on the PlayStation, and yet it looked really good. Also like Heart of Darkness. But I believe I got this before Heart of Darkness, despite, my exposure to Heart of Darkness was before then through seeing it like on a TV show or something. But I've already talked about that. But anyway, I have a few memories to do with this game, but I also want to talk about the gameplay. So I'll do that first. I'll talk about the raw pure gameplay. It's a 2D platform game, and what you have to do is you have to go through each of the levels, and in each level there are 6 cages with Electoons in for you to free, and you free the Electoons by finding the cage and punching it. And then once you've completed that level, on the world map a extra branch will go out towards the next level, and it's not in a strict linear fashion. It does become a linear fashion later on, but for the first 2 worlds it does sort of branch off. So for the first world, the Pink Plant Woods, after you've completed the first level, which is the Pink Plant Woods, I realize I just called the first world the Pink Plant. Get my words mixed up. The first world is the Dream Forest. Let's get this straight. First world is the Dream Forest, and so you have the first level, which is the Pink Plant Woods, and then from there, once you've completed that, you can go up to Anguish Lagoon. And from Anguish Lagoon, you have 2 branching paths. One of them goes to the Swamps of Forgetfulness, which is another level in the Dream Forest, and the other one is Bongo Hills, the first level of Bandland. And Swamps of Forgetfulness will go to Mosquito's Nest, and then the Bongo Hills path will split off in the same way that the previous path did. So for the first 2 worlds you have branching paths, so you can sort of skip to the next world a little bit before. But after that, when you get to the 3rd world, it's all just a linear path from there on. But what's interesting about this is that as you play the game, there are moments where you'll find Batilla the Fairy, and she will grant you extra powers. And so the first power that you unlock is the ability to punch, because you start off not being able to punch. And then later on you'll get the ability to hang on to ledges, or use helicopter hair to glide across small gaps. And then later on you'll get 2 more powers. One of them is to swing on these pink ring things, and the other one is to be able to run. Now, the swinging one you actually get from the Dream Forest, but it's on one of the branching paths. And this is what I found to be rather interesting, because in order to complete this game, you have to save all of the Electoons. Now I was thinking like in terms of Croc, that saving the Electoons is just like an optional extra for 100% completion. But if you don't save all of the Electoons, you will get to the final stage, or just before the final stage, and there won't be a path leading to the final stage. This happened to me. I got to the end, and then it was just nothing happened. There was no path. And so I thought, oh, well maybe I have to save all the Electoons. So then I went and did that. And that's how I went ahead and completed the game. But what I also really liked is that there was this element of backtracking as well. So for example, in the first level, before you get the punch ability, there will be cages there that you can't bust open because you can't punch them. So you'll then have to later come back to earlier levels with powers that you've accumulated from later levels in order to save the Electoons. So you need to sometimes make multiple visits to previous levels, and this is very much an early game thing. This is actually one of the rare instances where the game gets more linear the more that you continue on with it, I suppose. That's also interesting. But man, this game really does stick out to me because I played it for such a long time. When I say that, I don't mean that I sat and had really long play sessions. What I mean is that even many years after getting it, I was still playing this game. Or at least it feels that way. That might be wrong, but it feels that way. So yeah, there's 2 memories in particular that I want to talk about in regards to this game. One of them is actually touching back from a memory from before. You may remember when I was talking about Abe's Odyssey, I was talking about how Matthew left it at my house by mistake, and I was hoping that he would leave it. I was playing Rayman at the time, so that memory sticks in my head. Whilst that is an Abe's Odyssey memory, it's also a Rayman memory. Another memory is the song Spaceman, or Spaceman Came Travelling, I don't remember the name of the song, by Chris de Burgh, I think his name is. And we used to play this at school, because there was a time in primary school, like one Christmas, where this would be one of the songs. And so I began to associate that song with the Picture City levels from later on in this game. It would have been around the end of 2013 where I saw this game on a PS Plus sale and I decided to get it. This is actually a game that I wanted not for too long, but there was a bit of time where I was interested in this game, and so when the time came and the sale was available, I decided to just go ahead and get Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. And Blood Dragon is to Far Cry 3, as far as I understand, the equivalent to how Infamous First Light is to Infamous Second Son. And what I mean by that is that it takes the core concept of the game and shrinks it down to a rather isolated experience, and that's what Blood Dragon is. It is Far Cry 3, but it's given this new coat of paint. And this coat of paint, in this case, is a cheesy 80s action movie with lots of explosions and neon lights. But this game actually, to me, seems a bit strange given how it's got all of this technology and all of this neon, but it doesn't take place in a city. It's clearly a jungle still, but it does that Ubisoft thing of having an open world with points that you can clear on the map. It doesn't have towers that you climb to reveal part of the map, which has become a ubiquitous Ubisoft thing. No, it doesn't have that. It does have this set story that you are to go on, that you have to go to this base and infiltrate this particular base and defeat these enemies, and it's all using first-person shooter mechanics with an element of stealth, so you can sneak up on enemies from behind and do all these different backstabbing kills and stuff. And that is like the main strategy for taking over the bases. Around the map you'll have each of these different waypoints, which is sort of like a different base, and you can tell the enemy bases because they all have this red light beaming up into the sky, and what you have to do is you have to try to go there and try to defeat all of the enemies that are there. But the problem is that if they see you or they hear something, they'll be more alert and they can sound the alarm, which will call more reinforcements, and you don't want that. You want to be able to get around, kill them silently if possible, and if you do manage to take over the base, then it becomes your base and the red light will turn to green. And this will allow you to get access to shops, and it will also give you an extra warping point on the map. Another way that you can also get experience in this game is by finding all of the objects that are scattered around. So you might have TV sets. It's not inherently an interesting thing game mechanic wise, but it still can be enjoyable to go ahead and do it, to find these individual things like VHS tapes, for example, and they will give you experience. And it is very much in the whole open world style, let's just litter it with all these different collectibles, throw everything around, which isn't a bad thing. I think that there is sort of this stigma saying that that's a bad thing. I honestly don't think it's a bad thing, I just think it's not a very interesting thing. And I think that when games use that type of system as a sort of depth supplement, it's like them saying, ooh, look at us, we've got so much stuff you can do, so many things to collect, look at all this. I think it kind of devalues a game when that happens. But the leveling system itself is very clear cut and very linear. You will always unlock the same thing at every level, at any particular level that is. So for example, any given playthrough, at level 6 you will unlock the same thing that you will unlock at level 6 on any other playthrough. The recovery system is also typical Far Cry as well, and that is you hold triangle to heal yourself, and you can have these items that will be like healing items and they will recover your health, but if you don't have any healing items, your healing ability will just take extra time to do. Definitely interesting game, definitely enjoyable game, and I recommend it. Also, in terms of memories for this game, I remember this game came out, or no, not came out, but I played this game about the same time that the Less Than Jake album See the Light came out, and so I associate, not too much, but I have a bit of association between that album and Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. This game. This is a game that is one of the reasons why I got an Xbox 360 back in 2010, and I sort of feel that this game was like Ocarina of Time, although not to the extent of Ocarina of Time. so overhyped, and I'd heard so much about how fantastic it is, and I really don't think it's as good as people seem to think it is. And whilst I obviously do like this game quite a lot, I mean, I'm putting a number 74 for goodness sake, I still have quite a few problems with this game. But I got it for quite cheap. I remember I did buy a few games when I got my Xbox 360, and this, Lost Odyssey, being one of them. The main draw, I think, to Lost Odyssey is that it's sort of a spiritual successor to Final Fantasy, because it was made by Mistwalker, which consists of Hironobu Sakaguchi, who's like the grandfather of Final Fantasy. And so, this game came out, and people like to call it, and I use this in quotes because it's so stupid, the true Final Fantasy 13. Right, okay, just that's stupid. It's Lost Odyssey. And I know people are kind of saying, well, it's kind of like Mighty Number 9 and Yooka-Laylee and Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, in how it's not technically that series, but it is at heart. Well, you can call it what you want, but the name of the game is Lost Odyssey, so it is Lost Odyssey. It's not Final Fantasy. Stop calling it Final Fantasy when it's not Final Fantasy. No matter how much you want to say that it has the spirit of Final Fantasy in it, or it would have been called Final Fantasy if Sakaguchi had stayed with Square Enix, but they are ifs and buts. I'm talking about the actual game, Lost Odyssey here. But this is a nice game, and it actually has a nice twist on the ability learning methods, because of course all RPGs for the most part have some sort of variation on different methods of allowing your characters to learn a variety of different abilities. Of course, many could just go the easy route and add a skill tree, because skill trees are perhaps I'm not going to say the worst, because, you know, everything is subjective and needs to be placed within its context, but I think skill trees are generally like the laziest leveling system. But what I do have to say about this game, which I think is a positive, and what I do have to praise it for, is that it's a game on the 7th generation of consoles, and it has random battles. I mean, there's so much nonsense going around about how random battles don't make sense, or they're immersion breaking or whatever, but random battles are perfectly fine. And I think that when people complain about random battles, what they are complaining about is so short-sighted, and it's so specific to very specific situations which you would only run into given very specific circumstances. But I don't want to rant about that right now. I've got plenty of time to rant about that at other times, but yeah, that's one thing I have to praise this game for. I also have to praise this game for the boss fights. The boss fights do get pretty tense, and I think that partially boils down to how constricted the leveling system is, because it is a very constricted leveling system. Basically, it does that thing where every level takes the exact amount of experience to level up, but the amount of experience that you do get is highly dependent on what your level is relative to the enemies that you are facing. But it's so out of whack. They've made it so that whenever you level up, like Eternal Sonata, whenever you level up, your experience is 0 out of 100 regardless of how much experience you would have earned, and you can't gain more than 1 level per battle. So even if you're fighting enemies that are way above you, you will still only grow 1 level, when the calculation would otherwise allow you to grow multiple levels. And if ever you get even slightly over level, the amount of battles it will take to level up will drastically change. You will go from gaining 100 experience per battle, and then it'll become something like 10, and then like 4 or something. I don't remember the exact numbers, but that's how my memory says it is. But I realise I actually didn't touch on the leveling system and ability learning system at all, did I? Well, okay, I'll explain it now. So there are 2 different categories of characters. You have the mortals and the immortals. And the immortal characters don't gain abilities naturally. The mortal characters will gain abilities as they level up, in a rather linear fashion, I suppose, but in a very straightforward, direct, you level up, you gain this ability fashion. The immortal characters, you actually have to link up them with another mortal character in your party in order for them to learn abilities. So the immortals can learn more abilities overall because they can connect to all these different characters, but you also need the mortal characters to get those abilities so that the immortals can learn them from them. And what I really like about this is that one of the latest characters that you get, Ced, learns all of the experience boosting and extra farming abilities that I really like. I really like, you know, when you get that type of stuff towards the end. And so you actually don't get to really choose much in regards to your party for quite a long time, until like the very last disc. to be honest. And then you can start giving the characters different abilities and trying to set up your party in different ways, and that is part of what makes the leveling system interesting. The battles themselves are perfectly fine. I have no problems with the battles, and in fact I think the boss fights are the strongest points. It's just the extremely strict nature of the direct leveling up. Oh yes, and there is one more thing that I forgot to mention, and that is that every so often throughout this game you will unlock these dream things where the screen will do this weird effect and then it will say, you have unlocked this dream thing. Do you want to read it now? And it will store in your data bank thing so you can check them out whenever you want. And I figured that after the first one, I thought, hey, I'll check this out, see what it's out. Yeah, no, it's a wall of text. And yeah, it's several pages of text, but it's just endless text. It just drags on and on and on. The amount of reading that you're expected to do for these things is ridiculous. I only read like one of them, and it took ages. And there's like, what, 70 of these, 100 of these? I can't stand going through one of them, never mind 70. So yeah, after the first one, I just ignored all of them from that point on. It would say, you just unlocked this dream thing. Would you like to read now? And every time from that point on, I instantly chose no. Definitely not. What a load of rubbish. I got this game around the mid-2000s. I don't remember exactly what it was that drew me to this game. It may have just been the cover, or I may have found it on GameSpot, because there was a period of time where I would discover new game releases through GameSpot. And I do specifically remember like searching through for RPGs, and this may have been one of the ones that turned up. But I got this game sort of around mid-2000s, I believe. Or it may have been mid to late, it might have been 2006, 2007, around that time. And I wasn't really into this series, but it looked interesting enough, and so I went and got Atelier Iris 2, The Azoth of Destiny. And so the Atelier Iris series consists of 3 games, that being Atelier Iris 1, 2 and 3, and it's a Gust RPG, and there are many other Atelier games now for like the PS3 and Vita that I am a lot less familiar with, based off different characters. So you'll have like Atelier Rorona or Atelier Totori and stuff like that. But this is Atelier Iris 2. My biggest associations with this game is playing at Bridget's house and at the same time eating Baby Bells and drinking chocolate milk, because I went through a phase where I was really into Baby Bells and chocolate milk. But it's a turn-based RPG and it kind of does the whole charge bar thing, which people always say it's a very Grandia thing. For example, you will have this bar and each of the characters will have a position on the bar and they will move up the bar at a steady pace, and depending on their speed determines how fast they charge up this bar. And once the bar gets to the top, or rather once the character gets to the top of the bar, they can use their ability, and then using their ability or taking their turn or whatever will send them back in the bar. And people say, ooh, this is like a Grandia system where you got like this time charge thing. But really, it's just turn-based. Like, that's what it is. It's just turn-based, but presented in a slightly different way. I mean, it's not turn-based in the sense that every character gets a turn in a strict sequential order, because speed is a factor, but the presentation is the only really thing that makes it stand out in that regards. But one thing that I really liked about this game was that the more that you played it, the more features unlocked, and it seemed to go on for quite a while as well. The main gimmick of this game really is the mana collecting. You will go around the world and you can press square on areas to extract the different types of mana from different things. So if you use the ability on a tree, you will get some wood mana, and there's different types of mana for different types of elements and all sorts. You also get these different recipes that you can get, and the way that you use them is that you have to switch between the 2 main characters, Felt and Vise. And so Vise can make something and then send it to Velt so that Velt can use it. Because Velt is really the one that goes on to the big adventure with all the characters that he finds and stuff, and is the one who is going around doing all the battles. The dungeon design can be rather difficult to take in, because a lot of the time it's kind of like a maze, but the maze will be structured in a way that you can't really see too far ahead, like the paths will be rather long. And so you kind of have to apply your memory to the whole thing. Now, one thing else that it does as well is that if you fight so many battles in an area without touching a save point or leaving the area and coming back, all the enemies will disappear, so you'll have to actually leave the area or go to a save point to refresh the amount of battles that are there. And it does that whole classic Metroidvania thing of you find items that will allow you to traverse across different areas, but sometimes you have to go back to earlier areas so that you can use the item to get to a different part of that area. But one thing that I always found interesting about the battle system itself is that if you took the MP, which is sort of like, you know, as it would be in RPGs, every character has an amount of MP, and they can spend that MP to use their abilities, and then once they're out, they can't use the abilities anymore. This game kind of spun that in a different direction, where you have a single unit that all of the characters share, and it will charge up as you attack and progress through the battle. And so if you want to get one character to use their ability that will cost 3 of this charge, then that will use up that charge, so other people won't have access to it, so you have to recharge it again. And that was interesting. And also there are 2 different types of attacks that you can do as well. There's the normal attack, which is just, you know, attack the enemy but also raises the charge. And then there's the break attack, which, if memory serves me right, is less effective at raising the charge but also delays their next turn by a bit. And so I did eventually complete this game, even though there is a part near the end where you need to use the alchemy to make a specific item that has so many different stages to it, it can be a bit of a nightmare, especially without a guide. So, with this game, when I first saw the E3 trailers, I was rather skeptical because I feel that they were rather misleading as to what the game actually was going to be like, and because of that, I wasn't actually as interested as I thought I would be. But my brother did eventually get it, and then he told me that what was shown at E3 was in fact just a very small portion of the game. It was a portion of the game that was different to previous entries in the series, but it wasn't actually showcasing what the main game was like. And so eventually I saw that it was in a PS Plus sale, and so I went ahead and got Rayman Legends. Yes, the sequel to Rayman Origins. It does a slightly different art style where everything looks less like a flat cartoon and more like a painting, I suppose, but the mechanics are pretty much exactly the same. There are a few main differences, mostly being that instead of saving Electoons you are now saving Tinsies, and each level, or at least most levels, have 8 Tinsies for you to find, and there's also the King and the Queen Tinsy. And Lums are treated slightly differently as well. Instead of picking up a King Lum which will turn them all red, you instead pick up a purple Lum which will give you double, and then that will cause the trail of Lums to one by one turn purple, so you can get double the amount of Lums that way. Also, one really nice feature that this game added was a restart area feature, which is really nice. So now you don't have to purposefully jump off the edge of a cliff or run into enemies if you missed out on some Lums and you needed to go back to get them. But the level selected in this game, it's like you have a sort of like a gallery and you jump into each of these different paintings, and each one leads you to a different world, which is like its own little gallery, and each level within that is its own painting. And most of the levels unlock really quickly. If you play through and just get all of the Tinsies along the way, you will unlock most of the levels really quickly, apart from the final bonus level. And there's quite a lot to talk about here in terms of unlockables and all that sort of stuff. You have 10 Tinsies to save in most levels. There are some extra levels where there'll be 3. It'll be like a short side mission where there's 3 Tinsies. A king, a queen, and a sort of joker, prince or jester type, I'm not sure exactly. And there are about 700 Tinsies total in this game. Depending on how many Lums you get will determine what cup you get. So each level has a bronze, silver and a gold cup for you to get, and each cup is worth a certain amount of points. If you get all of the cups in any given world, you will get a diamond cup, which is worth a ton of points. I think it's like 50 points or something, which is very high. Also, by collecting so many lums, you will unlock these scratch cards, and through these scratch cards, you will unlock monsters, and what monsters do is they will offer you a bunch of lums every day depending on how many monsters you have. So every day you can go to the monster room and collect all of these different lums for each monster that they produce. You can unlock extra stages such as Rayman Origins stages, which are known as the classic stages, which also have their own set of tinsies and cups and stuff for you to unlock. And there's absolutely loads of levels, just absolute ton of them. At the end of each world you will have a musical stage where you will have to run through and jump and attack and stuff in time with the music, and this is something that I wasn't particularly keen on as much really. This is what we're showing at E3 and this is what I thought, well, if that's what the game's going to be like, I'm not really that interested. But yeah, at the end of each world you will have these extra musical missions. And the final world, which is the one that requires by far the most tinsies to unlock, is this remix of the musical worlds, whereby you'll have each of the musical levels there, but each one adds its own distortion effect. So for example, the first one, it'll just be that same level apart from you will see it through this fisheye lens. And then the second one, it will be the same as the second one from before, apart from the screen will go black and white and you'll get loads of static when you're jumping. So it adds different distortion effects. And then you've got the final one, which is just crazy because it adds all of the distortion effects at once. Well, not at once, but it keeps switching between them. So you'll be running through this level and you'll be jumping and the screen will turn upside down and then it'll like split in half. And then it'll go fuzzy and then it'll turn to this fisheye lens and all sorts. It's crazy. But the big thing that I really want to talk about with this game are the daily and weekly challenges. By getting different stage cups, you will unlock different experience which will contribute towards your awesomeness, which is kind of like your level. And if you max out every level in the game, you will reach the second highest level of awesomeness. The way that you get more cups is by doing daily and weekly challenges, and depending on whether you're in the top 1% or top 10%, top 50% or whatever, will determine what cup you get for that particular daily and weekly challenges. So these are grindable, as in you can keep doing these to go as far as you want, and it takes so much to get from the second last level of awesomeness to the last level of awesomeness. You have to do so many of these daily and weekly challenges, and I remember I started in like January of 2015, and for pretty much every day I logged on and I did daily or weekly challenges to get like a bronze cup or a silver cup, and it took until like July or something when I was finally able to get that final one and reach that max level of awesomeness. It takes ages, people say it's ridiculous, it takes a lot of time, it took me several months, but I did it. So I got this game in a Steam sale, I would say. Probably the Steam summer sale, but I really didn't bother playing it for a while until closer towards Christmas of 2012, and I actually played this game a lot on the actual Christmas day of 2012. It's a game in a series that I have played one entry previous to this, and I was kind of interested. I didn't actually think to myself that I would really play this game because, you know, when you get games on Steam sale and you kind of think that you want to play it eventually, but you kind of have a feeling that you just won't. It was kind of like that, but I did actually go ahead and play it, and like I said, I played it loads on Christmas Day of 2012, and that game is Ys Origin. So yeah, I don't really have too much experience with the Ys series. I actually did play Archive Napishtim, as you know, previous to this, but I loaded up Ys Origin and what I found was actually a game that I liked more than Archive Napishtim, and I think this is sort of like a side game. From what I can tell, it takes place before the first game, and again, as far as I know, it's the only game in the series where Adol isn't the main character. Instead, you have two characters to pick between, Unica and Hugo, and the story is basically the same on both sides, even though there are slight alterations. But the aim of the game is to get to the top of the tower, and as you progress through the tower you will go through different areas which have their own unique theme. And I think this is something that we don't really see much in games these days, at least not themes this strong and to this degree. Like for example, you will reach the water area, and then you'll reach the fire area, and then the sandy area, that type of thing. And it also kind of has a Zelda-esque design in that within each area, if you think of it sort of like a Zelda dungeon, where in order to progress you will need to get a certain item, and in that dungeon, or that area of the tower in this case, you'll find that item and that will allow you to progress. So for example, in the watery area, you will have limited underwater time to breathe, but there's an item you can find which will greatly extend that time, meaning that you can travel through this watery path, this long watery path. And like Ark of Nepishtim, it's very fast, your characters are very small, the enemies are very small, and it's very action based in terms of your ability to jump around and attack and just things jumping around all over the place. It's a very short game if you're measuring that by your ability to start the game from the beginning and reach and defeat the final boss. But I think that this is a game where measuring the game's length by that feature alone is not a very good idea, because this game actually adds an element of gameplay and an element of depth to your difficulty selection, which is really interesting. I'll describe it like this. As you go through the game, you will defeat enemies and you'll pick up these little crystals which will give you SP, and you can use SP at the different save statues, and that will allow you to buy abilities. Most of them are different like perks, like for example there's one which will allow you to obtain SP faster, and also throughout the game you will get different bits of armor, each with a very strict particular tier to it, and you can power those up individually. And enemies higher up the tower will give you a lot more SP, and so it'll become a lot easier to get all of the high extreme end abilities, and you will get everything, it just takes a little bit of work. But what's amazing about this is that they actually add a twist to this, and this is something that I really like. If you complete the game once with each character, say once with Unica and once with Hugo, you will unlock a third character, Toll, and if you complete it with each character once, you will unlock New Game Plus. And basically what New Game Plus means is that for every character that you've completed it with, on every difficulty setting that you've completed it with, there's 5 difficulty settings overall, you will start the game with a bonus 1000 SP. So say you complete it once with Unica on very easy, once with Hugo on very easy, and once with Toll on very easy. The game will make this sort of checklist to say, yep, you've completed it with this character on this difficulty here, and this character with this one here. And so there's a total of 15 different playthroughs that you can have, one for each character and one for each difficulty, 3 times 5. But there's actually an element of strategy here, because the Nightmare difficulty, which is the highest difficulty in the game, your SP intake does not match your area in the game. Enemies at the very end will still give you like 1 or 2 SP, just like the enemies at the start. So naturally, you can only dream of unlocking all the abilities on Nightmare mode. But if you work toward getting this New Game Plus feature and building up each of these different playthroughs, then you can use that starting bonus SP to get several thousand, and it will fundamentally change your approach to the game. Knowing that you start with a lot of SP but will be extremely inefficient at getting more totally changes your approach to actually spending the abilities. And what this also means is that you might have to feel like you have to hold off on upgrading certain armor until you get the higher tier armor, and it's really interesting and I really love it. Also, 2 more things that I really want to compliment this game about. First of all, the music. The music is fantastic. Ys has a very specific musical style and it is really nice. And secondly, I love the boss battles. I love how each character is slightly different enough, but even still, the boss battles are very nice in how it all works. What I mean by that is, for example, Unica will unlock the Wind Elemental ability to do a spin attack, which will allow her to glide through the air. Whereas Hugo, his wind ability, will still give him the glide through the air ability which he needs. Because, you know, like I said, it's kind of like a Zelda dungeon in that you'll find the bit where you need a certain ability to pass, and so you'll have to go and unlock that ability or find the piece of equipment or whatever to then be able to utilize it. And so Hugo and Unica both need to have this gliding ability, but whilst Unica does it through this air spinning attack, Hugo will do it through this shield, and so it makes them different, but gives them the same means of progressing through the levels. That's really nice. And I also want to talk about a memory that I have with this game, because like I said, I played it loads on Christmas of 2012, but also I got into listening to the Millencolin album Pennybridge Pioneers, because I was doing this thing where I'd listen to an album that I sort of knew that I liked some songs of, but I wouldn't really be fully aware of it, and I would make myself listen to it over and over again. So I remember playing this game on this Christmas day and listening to that album 5 times, and I really got attached to the song called The Mayfly, which I never really was into before then, but I remember sitting there on my laptop playing East Origin, and then whenever the album got to the song The Mayfly, I'd be like, oh yeah, The Mayfly, and I'd like really get into it. Oh, the memories. If you like racing games and you have a 7th generation console, I'll be very surprised if you haven't played this game. And if you haven't played this game, I'm just going to say you should play this game. It was one of my very first PS3 games. Not exactly my first was Oblivion. But this game went through so much support over the years. They released a lot of DLC, which I know is a rather controversial way of saying that that's support, but this game has gone on sale so many times, and you can get it for so cheap. And even now, the Ultimate Collection version, which has all of the DLC, you can get for really cheap. I was actually introduced to this game through my friend Alex from university because he had his Xbox 360, and this was before I had a PS3. It might have been like 2007 or so. And so he showed me this game on it, and I was rather interested because I hadn't really seen a game like this. And so I just sat and watched him play Burnout Paradise. This is sort of like, maybe not necessarily the original open world racing game, but it was certainly the one that I feel really kicked off the movement towards games like that, for better or for worse. But this is certainly the game that introduced me to the whole concept, and I certainly enjoyed it a lot when I got it. So the game starts and you're put into this city called Paradise City, and I always associate this game with the Guns N' Roses song Paradise City because obviously they put it in the game. It's like the main theme for the game. And it's one of those games where there's sort of a lot of passive multiplayer in a way, in that everything will have a sort of high score to it. Every road, it will keep track of your time going through the road, and you can check all of the different scores of all the different people on all of these different events. The way that the main game works is that you have the city, and all the way around the city you will have these different events. So you'll have blue icons, which will just be a straight up race, or you'll have a green icon, which is like a stunt run, and you go up to where these areas are and you can hold the 2 triggers on the Xbox 360 or L2 and R2 on the PS3, and it will activate the level, or the challenge rather. And it can be quite tricky though at times, because sometimes it will just be start here, go here, and sometimes it won't be so clear as to the best route because it's not like the rest of the world is blocked off. You can still just go anywhere, you just have to get to a certain point. So there's a little bit of map navigation in that. But once you've completed, say, 10 or so of these events, your license will upgrade to the next stage, and then all of the challenges that you've cleared will sort of unclear, ready for you to do them again. So it might be to upgrade your license for the first time, clear 10 events, and then once you've done that, it clears them all off. Now clear 20 events, and you do that, and it clears them all off, and you have to keep doing this until you max out your license. And I really like that feature. The way that you obtain different cars is by taking them out. As you're driving around, you will see other cars whiz by, and you can just crash into them and crash them against a wall, and they will become yours to then be able to use. And there are different types of categories of cars as well. You have the stunt cars, and the stunt cars will gain their turbocharge by doing different stunts. So it might be drifting or jumping up ramps or whatever. There's the destruction carnage themed cars where you will gain turbocharge just by destroying other cars. And then there's by far my least favourite category of car, which is the speed car. And speed cars, you can't charge them unless their turbo is full, and once the charge has run out, you you get an instant refilling of the charge. I find them really tricky to use and I've never really had a good time with them. But also scattered around the level, you'll have these different billboards for you to fly through, these super jumps for you to try to jump across, and there's also all these different fences scattered around, and you know you'll break through one and it'll say like broken 42 of 200 of these fences or whatever. And so this really does fit into the category of game that I think is a really nice category where you can just play it for a bit, maybe listen to a podcast, listen to some music, and just relax for a couple hours or so. For some reason, I don't remember why exactly, I remember spending a lot of time in I think it was like a mining tunnel or something to the north of the map. I think I was doing that because I needed to build up a lot of speed for a challenge or something. I don't remember. I just remember going along that path back and forward quite a lot. But yeah, it is one of those games with lots of icons and stuff and challenges all scattered around the map, which that design is something that I feel is very nice for a specific purpose, but I also feel is something that, I mean, I'm kind of going off topic here, and I will just briefly for a moment say that this sort of like open world design full of icons and collectibles scattered around and stuff, it's a very specific type of design that I think has a home, and it's something that we should sort of, I guess the word is embrace, and you know, I enjoy it at times. I don't have a problem with it, but I do feel that it's overutilized because it doesn't take creativity to make, if you know what I mean. And so it kind of becomes so ubiquitous and so dull that it's sort of used as a sort of like a depth supplement. Like, we don't need to make games with interesting mechanics and stuff because we could just make loads of things and scatter them around. No, I think you need different types of games for different types of moods, and this is a very good game for that particular type of mood that you might be in. So this is a game that is very popular and liked by a lot of people, and quite clearly I like it a lot as well. I just feel that a lot of the claims that people make about what makes this game really good sometimes really fall short, and I very strongly disagree with a lot of those things, which I will go into. But this is a game that I never had myself, but I borrowed it from my brother and I was able to play it. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. This is generally considered to be the best Paper Mario game. Best way I think I can describe this game is that it's a turn-based RPG and it has lots of gimmicky battle things, and I'm going to call them gimmicky battle things. You obviously have the main character Mario, and throughout your journey you will acquire different guests as sort of like your secondary party member, and you can switch the secondary party member in the middle of battle. And what's nice about this game is that there is a level of depth in this game. It's not like they've removed depth, because I still feel that there's enough going on there, but it does add that element of sort of strategy and interesting interactions of the different variables. But each enemy is specifically designed to be vulnerable to certain attacks or immune to certain attacks, and so you get very different but very similar abilities, but different enough in that it's clear that you have to use them at different times. For example, Mario has a jump attack where he'll run up and he'll jump on the enemy, and if you press A at the right time when you land on the enemy, you will do extra damage. And there's also a hammer attack where you have to hold the analog stick back and then let go when the thing flashes so that you will do extra damage. But what really makes these different attacks different is that you will have different enemies that are immune to certain things. So for example, if an enemy is wearing a spiky hat or just is spiky in general, then trying to jump on it will hurt Mario. And I honestly think, and I just want to get the negatives out of the way, let's just get this out of the way out right now, okay? Pressing a button at the right time when you're doing an attack is nothing. It's not this great innovation. It doesn't make RPGs more involving, as people would like to put it. No, it really, really doesn't. It's such a minor thing. It's like a quick time event, sort of. Not really, but sort of. And I think that people say that this game is a lot more involving because of times button presses and all that. I think it's ridiculous. To be honest, if you didn't have to press A at the right time when jumping or holding the analog stick back to do a hammer attack, I would not think the game is any worse for it. Although granted, you do unlock a more powerful hammer attack where it is a little bit harder So I'm not saying that there's no variables there. There are variables. I just think it's very, very minor and not something that people should rant and rave about. But you do have these different variables during battle. For example, you will have FP, which is sort of like your MP, which you'll need to spend to use certain different types of attacks. And these different attacks, the gimmicky stuff, things that you need to make them do, some of them do take skill. There is a skill element to it, such as the one where all of these different icons are falling from the roof of the level and your target is moving up and down and you have to like shoot things to hit these bonuses and you got to try to avoid the bad ones. It's decent enough. It's not a terrible thing. And the attack where you have to sort of draw an outline around the enemy in order to do more damage, again, that does add an extra variable to the mix because it means that obviously the larger enemies are going to be stronger against that particular attack because it's going to take more time and therefore more resources in order to be able to effectively hit them with this attack. And so I think that these types of gimmicks and stuff are justified in a sense, but I really think they are so overplayed and I think it's ridiculous. You also have this extra element of star power, where if you appeal to the audience, then you will get lots of stars, and then you can use different types of attacks which use a different type of resource. And you can have abilities that will affect the audience in that way, and it's pretty nice. When you level up, you will have to choose whether you want BP, HP or FP. BP meaning badge points, which is sort of like the resource that you have to dish out between your different badges, which are sort of like your passive abilities. So that's pretty nice. But there are also things around that you can use to your advantage, like there's a character somewhere who will allow you to redistribute your levels in different ways to alter your stats around. And you will also unlock different powers, well they're called curses, but there are like different powers that you will unlock as you go around. And you will have to do that sort of Metroidvania-esque style exploration thing where you'll have to go back to previous areas where you didn't have a power before but now you do, so you can get through the bars by turning into a bit of sideways paper to slip through and all that lot. The bit that I wasn't keen on much were the actual star pieces that you find. I like having hidden things in games. I like having different collectibles that might be in awkward positions. You got to think, how do I get to that, or how have I got to work out these different puzzles in order to reach a particular item. I like it when you have puzzles like that, but what I don't like about it in this game is that they just hide them behind things. So it's all because of the way that the camera is, so you might have like a pipe coming out of the ground and that'd be one of these star pieces behind the pipe, and so it just becomes a question of check behind every nook and cranny as opposed to actually, I suppose, looking around, if that makes sense. I don't know if I am making sense, but basically what I'm trying to say is you don't have to necessarily think about the environment or think about different ways to get things. You just have to think about where things are hidden in relation to the camera, and I think that itself isn't that interesting. One part of this game which I never really got to do because I didn't complete it, but really did interest me, was the Pit of 100 Trials, because there's a part where you can go down this different series of pipes and you'll face off against different enemies and you have to go down, and when you get to the bottom there's like a super boss. And if you know me, you know I love all that stuff where you're gonna like go through like big challenges or long trials and there's like a really hard boss at the end. I love that sort of stuff.